Hello, I am the text-to-speech voice. Congrats on finishing GAA Saturnic Kieran 97 blankies.
It's a jolly day. Would you like to try a peach mango pie with a side of the final grade Ace Attorney's dream? Because if you do, then let's go ahead and get started.
Hi, hey everyone. Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone is doing good. Hero Style TV. Thank you so much for being first. Sai, hey. Xiao Liu, Pek Pikaram. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hello to you. 안녕하세요. Max, hey. And Tina Bean, hello. Shadow Girl, hiya. Ginger, thank you so much for 7 months in the Superstar Sub Club. We're almost about to have a baby soon, so prepare the name for our baby. Hello, I am the text-to-speech voice. Congrats on finishing Gay Ace Attorney. And then, I did want to let you guys know, do not worry if you guys have not finished the games yet and are worried about spoilers. For the start of this section of the stream, Kiro and I will be reading the developer localization blogs on this game, which are completely spoiler-free because these were released before the games came out in America. So you guys don't have to worry about any major spoilers. I don't think they don't really spoil any story details either. It's just mostly like the process on like bringing the game here and translating it and localizing it to English. So if you guys want to stick around, you guys don't have to worry about hiding just yet. Wouldn't all the AA games count as gay at some point, especially with Kieran at the helm? Yes. Yes. And welcome in, Juma. Karo, hello. Good to see you. Hello. I suppose anything with an MC defense and an MC prosecutor would be seen as gay in the eyes of the... Yeah, exactly. Carvero, good to see you. Hello. Goggle Candy, no idea. Only lawyers. It's true. It's true. It's true. Can't be here. Have fun with the stream. No problem, Sai. If you need to head out, it's no problem. But if you want to stick around because of spoilers, you can be here for at least the first, the blogs. The blogs are all safe. How are you tonight? I'm doing good, Goggle Candy. How are you doing? What's going on? What's going on to our Fall Guys Ace Attorney VTuber? And Kyog, hello. Hiya, hey. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. Okay, honestly, real talk. Right when I switched to this screen, my stomach was like, "Hey, I think you need to go to the boys' room." What if I? Oh my god, Kiro, do you think you can vamp while I go to the bathroom?
Sure.
Okay, wait, before that, Hayama Peko, hello. Hope you're doing good. All right, I'm gonna go. Your boy has to pull a Beyonce. Yeah, I have the Beyonce, so I'll leave you guys in care. Well, before we do that, Kiro, please make sure that you introduce yourself properly, and that the mods, if you guys are here, guys give a proper shout out to Kiro and tell our friends where you guys can find him. But I gotta go run. I actually have to really go, so I'll be back.
Okay, go. It's my stream now. This is my channel. I'm taking over. It's Kiro's channel now. Hey guys, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming by to our stream. As you guys probably already know, I'm Kiro, or Kiro Style, the frog-themed martial artist, and I stream. I do the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. We're really excited to do this stream for you guys. We love The Great Ace Attorney, and this is an excellent opportunity to unpack our feelings from the game now that Kieran's finished it during his last stream. And we're going to go over the development blogs here. The development blogs here were released before the game came out in English. So for this part, there's no spoilers. They're going to talk about the process of making the game and localizing it, which is really cool. After we finish that, then we'll look at the art gallery and the music gallery in the game. Those parts will be spoilery though. So we'll let you know, we'll warn you ahead of time. But it'll be a lot of fun. And, me, I've been a person, I love The Great Ace Attorney. I played it on release in English, but I also played I watched some of the fan subbed versions of it. And man, I've been I love this series so much, but I don't usually have people to talk to about it. So I'm really excited to talk about it and let out our feelings and stuff like that too. So it'll be a lot of fun. You got your friends hooked on Kazuma and Ryunosuke. You call them the sillies because you love them. Oh, that's cute. I'm glad. Hey, Tough Tony, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. Welcome. Chillin'? Good. Oh yeah, I don't play World of Warcraft. That's the fake Kiro Style. The Kiro Style that stole my name, apparently, on Twitch. So that is not me. Just be careful about that. Yeah, that happens all the time, so it's I wonder if that person gets random follows just from people who accidentally just wander in. Hey, Tsuki, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. Welcome. CB, good to see you. Oh, thank you so much for the care package. That's awesome. Kieran is currently using the little boys' room, so we'll do our care package right when he gets back. So thank you. We will definitely start our stream with a wonderful stretch as well. Peanut Bean, you got to voice Kazuma. That's the best part of it all. Oh, that's awesome. So you're are you streaming and voice acting it? That's so much fun. It's so much fun. I know, games that are mostly just text-based and stuff aren't everyone's cup of tea to stream because it is a lot of reading. But it is just really fun when you do it. Whether you're a professional or not, it's just fun. You're very tired, so if you pass out beforehand, you'll take your word for it. Okay, CB. Don't push yourself. If you're sleepy, make sure you get some rest. But I appreciate you stopping by. You're really awesome. Thank you. Trying to think of what else that we should mention here before we get going. But yeah, I think these development blogs, it's been a while since I've read them. I read them right before the English version of the game came out. So it's been a while. But they're really good. They really give us you insight on the way they decide to localize it. And the difference between localization and translation, which some people still kind of get mixed up here and there. So I think that'll be really neat. Zesty with a light British accent was enough to do it. Nice. We gotta all practice our British accents, which I cannot do. That'll be a lot of fun. Oh yeah, and something else we'll go over, the Great Ace Attorney 2, in the Japanese version of it on the 3DS, there were 2 DLC episodes. They aren't like real cases, they're like non-canonical short humorous tales, kind of like from the first game. Those did not actually get translated and put into the English localization because of some like copyright issues and stuff. So they are not actually in the game, but we'll talk about them. You can find them on YouTube though, but we won't show you other people's YouTube video playthroughs. It's just too much trouble, and we don't want to deal with like copying, plagiarizing other people's work. But if you're very interested, you should go check those out. We'll talk about them, maybe give you a short like 101 about what they're about. Hey Scythe, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by.
Hiya, I'm back.
Welcome back, Kieran.
Thank you so much for babysitting my constellations. I hope they weren't
You're
giving you too much
welcome.
trouble.
I've turned them against you.
What were you guys talking about?
I was just talking about the development blogs and what they're about.
Yeah,
and
perfect.
What we're going to go over later in the stream. And CB redeemed the care package, so we should start our day with a care package.
Oh, CB, thank you so much for the care package. I know this isn't Kiro's stream, but thank you so much for stopping by. I'm very tired, but I have to pass out before, and I'll take your word. No problem. Okay, so the reason why I had to Beyonce, and why I might have to Beyonce more during the stream, full transparency, it's because I had a Vietnamese iced coffee right before this stream. And you guys know, if I have a Vietnamese iced coffee, I will be absolutely hardwired the entire day, but also so will my derriere.
I see.
All right, so yeah, thank you so much. Since CB redeemed it while you were here taking over, I'm gonna have you lead everyone.
All right, and welcome, Altlux. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Hey, Milk Tea. Welcome.
And hey, hi guys. Let me see if did I miss anyone? I
think I caught all the people that were coming in while you were gone.
Okay, well, welcome in anyone if I missed you guys. Otherwise, if you want me to say hi to you guys. Let's go ahead and stand up from our seats, and Kira will lead us.
All right, guys, we're going to do our care package. So get up from your seats, get ready to stretch. And let's first start by turning our bodies to the left.
To the left.
And now turn your bodies to the right.
To the right. Yeah.
Now take your hands and stretch them up to the sky.
To the sky, baby.
Now let's roll out our right shoulder.
Right.
And our left shoulder.
Left.
Now we're very gently going to roll and stretch out your neck.
Need that. Gently now. As my model
Take a
goes
deep breath.
aggressively.
Take a deep breath in. And deep breath out. And treat yourself to some water.
Thank you.
Or some Vietnamese iced coffee.
No, I finished it. No more. Kieran on the ad-libs. No, I'm just literally quoting Kiro. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Hope you guys are all doing good. Happy to have you guys here. Once again, do not worry if you guys are concerned about spoilers right now. We are reading the developer localization blogs, which means these were all published before the game came out here. So they're all safe. And you guys don't have to worry about anything. When we get to the spoiler territory, we will let you know, and we will pin a comment on the chat. But yeah, how's your day today, Kiro? Today is Tuesday.
It is Tuesday. No problem.
You know my meme.
It was a good day.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I had a pretty good day too. I went, and after work I had to like, I've been holding off on this. I had to go make a Amazon return, and I'm so glad that it's so easy to return things on Amazon now. So I got my refund immediately. So I was like, thank God.
Nice.
Mm-hmm,
Pocket money.
Mm-hmm. Pocket money so that I can fund it towards the stream in ways that may or may not be shown on Twitter.
Whoa.
But how is everyone's Tuesdays? How are you guys all doing? Please feel free to let us know. But if you want to answer today's check-in question, relevant to Ace Attorney, who is your guys' favorite character from the Great Ace Attorney from this playthrough? It can either be your favorite character in general, or the favorite character that you guys liked because of the stream. just let us know who some of your guys' favorite characters are, because there's a colorful cast of characters in this franchise. And I feel like as a fan for everyone, even characters that I hate, like Shamspear or whatnot, I'm sure there's people that just
I
love
thought
him.
Shamspear was your favorite.
Maybe if you played him, then yeah.
Would I look good in Shamspear's outfit?
I think you'd look good in anything. Kiro knows this, but I got my friend hooked on Ryunosuke and Kazuma. We called them the sillies, and I got to voice Kazuma. Ooh, fun! Tell them to not look up any yaoi. Tell them to hold it off. Do not look anything off. Do not look anything up. I promise you, it's the biggest mistake anyone will ever make. Do not look up any yaoi for this game, okay? Hold off. Hold off. Sholmes, Iris, Susato, Gregson's fish and chips. Gregson's so interesting because, like, Gregson's not a good guy, but I don't hate him, you know?
He's a very interesting character.
Oh, wait, we can't talk. Oh, whoops. Well, I didn't say why, so.
Well, he's not a good guy because he eats all those fish and chips and doesn't exercise enough.
Yeah, we'll talk about
You know?
that. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit.
Bad for your heart.
But it's vague. It's like finding out the yaoi spoiler, you know? Kiro's so silent. No yaoi for you. Hey,
No yaoi.
you guys won't know what that means. That's the first thing I told them. Okay, good. Van Zieks, Sholmes, Iris, Susato, Ryunosuke, and Kazuma. Van Zieks and Kazuma probably. I see. Man, I'm so bad. Now that I'm free, you know, it's just like, okay. I heard yaoi and I awaken. Well, good morning. Good morning to you. I was gonna make a really bad joke. I had to stop myself.
It's your stream. You do what you want.
Morning wood to you. Yaoi alarm clock. What would that be?
Hiya, hey.
Hiya, gay. Okay. No more fooling around. That's just a regular alarm clock. Yeah. You know, if you guys would like an alarm clock with my voice, the debut voice pack does include an alarm and a good night. You know, free shilling. Oh, wait.
There you go.
My bot's
Get
not
your
working?
voice back.
What's going up? My custom bot's not working. Whatever.
Oh, did it get disconnected?
I guess so. Let me go check that out really fast. Set up bot. Oh, what? Wait, why can't I see my thing anymore? Oh my god. Ugh. Wait, is my stream disconnected now? Okay, no, here we are.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I should have done that, but anyways. The alarm clock is just getting slapped by yaoi pans. I was gonna say yaoi paddle. My alarm is the VA lines that I got. Perfect way to wake up. Oh, for the characters? I see. I just noticed Kieran's wearing Ryunosuke's armband. How did I not notice this? Yeah, that's what we've had. We've had this for the past 3 streams.
Because it's just part of your outfit now, so people don't notice it because it's just part of your outfit.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's gonna go away after today, so cherish
You're
them
just
while
gonna
we're
wear-
here.
You're gonna wear it forever.
God, I wish. I mean, I might. I have it as like an item collection, so if I ever want to pull it up again.
Star Idol Lawyer VTuber.
But maybe I'll keep this when I do Phoenix Wright on Sunday.
Woo!
Yaoi alarm clock equals your favorite gay ship with voice lines saying out of context gay lines to each other. I feel like I give that to you guys for free. Look, all right, for real, good night, y'all. I will sleep to your dulcet tones. Are you saying that to me or to Kiro?
To you, obviously.
No, I think it's to you. Have a chew just in frame for every stream, like a hidden Mickey. I feel like I'll get copyrighted by Capcom. I'll miss the Chunosuke on the shoulder too then. Both. Oh, you know what? Speaking of clown wigs, because we guys were here for the Capcom Present stream, right? So as you guys know, tomorrow is going to be a Nintendo Direct, asininely early in the morning. So if you guys want to put on your clown wigs with me, we're going to stream at like 6:45 in the morning to watch to watch the Capcom Direct. Or I mean the Nintendo Direct. Hi, Kieran and Kiro. How are you doing? Oh, wait. Is that who I think
Maury.
it is? It
Welcome
is.
to the stream.
Oh my God. Welcome in, Maury. Hope you're doing good. Guys, if you don't already, please make sure that you guys follow Nemwe Mori, who's a very fantastic artist and draws a lot of handsome men. But yeah, they're a really sweet person. So you guys please check them out on Twitter. And then they also do have a Twitch. I don't know if they stream though. Do you know if they stream?
I think they are preparing to stream.
Oh, really?
But correct me if I'm wrong.
Ooh, oh my God, I'm so excited then. Yeah, I need to see. You have a very handsome character design. And they also called me cute last night, so that made me really happy. That's why I did that tweet. Full transparency. That's why I made that tweet that was like, I quoted my my debut PowerPoint. I've been doing that a lot this week.
I saw that and I was like, who was it this time?
Oh yeah, it was Maury.
Because I'm pretty sure I saw like 2 or 3 people say that to you around the same time. So I'm like,
well, no, people said it in reply to that tweet, but it was specifically because Maury called me cute. Emmy Mantle, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. Gonna be clowning so hard. Okay, well, the thing is that Nintendo Direct is gonna be fine for people in the East Coast. It's people like me that have to wake up so early in the morning that are gonna hate it.
Are you a Pikmin fan?
No, not really. I've never played Pikmin, so
It
I'm
sounds
not really.
like a lot of it's gonna be Pikmin. I think a lot of it's gonna be Pikmin.
I like the Nintendo Directs. I feel like even if I don't really care for the games, they're exciting and fun to watch, and because there's always something for everyone. Like I remember the last Nintendo Direct we watched, everyone was going crazy for Style Savvy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I want to celebrate that with you guys and give you guys a place to like yell and have fun. I honestly don't expect any Fire Emblem just because Engage came out this year, so I would probably wait until either later this year.
They might talk about Blazing Blade since it's like.
Oh, that'd be amazing!
Really
Guys, please play Fire Emblem Blazing Blade, and not just because I play a character from it, but because it's a really good introduction to classical Fire Emblem. If you guys haven't played any of the classic FEs, it's a really, really perfect first entry. Thank you for the shout out. I will stream, but after I move out, I don't have a PC yet. Oh, but how do you draw all that amazing art? On your iPad?
We look forward to it, Maury. We'll be there.
Yeah, let me know. You have to DM me specifically. I need a personal invitation because I will be there front row. Because Kieran is... Thank you. Last direct, everyone in the chat had something except for me. Oh, I'm sorry, Ginger. Oh yeah, okay. We'll put on our clown wigs for Tomodachi Life. Because if I could stream Tomodachi Life to you guys, I would have so much fun with that. Yeah, there's gonna be a Nintendo Direct tomorrow, so if you want to join us at early in the morning, please feel free to. I'll be streaming it so that we can all react to it together and have fun. I lost my mind at Batten Kaitos. Ooh, Kira, did you play Batten Kaitos? I feel like that's a series that you would have known.
No, it was on my radar, but I never played it at the time, and then I just kind of missed the opportunity.
Yeah, it's like, you know, that realm of niche JRPGs that I just feel like you would know about.
Yeah.
I know of it, but I never played it. I'm sad that they cut out the English dub from this release of it.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah,
interesting.
Because the first game's dub was like super notoriously like memed on.
Oh.
Unlurk Batten Kaitos! Yeah,
Good
they
morning.
announced... Welcome back, CV. They announced a date for it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I think it's September, right?
CB's been talking about it for like the last couple months now, so he's very excited, I know.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if I'll stream it, but I definitely want to play it.
I might do it eventually, but there's too many other things to stream right now, so it will...
Wait, let me see.
It will come, probably, someday.
Yeah, I'm just sad that they removed the dubs from them, because even if one was clowned
I didn't
on,
know
like
that,
it's
yeah.
charming. And then it too has a really good cast. Okay, it's September 14th. Batten Kaitos is September 14th.
Oh, really? I thought it was earlier than that, huh?
It said summer originally, but the official
Oh, they
date...
changed it.
Yeah. Please keep the one living dad alive. He's my trusty. Oh my god, you draw on your laptop? Rip. I heard, because isn't it like laptops, like if it's like a big canvas that takes like a lot of like, I don't know, computer things. I'm not an artist. We'll definitely inform
Sometimes.
you in Kiro when I start streaming. Okay, I expect a handwritten invitation in my DMs. Bankaitos 1 is one of my favorite RPGs with some painful... No, it's perfect. It's great. It's charming and it's completely memeable. It's like, it's... I probably shouldn't talk about other games.
Are you gonna mention Arcrise?
No, I was actually gonna... I'll DM you what I was gonna mention.
Oh, okay. Well, why would you not mention that? Come on.
Okay, yeah, Shadow Hearts.
Oh, Shadow Hearts!
Shadow Hearts 1.
Shadow Hearts.
I haven't kept up
Shadow
with
Hearts
Drex.
wasn't... Well, you're talking about... first Shadow Hearts.
Yeah,
okay,
first
fine.
Shadow Hearts.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, 1. With our favorite sea mother.
Oh, the sea mother.
I am the sea mother. Welcome to my abode.
You sound just like her.
Thank you, Kiro Style. Please be sure to follow twitch.tv/Kiro Style TV and twitter.com. Oh wait, I need the reverb.
Oh my god.
And twitter.com/Kiro Style. Yeah, the real Kiro Style, not the fake one.
Ginger made the same mistake earlier.
Oh, I see. For real night, y'all, unless I hear something that makes me crazy, but I hope not to, because I wake up at 4 a.m. Oh, CB, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, get some good rest.
Yeah, get some rest. We won't mention Bain Kaitos and Yaoi
You
anymore,
just said,
okay?
oh, Yaoi? 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 You guys like Yaoi?
You're gonna keep the man up.
Kiro, do the thing. So do the spiel thing.
What's the spiel thing?
The Yaoi spiel thing.
You mean your intro?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you know it by heart.
Okay, fine. You guys should go check out Kieran. He's a Star Idol VTuber. He's also a queer Filipino-American voice actor who plays roles in anime, games, and animation. If you like Fire Emblem, he plays Sane and Rickard in Fire Emblem Heroes. If you like Genshin Impact, he plays Kazuha's great-grandfather, Kaedahara Yoshinori. And if you like BL or Boys Love, he plays Koichi Mizuki in The Titan's Bride.
Oh my god, you know it almost word for word. That's amazing. There's some laptops that can handle Cyberpunk? Holy crap.
I'm the biggest Kieran stan.
Oh, I'm the biggest Kiro fan. Oh, it's socials with an S, Ginger. There you go. Yeah. And then or Mori, if you watch Titan's Bride, that's me. I think it's available on like Amazon. And then also there's like Blu-ray for it. And then if you get the Blu-ray, then you can also check out like the extra contents, like our commentary about my favorite thing. Oh my god, I was talking to Raisin about this.
We're not talking about that today.
I was talking to Raisin about this.
We're not talking about that today, Kieran.
Let me just tell her. Okay,
Nope.
So no, let me just say the thing that she stopped me from doing. So you know the thing, and you hate it, right? So I said, what if we made it a channel point reward?
No, we're not making it a host redeem. We're not making it a redeem.
No, a channel
we're not
point
making it a redeem.
For the Go-Gurt. You guys want to hear the Go-Gurt, right?
No,
You guys want to hear the Go-Gurt with reverb?
No,
with
no,
reverb?
You don't. No,
with
you
reverb?
don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Objection. No. No. I'm just gonna talk over this to save you guys the trouble, so you don't hear the Kieran farting sounds that he's making there in the back.
I don't know why I'm so unhinged right now.
That must be that coffee, man.
Oh yeah, maybe don't drink Vietnamese coffee. Cute buddy. Hi, hey. Welcome in, but yeah. I don't know. I'm full of energy right now. But yeah. Anyone else? How else was your guys's Tuesdays? You're reading the Titan's Bride manga? Oh yeah, hell yeah. I need to get volume 3. I have 1 and 2 in Japanese, and then I have 1 and 2 in English. But I think 3 is out now in English too, and then 4 I think should be the last one, right? So I have to get those. Too much coffee? Well, I had Vietnamese coffee, and you know how Vietnamese coffee just is super strong. Bye, baby.
Bye, baby.
I was thinking about streaming Mystic Messenger because Reisna wants to stream the Arcana. So I was like, you know what? I think it's time that you guys know why I say hi, hey. My morning was terrible, but it got better. Oh, Peanut Bean, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you can have a great time here laughing at me. But I see, noted. So it looks like Mori and CB are really big yaoi fans. I'll use that to my advantage. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think
Calling them out here.
well, you know. Mystic Messenger and the Arcana are games I used to play back in high school. Would like to see you play. I definitely want to play Mystic Messenger. I never touched the Arcana, but I know that's a Raisiness thing, so please definitely check her out because she's already like set it up, so I know that she wants to play it soon. Oh my God, Kira, what if we played a dating sim game? Oh wait, we
were planning to do Hatsupo Boyfriend, weren't we?
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we just have to plan when we actually want to get started on that.
Or we could do, I mean, we have a bunch of other games we want to do together too, so.
Yeah, I was saying that it's going to be really sad because this is the last stream that we have together for a while. We don't really know what we want to do next. So I'm really going to miss streaming
we'll find something, but.
Well, I'm going to miss streaming with my best friend. Kieran,
stream
do you guys play
soon.
New Carnival? Would you like to guess who my husbando is in New Carnival? Hiro knows because there's a card of him.
Yeah.
I want to have his hair for my 2.0.
Yeah, I do not play New Carnival, but I do see the art. So I am familiar with some of the character names.
Do you want to guess?
Yeah, guess which one is Kieran's favorite character.
Because if you know my type, then you know exactly who it is right off the bat.
If you know Kieran, you could probably figure it out right away.
CP! Yakumo, my beloved. Oh my gosh. I actually haven't played it in quite a bit. And I didn't even but he's on banner right now. I need to get him. I actually wanted to reference his outfit for a commission that I want to do. Wait.
Congratulations, Ginger, you got it right. It's that guy.
Yeah,
correct.
Exactly. No, it's not Yakumo. My guy isn't Yakumo, but let me show Kiro the new outfit for the guy that I do like. Where is it at?
When you say that guy, it makes me think of like in Guilty Gear, how the main antagonist was called That Man for like the longest time, and then they finally gave him a name.
So here, this is the current outfit. I really want I want like an outfit like that. I think you can see why.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah, Mori got it right. And CB got it right. No, you got it right. It's Quincy.
Sasuga Kieran.
Lurk, I sleep now. Oh my god, every time. What other yaoi do I like? Junjo Romantica. Sekaiichi Hatsukoi.
Oh my gosh.
Do you know any of these, Kiro, or no?
I know that I recognize the names, but I have not consumed any of this media.
I see. Oh my god, Quincy's do you not like him? Do you not like him, Mori? Did I disappoint you?
Hey Loki, welcome to the stream.
Welcome in, Loki. Ginger Romantica is trash, the other one. Yeah, Ginger Romantica is absolutely terrible and awful, and I want to rewatch it so bad. I just want to know how bad it is now, you know?
Oh, it's like watching a train wreck, right?
Oh, it's like absolutely like, you know, it's old yaoi and how even to this day yaoi is just made up of problematic tropes. So like it's aged like
Fair.
milk.
I see.
No, means I'm going feral for him, meaning I love him. Oh, okay, then great. I keep you thinking you're saying Ginger Romantica. Unfortunately, there's no redheads in Ginger Romantica. Oh, no, we don't touch
false
Super Lovers.
advertising there.
Sorry, I think I cap it at Super Lovers. We don't talk about that one. I'm cutting it there, Loki. We don't talk about that series. Okay, I think we've sidetracked with yaoi long enough. I think CB needs to go to bed.
Welcome to our yaoi talk stream.
My god, I want to make Kiro go through like a sanitary, nothing too problematic yaoi and then just hear your thoughts on it.
I don't think they'd be very interesting thoughts. I think I'd be boring to listen to talk about that stuff.
No, you know what? I would joke about it, but I would never play it. I was like, we should play Sweet Pool.
Isn't that a really old one?
It's really old, and it's also like probably the worst of the worst.
Oh, I see. Surely it's not safe though, right?
No, it's very much not safe. It's very, very.
Or stream. Okay. Oh, you just want to hear my thoughts. Oh.
It's very Actually, I'm gonna cut it myself there. Go for it, Nakamura is a good one. Yeah, Go for it, Nakamura is really cute. Sasaki Miyano is really cute too. But okay, no more yaoi. No more yaoi. CB, go to bed! We're here to talk about my favorite BL game, The Great Ace Attorney. Okay. So yeah, did the pin message go away? Hold on, let me see if I can repin it. Oh, well, there's been too many messages. Wait, I think I can just pull it up again. Wait.
Oh, Shadow Girl, thanks for redeeming Catboy.
Oh, I forgot to do the thing that allows the trigger, so here you go. Thank you, Nya. I hope you like the cat ears, Nya. Okay. So this part is safe. Kieran and I are going to be reading the localization blog. So as you guys can see here, because we are covering the screen, if you guys would like to, yeah, so cute, right? But not as cute as your model. If you guys would like to join us and you can't read the screen, here's a link to the development blogs. These are all for the English localizations of this game, which I think is a really interesting point to look at, just because a lot of the characters and references here are to, Japanese culture. And, with Ace Attorney, they typically they try localizing it so that a lot of the references make more sense to an English-speaking audience. So I'm very interested to see how they were approaching this game when it came to localizing it. Are we ready, Kiro?
I'm ready.
Can you see my screen, right?
Yes.
Cool. So we're going to start with Volume 1, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Grand Tour. And these are all written by localization director Janet Su. So I guess we can just go do paragraph by paragraph, so I can do one, you do one.
Sure.
Sound good? And before we get started, are the audio levels fine? Can you guys hear me, Kiro, and everything okay? Or does anything need to be turned up or down? We'll let our chat let us know, just in case.
Yeah, let us know.
I know, we've been here all this time, and I talked about yaoi for so long, and then you were very quiet. You like my cursor? Yeah, it's really cute. I need to remember to see if I can ask the person who made it, if I can distribute it so that you guys can have your own Kieran cursors as well. Oh, we heard the yaoi loud and clear.
I know CB did.
Oh my gosh. We're good? Okay, cool. All right. So I guess I'll start off and then we can switch off.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. I'm Janet Su, the English text writer of the Great Ace Attorney series, and one of the scripters of the Nintendo 3DS version of the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. Wait. That's not right.
Let's try that again.
I'm Janet Su, and this time around, I'm the localization director of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yes, there we go. Welcome to the first in a series of behind-the-scenes articles about the two games of the Great Ace Attorney duology, the Great Ace Attorney Adventures and the Great Ace Attorney Resolve. As this is a new game outside of Japan, I suppose it's a bit strange to introduce new features, but even for longtime fans of the series, there are a few firsts in here to help make your experience even more enjoyable. And I should know, I've worked on every iteration of this game in both languages after all. So let's strap on.
Queen.
Oh, that's you. Yeah, she's been with the series since Phoenix Wright 1, right? I believe so.
So let's strap on our goggles and see what awaits in The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
So, allow me to illuminate all your minds.
Title screen.
Oh, you want me to read this?
Yeah.
First up, the title screen. This is what it looks like if you have a save file.
Fun fact, the background changes as you progress through the game. That's true. So as you guys saw when we booted up the game, the background reflects where our current save file is at. So this is actually interesting that they showed this one because this is actually from the second game, but you guys wouldn't know the context, so it's fine.
Yeah. While it might look like your typical title screen, there are actually a few little features to make your life easier. Among these are the Continue, Select Adventure, and Load Game selections. While Continue and Load Game seem to be the same thing at first glance, there's one key difference. Continue automatically loads your latest save file, allowing you to effortlessly slip right back into the game from where you left off. Meanwhile, Load Game allows you to manually choose which save data you'd like to start from. As for Select Adventure, this allows you to pick the game and episode, down to the chapter from which you play. You can even do this the very first time you turn on the game. With these 3 options, it's easier than ever to start playing from where you intended.
So yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed this because I didn't do it during my playthrough, but actually, if you wanted to, you can go ahead and if there's a specific part of the case you wanted to jump to, when you choose like the episode, so let's say you want to choose episode 2, and you want to skip straight to it and you didn't want to go through the whole case, you can choose what section of the case you want to load into. So you can start from the very beginning, or you could go to the dance of deduction straight into that, or you could go into the investigation. So that's really neat, especially if you missed some stuff and you wanted to just go back and explore without having to look through the entire story of it again.
Yeah, it's a nice quality of life thing, especially since this game does have little achievements where if you examine certain things during certain investigations, so you don't have to worry about missing those, you could just go back and see, or if missable dialogue that you just want to see some banter between the characters, you could do that too.
It's kind of like a flowchart but the game is linear, so it's pretty much a linear flowchart. Yeah, and then obviously here is the save menu. The UI for this game has been fantastic. I think it's so pretty, and it fits that sort of industrial steampunk theme.
I also appreciate how there's different colors for resolve, adventures, and even escapades.
Now, eagle-eyed fans may have already spotted something else that's new to the series in that the load game screenshot above, an autosave slot. Yes, this game features an autosave function, so even if you forget to save, and me, I'm very much someone that forgets to save, you can save anywhere in the game, including the escapades mini-episodes. There shouldn't be too much gnashing of teeth involved.
Wait, what are escapades, you ask? Well, they happen to be a part of the next stop on our tour.
From the title screen, a plethora of special contents are available for you to peruse, which we will do right after this section.
Yeah. There's the gallery and the auditorium where you can view and listen to the gorgeous art and music of the Great Ace Attorney. But that's not all. You can also sneak a peek at the various accolades we've challenged you to collect, apply special costumes to Ryunosuke, Susato, and Shomes, and play the 8 slice-of-life escapade stories.
Those were a lot of fun. I definitely really enjoyed those. Please look at our speed read of those, because the only problem I had was just... the movies. The movies were really difficult.
Yeah, the text moves by really quickly on those ones.
And then so the DLC costumes are only available in the second game, because from what I read, I believe they actually used a different set of models between the first game and the second game. So that's why they couldn't reverse import these back into the first game.
Makes sense.
And it makes more sense when you see in the Apollo quote unquote trilogy that's coming out, the models they use in Dual Destinies are different from the models they use in Spirit of Justice as well. So I get it, especially because in the timeline of release of these games, it was actually Great Ace Attorney 1 into Spirit of Justice into Great Ace Attorney 2. Was this you or me?
I think it's your turn.
Okay. But fair warning, if you're the type to avoid spoilers, then maybe you should hold off on the gallery and auditorium until you finish the 2 main games. The escapades also contain small spoilers for the first game, Adventures, so please proceed with caution. Ah, my love, you say the sweetest things.
Maybe save these fun side stories for after the first game.
Which is what we did. Next, let's look at some options.
Options will differ slightly depending on the platform. The screens shown are the Steam or PC version.
As you can see, we've added a number of options to this version, including individual on and off settings for things like background music, sound effects, and voices. We've also got options for controller vibrations, screen flashes, and even an option to set how long the game waits between each line of dialogue in autoplay and story mode.
By the way, you're not limited to just using your controller. You can play using the touchscreen on the Nintendo Switch version and your mouse in Steam by interacting with the key guide that appears on the bottom right of the screen in-game.
Oh, that's cool. It's kind of like how when visual novels were on the Vita, they would use the touchscreen too.
Yeah.
When it comes to the voice language for cutscenes and interjections, you can change them at any time through the title screen's options menu. Mix and match to experience the game in a way that's authentic to you. Play with Japanese voice settings during the episode set in Japan, and English when the story moves to London, or stick with the amazing English dub all the way through. It's completely up to you.
Now for some PC-specific settings for Steam players. In addition to key configuration options, I'm pleased to announce that The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles supports 4K monitors. I hope you'll enjoy the game in all its glorious beauty, if you can handle it.
Hell yeah, PC gamers. I'm not a PC gamer. And also, once again, Great Ace Attorney is on sale on Steam for at least another day or so. So if you don't already own it, it's available for $19.99 for 2 games for a stream series that lasted me from January till now. So please, please, please play it. It's an amazing game. If you can afford it. If you can't, then, just go ahead and watch the archives of this stream playthrough. In addition, we've created a bunch of goodies exclusive to Steam, including trading cards and badges, as well as emoticons, profile and mini-profile backgrounds, and animated avatars, avatar frames, and animated stickers that will be available for purchase in the Point Shop.
What sort of animation will this frame have? I guess you'll just have to check the shop and see.
Oh man, what if I just bought this game again? I was thinking about buying the Naruhodo Legends collection, like the physical release of Phoenix.
Yeah.
Because right now it's going for like 100 or so, but I saw one on eBay that's going for like 80. So I was like, ooh, should I jump on it while I can?
Ooh.
But I don't know. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Oh, you can read this one.
Okay. Many fans of the visual novel genre will already be familiar with the autoplay feature, wherein the game will advance the text for you until you come to the end of a conversation or have to make a choice. But we've also created a clever little story mode for people who just want to sit back and enjoy the story. Story mode will do everything in the game for you, but beware. If you're out to collect all the accolades, you'll have to be a little clever yourself and consider carefully when and how to use story mode. There are certain accolades you won't be able to obtain during that one playthrough if you do use it. For example, turn on story mode even once and you won't be able to obtain the accolade for clearing that episode.
Oh, okay, so story mode is good for people like me that are bad at doing this, but if you don't really care about achievements or not, then you can do that. But otherwise, if you want to do it yourself, then you're gonna have to earn the achievements yourself. Oh, so then the auto turns into story. I see.
Mm-hmm.
That said, the game is set to autoplay by default, so you can't accidentally turn on story mode. Rather, you'll need to go to the options screen and then reader to manually turn autoplay mode into story mode. What a relief, right?
And that's it in a nutshell. I hope you enjoyed your first look under the hood, but there's plenty more to discover. Join me next time on a deep dive about the localization of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Until then! Alright, so that was the first localization blog. This was just showing all the features that are being added to this release, which I thought, they were really awesome. I think, dual audio is already just a great blessing because I know people can be very picky about what languages they want to hear things in. And being able to provide both is it's a really good compromise.
Yeah. Shame there aren't more voice sections in the game, though.
You know what? I'm happy for what we got, and honestly, I'm kind of happy that it wasn't fully voiced because I had a lot of fun
we
doing.
can do the voices,
Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing the voices myself. So, but when and I feel like when a game is like that and only certain sections are voiced, you know how important or how impactful the scene is when there is voicing stuff.
Yeah, it's just a shame a lot of the voice scenes are kind of spread out. Especially in the second game, it's mostly just at the beginning and at the end.
But it was really good. I really enjoyed the performances.
Yeah. Hey Ash, welcome to the stream.
Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. All right. Vlog number 2. The Adventure of the Great Ace Attorney Localization. Hi everyone, it's Janet Tsu, Localization Director of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles again, here today to talk a little bit about the localization of this long-awaited game.
I mentioned in a recent interview that my guiding philosophy for the localization of this title was authentic yet accessible, and I thought I'd expand on that a little more here. I've long thought that unlike medical or legal translation, translating and localizing for video games is a sort of art, a balancing act of faithfulness to the literal words of the original text and correctly conveying the intentions behind them in a way that the audience can connect with. This also means each game, or indeed any piece of entertainment media, has its own needs and limitations. What sort of gimmick is it? Action? Adventure? Who is the intended audience? And what should they be expected to know going in, etc.? As with any form of art, what's considered best practices also changes over time, as they are based on contemporary cultural sensitivities. Therefore, the concept of authentic yet accessible can mean different things in different contexts.
I think this is the perfect way to explain localization, and I mentioned this before, but it's why I really, really love Michael Christopher Koji Fox, because when he's interpreting for, Yoshi P or anyone for the Final Fantasy stuff, he's really good at not only translating on the spot, but being able to convey, what does Janet say? The faithfulness to the literal words.
Accessible.
Yeah, authentic yet accessible. I think it's really, 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 really difficult. It's not easy whatsoever, because I know a lot of people are like, well, why don't you just do a straight translation of it? And, you can do that, but sometimes the meaning and the artistic vision behind it gets lost with a straight translation. So I have a lot of respect for people that work in localization, because it is not easy. And not all localizations are perfect whatsoever. I'm not saying that everything that is put onto a piece of media is right, but it's like the localizations that are clearly made with a lot of love, like this one, they really do deserve their flowers, because it is not easy. Not anyone can just go up there and do it.
Yeah, exactly. I know a lot of people, a lot of fans, especially when it comes to fan translated media, a lot of people are more, let's say, purists when it comes to wanting direct translations. But again, that usually requires a lot of author's notes or things like that, right? Because things like the wordplay and the metaphors don't really all carry over.
That's why I find, because I know that with Ace Attorney, especially Phoenix Wright in particular, it really is I wouldn't say they fully for kids the localization, but it's definitely how do we take these really Japanese things, references and whatnot, and how do we make it understandable for an English speaking audience? And even then beyond that, it's how do we make it accessible and understandable for, a Spanish speaking audience or a French speaking audience or a German speaking audience? It's really, really difficult. And I don't know the quality of other language localizations, but at least with this game in particular, I feel like the English one came off really great. So yeah.
Yeah. I like how, we know the trilogy, the whole moving to California thing gets kind of memed upon, especially in the later games. But I'm glad that they can also look back and poke fun at themselves.
Yeah.
About that, because they kind of do that in the later games too.
Wait,
to give an example.
Japanifornia. Oh my God, Phoenix is so close to me.
Yeah, exactly. To give a non-spoilery example, there's another case later on in the series that takes place in a Japanese rakugo theater, which is a form of theater that is common in Japan, but obviously not here. And I think they make a joke where it's yes, rakugo, the authentic American pastime.
Replacing Maya's love for ramen for burgers. I feel like now... Oh. Emily, thank you so much for following and joining the Constellations. Welcome in. I feel like nowadays, if Phoenix Wright got localized now, I think they could keep Maya's love for ramen. I think it's just because originally Ace Attorney was what, 2000, 2003?
Early 2000s, yeah.
So it would have been less
different
common
back then. Yeah.
But yeah.
Back then, you wouldn't be able to find ramen shops easily here in North America. Now they're all over the place, right?
But yeah, I think at least from my experience right now, my limited experience, at least for this game particularly, where it's you really need to keep the Japanese references as much as you can. I thought it came across well.
Yeah.
For example, I was reading an English translation of the real-life Japanese author Soloseki Natsume's I Am a Cat, and the other day I was taken aback by one of its feline characters talking about his owner making a penny a tail, and having collected about half a crown off his hard work catching rats. But the British English translation I was reading is from 1972 and was primarily for a Western audience with no access to the internet. Therefore, it would seem that back then, even simple things like monetary values were localized to ensure that the reader could more readily grasp a sense of the amount of shmoney being discussed, despite the story's Japanese setting. And while this is something most translators wouldn't do nowadays, because best practices have changed over the time, the funny thing is, even with the slight loss of authenticity, converting Japanese monetary values into British ones has held up remarkably well in one respect as a localization choice. It made the English translation more accessible to me as a reader in the year 2021, over 40 years later, because of my familiarity with Victorian monetary values, thanks period dramas. Having read Soseki's original 1905 novel in Japanese as well, I can tell you I had no idea how much 5 sen or 1 yen 50 sen is worth off top of my head, and neither does the average Japanese person, it would seem. To me, this is a case of favoring accessibility over authenticity, which is certainly one way to assign weight to these opposing elements. These sorts of balancing decisions are made all the time whenever a piece of work is translated, let alone localized.
But I have a feeling that even Soseki himself wouldn't have minded these sorts of liberties being taken with his work. In fact, there's a pretty famous story about our favorite mustached cat novelist and his own translation philosophy. In episode 6 of The Escapades, we have this recounting of the well-known tale.
Would you like to read for Miss Susato?
If he had to translate the English phrase, I love you, into Japanese, what would it become?
月が綺麗ですね. That's right. 愛してる or 好きです.
Wrong, according to Mr. Natsupei's teachings, at least.
So what's wrong with the answer Ryunosuke provided? Well, let's have Professor Soseki explain his thinking to us. Oh, I feel like you'd be a great Soseki.
Oh, I don't remember what voice I used for him. Oh, yes, of course. Your research was very thorough.
He's so
You always
kawaii.
want to tell my students that we Japanese don't express ourselves that way. Rather, we might say, 好きが綺麗ですね.
そうですね。僕も君のことが好きです。
月が綺麗ですね would translate as, the moon is beautiful, isn't it?
And as Shomes rightly points out, 好きが綺麗ですね is hardly what your textbook would tell you to translate I love you as. Still, there is a very good reason.
Welcome in, Yuzu. Hope you're doing good.
The point is that we Japanese are reticent when it comes to expressing our emotions. We prefer to show our feelings of adoration, our tsuki, by appreciating the beauty of the moon, the tsuki.
Oh my god, that's such a good, wow, that's so good.
Ah, using the tsuki to express suki. It's an amazing play on words, I see.
Not, or in language you might understand better, bad Shomes.
Bad Shomes indeed, because the underlying message Soseki was trying to convey is that in translating something, you have to take the cultural sensibilities of the target language into account as well. In this case, the more suitable localization in his mind is the more oblique and poetic one that better aligns with the Japanese spirit of the time and its rendering of such a declaration. In doing so, he not only preserved the romantic nature of the phrase, but also made it accessible in a way that his fellow countrymen would prefer. So you see, he too would have had to made some calculations between authenticity and accessibility in his translations over 100 years ago.
But wait, that's not all there is to this particular message or in-game passage. So let's buckle up for a little localization.
You'll notice that Ryunosuke's answer was 愛してる or 好きです. But as those of you who are already familiar with the legend of Soseki and the beautiful moon know, it's often said that the translation his student used is 俺、君を愛す. In fact, that's what the original Japanese text of this scene said. So then, why did we even change that in the English if it's meant to be a Japanese phrase? Well, this is because of two big factors.
One, to use a phrase that some people in our audience might possibly recognize thanks to anime or basic Japanese 101 class, as opposed to something no one would know unless they've had extensive Japanese training or were a Soseki mega fan.
Two.
Two.
Oh yeah, you go do it.
Two, to set up two big wordplays that are coming up by defining these words in advance for people who don't know Japanese at all.
In my greed, I wanted to make sure the phrase was still Japanese to keep it as authentic as possible. But with the direction the dialogue ultimately goes in, it wouldn't have mattered what I wanted or if I couldn't figure out a way to translate this passage for people with no knowledge of Japanese. It was also important to me that they too could understand the little jab Sholmes takes at tsuki and tsuki by saying it's merely a clever bit of wordplay, which is a joke in the original Japanese text. So I used Ryunosuke's line as a way to set up what's to come. As for the aishiteru, well, that comes up again a little bit later in the escapade. Oh. Authors note this entire episode was a nightmare of an exercise in localization. I even had to sketch out how the wordplays linked and how to tackle them beforehand. Why do you have to do this to me, Takumi-san?
I love the little emoji there too. But this also brings up an interesting dilemma I had this time around. The mainline games feature a character by the name of Phoenix Wright, but this new game's protagonist didn't have an English name yet. What was I to do? On the one hand, I could have continued with the approach I used for the main games and gone the complete localization route, completely favoring accessibility over authenticity. But instead, I chose to go in almost the complete opposite direction and favor authenticity over accessibility, because the needs of the narrative willed it so. He was a character whose identity and story is entirely grounded in his Japanese nationality. So while it was already my preference to keep him Japanese, the situation left me with no doubt in my mind that he had to be Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Of course! I'm defense attorney! Phoenix Wright! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! With his name squared away, the next question to answer was, will he still be Phoenix's ancestor? To which my immediate response was, yes, of course! Perhaps you're wondering how I could reconcile the two characters' backgrounds so easily. But as an Asian American, the answer couldn't be plainer. Why couldn't Phoenix have Japanese ancestry when he lives in such a multicultural country in the first place? In a way, in reconciling the American setting of the first game with the Japanese elements, I had to keep in the subsequent games, I suppose the America of Ace Attorney has become something more of an idealized version of itself for me. And maybe there's a part of me that wishes I could have grown up in such a place as well, as it reflects a bit of my lived experiences in its unique blend of East meets West.
As you can see from just these few examples, this is why I felt it very hard to directly compare one localization's approach to another. Due to external factors surrounding the localization itself, such as the target audience and the culture or the era in which it's made, and the philosophy of the translator or localizer, each localization is crafted in a way that best caters to its goals and needs. It's the reason why things like the American versions, or localizations if you will, of TV shows like The Office and Shameless exist, despite the originals being in English, and why modern translations of Shakespeare exists, since time has changed the English language itself so much that his works have become inaccessible in some ways to the average modern reader.
But enough philosophy, let's take a look at some more few in-game examples. I reckon it's widely accepted that the original Ace Attorney games happen to be, Japanifornia, that's what I've heard. Ah, okay, so in Japanese it says here, this is from Naruhodo. Holmes-san, kore, nan desu kedo. And then in English it's, Mr. Sholmes, what do you make of this? Okay, I can't read kanji, so I'm gonna give up on the Japanese right away.
Shh, quiet. When I'm ruminating in the course of my deductions, nothing must disturb my mind.
So sorry. Sumimasen deshita.
Ah, an Indian curry, perhaps.
And then in Japanese it says curry rice. What's he ruminating about? The lunch menu? Yeah, you can read this.
So this is an interesting example of localizing intent while staying authentic to the story and character. In the Japanese, Sholmes guesses that perhaps they'll be having curry rice for lunch. However, the translators flag this as strange, since curry rice is what we in the West would call a distinctly Japanese dish. It also seemed out of character for Sholmes to reference it so offhandedly as an Englishman. The thing is, curry rice has a bit of an interesting history. It was the British who first introduced Indian curry to Japan in the mid-19th century, but it didn't become the popular dish it is today until the early 20th century after its formal adoption by the Japanese Army and Navy. That's when it really took off and evolved into the altogether Japanese dish it is today. So when a Japanese player reads Sholmes saying he deduces that today's lunch will be curry rice, The idea being presented is he's thinking of a non-Japanese food that's commonly considered Indian in their minds. But without this cultural background, it's hard to see why Sholmes would suddenly mention curry rice. That's why in the English version we've gone with Indian curry, since that is the actual roots of the curry rice mentioned in the Japanese version, and it fits better with the image of Sholmes as a British man to an English-speaking audience.
This must have been such a nightmare to have to decide how to do this. Oh my god.
And like an extensive knowledge of all these like histories and things like that too.
Yeah.
I believe they talk in one of the other localization blogs about all the research they had to do about that era, even for people who are native to Japan or Britain, not knowing some of these things and actually having to do some research and like double, triple check their facts.
That's crazy, but honestly, the final product is so high quality. That's why you guys, please buy this game. Please buy this game. Tell Capcom that this game is great and that they should do more.
And they should give us Edgeworth too.
So many elements are combined together almost seamlessly that it ends up making sense that it's a mixed region in almost a literal sense. Yeah, I think it's just... I think it's so hard, at least with Phoenix Wright's Ace Attorney, to like just make it one or the other. It's kind of like the Asian American experience. Like you really just have to take what works from both elements of the cultures and see just what makes sense in the narrative. It's interesting to see the process behind localization for this kind of setting. It's not just Japan, but yeah, that's the thing, is that it's not just like Japan. In fact, Japan's such a small part of the setting of Japan is a small part of the series, but you know, like the backgrounds of these characters are obviously very Japanese and rooted in that. So this game, oh my god. Anyways, Kiro, I think you can read. You should read this.
Okay. Nibble nobble, guilty bobble. Nibble not, guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bobble. Nibble not, guilty out. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals, like people do back home.
So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. And why do I feel like they started doing these blogs like while they were localizing too? Because these are all from the second game. Oh, you want me to? Okay, I can do this. Similar to Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, this little ditty of that country girl sings as she typewriters her way through the Colonel Cobb is based off the English schoolyard counting song Ibble Obble. The Japanese text simply has the girl repeating guilty not guilty over and over, but with the simple addition, the translators added a little London flavor and turned her guilty not guilty chant into an even more mysterious set of words to Ryunosuke and Susato's ears, thus making their confused response all the more fitting. By the way, the flower fortune game, Hana Uranai, Susato mentioned, is actually remarkably similar to the he loves me, I'm not reading that last word, flower game in the West, just like its English counterpart. You love me, right? Right?
Finish the paragraph, Kieran.
I'm talking to the chat. You love me, right?
Yes, we love you, Kieran.
Okay. It's said to have originated from the French game. Oh my god.
Feuille la Marguerite.
Feuille la Marguerite.
On the topic of adding more authentic English flavor, the translators did an absolutely amazing job of adding touches that I, as an American, would never have been able to do no matter how familiar I am with all things British. From the outset, I told the translators they could write as Britishly as they pleased, and I would be here to dial things like grammar and phrasings back as necessary, to ensure accessibility to a wider international audience. So beyond just witty quips, you can bet there are pun runs and alliterations galore. On the flip side, for the episode set in Japan, we tried to preserve the original Japanese flavor, and I even went so far as to keep the graphics untouched. Instead, I asked the programmers to implement a special subtitle system for the court record. So when you bounce over pieces of text that are meant to be legible for a Japanese player, a translation will pop up on screen as a subtitle.
That's right.
This is only possible thanks to being on current gen hardware, as there definitely would not have been enough system memory to pull this off in previous versions.
Wow, that's so awesome. Yeah, if you guys remember from the playthrough, with stuff like this, yeah, as you guys can see here, it'll say medical report card required for every visit. That I'm so glad they had that. That's so...
Yeah, and like the early Phoenix Wright games, like Trilogy, back when they were on the Game Boy Advance and the DS, they were very strapped for memory, to the point like some characters, like I can't remember his name, like Mia's mentor, for example, only has like 2 portraits because they couldn't fit any more. In fact, there was a character in the second game that they cut completely because they didn't have the memory for them.
Wow.
And then they added a cameo for them later on in the game because they found out they had like just a tiny bit of memory left, enough for like 2 pictures. So they cameoed them in just for that. Like they were very tight.
I have to go now. Wish you luck for the rest of the stream. No problem. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Maury. I hope I can see you again soon.
Maury.
Thank you
we'll see you
so
later.
much. We'll see you again soon. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow, that's crazy. Especially thinking about the limitations back then, and especially hearing about how with 7, there was that thing about how 7 Remake Part 2 is 2 discs, and I believe they were saying that 16 was originally gonna be 2 discs, but they ended up being able to compress it into 1.
Right.
So that's like crazy to think about that. But we also use the honorific son in the English titles Mr. and Miss to differentiate when characters are thinking or speaking in Japanese versus English. I thought this was so smart because it totally makes sense, because obviously there's parts in the plot where like the characters, are speaking to themselves in Japanese, but if they're in Britain, they have to speak in English. And I was like,
Right.
what's a good way to like show that what language they're supposed to be speaking in, and using the san versus the Mr. and Miss was so smart, especially because I don't know how it was in the Japanese version, but I remember in the English version there'd be some cases where I believe some people would use like last names when talking in Japanese, and then with Natsume they would say Soseki-san when they're talking in Japanese, but when they're speaking in English they'd say Mr. Natsume.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how it was like in the Japanese version, but that was such a smart way to differentiate that here for the localization.
And it's such a subtle thing that you wouldn't notice unless you like stop to think about. Or if you're reading out loud, it's a lot more noticeable than if you're just reading silently and playing the game, right? To bring out the period feel even further, we took cues from the Japanese text where complicated or period kanji characters were often used, and then labeled with a modern reading above it in smaller furigana characters to keep the text accessible to the player.
If you guys can look here, let me see if I can try zooming in for a bit. Oh, nope. But it's really small. I believe this is supposed to be restaurant, and then over here it says restaurant in katakana. Oh, it'll explain here. Okay, so
It says it there, yeah.
Restaurants are literally Occidental food halls, or yoshokudo, but the kanji characters are labeled with a furigana reading that spells out the modern word restaurant. Another thing the Japanese did was use more dated speaking patterns. One notable example is the way that Ryunosuke says "I wonder" in Japanese. In modern Japanese, kashira is a construction that pretty much only women or people who wanted to sound feminine will use. But back in the Meiji era, it was used by anyone and everyone. One of our Japanese team members this time actually wrote this up as a bug because it's such an unusual phrase for a male character to say in a modern game. Let's go, Ryunosuke, subverting male expectations. Needless to say, it was such a surreal, it was a little surreal when it was me who had to school him by sending the bug back with "it's a period appropriate, Lamau." The game's writer and director, Mr. Takumi, talked about this once in an interview where he mentioned how he had to balance real Meiji era speak with what would be fun to read for a modern audience, ending up with a sort of faux Meiji middle ground style.
In this way, the translators and I set out to construct our own faux Victorian style by doing things like using mostly Victorian-era words and grammar, and he or she in place of singular they when a character's identity was unknown, which turned out to be a lot harder to do because we're also used to singular they. Japanese names were also written in English order, first name, surname. This is because back then, this would have been the expected way to write a Japanese name in English. But what about the way we chose to spell their names?
Ooh. This is interesting because I know fandom really likes using their like OUs. At least, especially with like Asogi, and like some people will say Ryu like RYUU. So I want to see what they think about here.
Yeah.
Well, of course, we used an internationally recognized romanization convention to represent Japanese sounds with Latin alphabet letters. But did you know there are multiple Romaji systems? Many people throughout time have tried their hands at creating one. But the predominant system used today is known as the Hepburn system, developed by James Hepburn in the 1860s. This is perhaps the one you've learned in your Japanese class, but even within this system, there are a number of standardized deviations. We chose to go with a variant of modified or revised Hepburn for a number of reasons, but the 4 big ones were 1. Conserving space, 2. Increasing readability for people who are unfamiliar with Japanese words and how to pronounce them, 3. Avoiding font support issues, and 4. Preserving the intent of the original Japanese dev team, who spelled the characters' names in the same way we presented them in the final English version.
See, this is so fascinating, and they'll talk more about it, I think, in a little bit. Like, the things that you don't even really consider, right? Like, font type or space in the dialogue boxes aren't things a player would really consider when it comes to localization until you actually have to localize it yourself.
But then when you think about it, it completely makes sense, because it's like,
Exactly.
you know, if it doesn't fit, then it doesn't fit. You gotta compromise.
Perhaps those of you who know Japanese have looked at how Ryunosuke and Asogi are spelled and thought, what happened to the extra U's that should be
No,
there?
they literally talk about it!
Yeah, why were they dropped? The answer is simply that in the variation we chose, we're supposed to drop unpronounced vowels, such as the U's in this case. This more streamlined style, which is used by the Japanese government itself for English information signage around Japan, makes it a ton easier for people who don't know what that extra letter's real function is, and increases the chance that they'll pronounce it correctly on their first try. It also saves us a letter on screen where every usable pixel is a big deal. But then, why not use macrons and spell their names as Ryunosuke and Asogi instead? Is probably your next question, I'll bet. This is where the technical side of things comes into play. Not every typeface comes with every glyph or letter that's used in European languages. This is especially true of Asian language-based fonts. In fact, just to use the N dash, the UI designer at Haya had to merge that glyph into the main text font from another typeset that was similar looking enough to pass muster. You do not want to know how many fonts I had to look through on that day in search of one tiny dash. Ugh. It's also the reason why ultimately we had to go with Esmeralda instead of Esmeralda for Madame Tuss spells, since one of the fancier fonts in the game doesn't contain the accent aigu or acute letter.
That's how you say that?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's a real... once again, they really thought of everything. I really appreciate it. I'm doing good. Welcome in, Patrick. Hello, hello. Although
Hey, welcome.
I think after the end of this vlog, I might have to take another bathroom break. I feel like the Vietnamese coffee is really getting to me.
It's really getting to you.
Speaking of UI troubles, there were a ton of other changes we had to make, not the least of which was to speed up the typewriter text here and there due to the sheer number of letters we needed to display. But increasing the speed of the text caused the tail end of the typewriter sound effects to get clipped, so I had a new custom ones made for the English version. If you've got good ears and are familiar with the Japanese version, you just might be able to hear what I'm talking about when you play the game for yourself.
See, another thing that you don't really consider as a player until you think about what the things they have to do. Phew, I talked about a lot today, but there's still more to come. Next time, I'll be taking a look at how we recorded the English dub in the middle of a pandemic.
Oh, this one's gonna be really interesting. Okay, cool. I'm gonna take another bathroom break, so we're gonna take an ad break. I'll be back in 3 minutes, okay, guys?
We'll see you in a bit.
See ya, BRB! We are back.
Welcome back.
Thank you guys for waiting. That's what I get for drinking coffee. Honey, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. You guys are talking a bit more about the localization stuff?
Yeah, so like originally, the first localization that kind of started cropping up was just a group that was kind of doing it on, I think, YouTube. Mm-hmm. And they just did like a direct translation of the names. Mm-hmm. And then there was like a fan group called the Scarlet Study that tried to make their own fan translation that you could like patch into the game. Mm-hmm. And then they tried doing a little bit of localization where some of the names they kept sort of similar, but then tried to sort of make a similar pun.
Yeah, like how the Edgeworth 2 fan translation?
Yeah, kind of. And like, for example, Shamspeare's original name was William Potenshi in the Japanese version. And then they turned it into William Pretensi to kind of make him pretentious. Was the original intention, right?
Uh-huh.
And then, like for example, Daily Vigil,
yes.
I think he's a very clever translation of his name, because in the Japanese version, his name was Everyday Mitterman, and it's supposed to be a pun on like Every Day I'm Watching, because he's a guard.
Miteruman. Yeah, Miteruman.
Yeah. And then so when I can't remember if it was the first English fan translation, and then Scarlet Study changed it to Every Day I'm Watching as his last name. Yeah. But then it sounded, in my opinion, weird because a lot of times they call him Mr. Dame Watching. Yeah. And that sounds weird to me because now the pun changes because it almost sounds like Mr. Game Watching. So I was like, is he a philanderer?
Oh, yeah.
So going to Daily Vigil, I think is very clever because it sounds like a name, but it still keeps the same idea. Daily, every day,
and then vigil, like vigilant,
like vigilant and watching. So I think that's a very clever use of it as well. So these, you can see like the art of translating, as Janet says, depending on different people, the way they want to convey the pun and bring it over as well.
I think my favorite version would definitely be Daily Vigil.
Yeah, Daily Vigil was a great one. I think Many Memo was also really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, says it here in Japanese. Many Memo's name
Yeah,
was
exactly.
Haiten Many Memo, but they changed it to Laiten so the pun would make sense in English because of this. Haori Mura Same's name was changed to Rei Membami, so the initials would match. Oh, okay.
And on top of that, because like Many Memo in the game, in the Japanese version too, he makes a lot of words with Many Memo in it, like a lot of alliterations with his name.
Yeah.
And so even though they changed it, they kept it in a way that still keeps the alliteration, so he could still pepper it in his speech in a way that still made sense, even without knowledge of Japanese. So,
right, because writing. Got it.
yeah.
And then remember, because remember. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. So we finished this one. So now we're gonna go on to the voice recordings for this. Oh wait, did I accidentally?
I think you closed wrong. Yeah,
There we go. Okay, cool.
So again, like I think they did such a good job with these.
All right, so this one's a really interesting one because this is something that's very commonplace nowadays with remote recording. So let's go ahead and check this out. You want to read the line?
Hello again, I'm Janet Su,
I meant
localization
the
director.
line, but sure.
Oh, this is it, the residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Go ahead.
Hello again, I'm Janet Su, the localization director of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Continuing from my last installment on the localization, I thought I'd share a bit about the English dub and how he went about doing it in the middle of the pandemic.
From the beginning of the project, I've had a few ideas in mind about what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to use a UK studio and that I wanted to cast actors with similar backgrounds to the characters in the game. As you can probably already guess, this is related to my want to make this title as authentic as possible.
It may seem strange, but until the last couple of years, English game voice dubbing was primarily done in the US, specifically Los Angeles.
True.
But with the London setting being such a core element to the story this time, I want to be able to orally paint with the entire... Sorry, like your screen is blurring on my on
Oh,
my
is it
end.
really?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'll just open up the
Yeah.
blog myself.
Oh no! It says it's 1440p for me.
You know, Discord be like... I wanted to be able to orally paint with the entire palette of accents that we are already using in the in-game text. This is not to say that there aren't talented actors all over the world who can't put on a mean British accent or two, but for the variety of accents and characters we are going to be portraying, I figured the largest pool of talent was going to be in the UK.
Welcome in, Lyra. Hello. But before we could pick out an exact studio, the pandemic struck, and the dev team and I were left wondering if we were even going to be able to record an English dub. One day, back when Japan was still relatively unaffected, the team leaders and I sat down to talk about what to do. Given how the pandemic was playing out and how severe the lockdowns were, we even floated the idea of using the Japanese dub and simply redubbing the necessary lines to Herlock Sholmes. It really was a situation in which no one had enough information about anything. We didn't know how many actors had home studios or some sort of other recording environment capable of doing remote recordings, and we didn't know what kind of contingencies the sound studios themselves would have. There were so many industry firsts to figure out, but in the end, it was thanks to the hard work and cooperation of a reporting partner, Side UK. They're also the studio that does Final Fantasy, and I believe Xenoblade as well. This made this high-quality English dub possible. To this day, I am thankful beyond words for all that they did.
Our studio picked, we set about casting our voice actors. When Side asked if we had any preferences in casting, I want to answer that I wish to cast people of Japanese descent for all the Japanese characters. But in the middle of the pandemic, it was highly possible we wouldn't be able to record in studio, which would have greatly reduced the pool of actors from which we would choose. Still, it was important to me that we had actors of Japanese descent to play our main characters, so I had to strike a balance and take a more realistic route by asking for Ryunosuke and Susato as musts, while the other characters would be optional.
Okay, so for a little bit of context here, and they might talk about it in a bit later, but I just wanted to let you guys know, and this may not apply to every single game that gets recorded, but what happened when the pandemic first started was that, in general, pretty much all games were recorded inside a studio, so the actors and sometimes even the directors and the client representatives, like Janet would have, they would all come to the studio, and they would all be in the same room and, doing the lines. And how a typical recording session goes is that the actors doing the lines the director is there, and then there's a client from the company. So in this case, it might have been Janet, it might have been someone else, and they would be like, yeah, that fits the character, or that fits the context of the scene. And if it doesn't, then, you know, the client would tell the director, hey, this is the actual context of what the line is, and the director would be able to change the, you know, direct the actor into getting the line read the way that the client wants it. And so the biggest concern during the pandemic start is that, you know, first of all, there's going to be a lot of people in one room in a closed space where there's going to be a lot of talking and stuff. And so, you know, a lot of studios had to shut down. You know, they couldn't have people come in and have that many people in a room. And so remote recording started in the sense that a lot of actors had to buy broadcast quality grade equipment. You know, you can't just use like whatever USB microphone or whatnot. And some people can, but for the most part, it's a lot of because of the quality of the equipment and treating your home studio and whatnot. So it's really, really difficult to have that prepared, especially when the pandemic was first starting and no one really knew what they were doing. So that's probably one of the challenges that they had to face when recording for this game. Yeah, I hope that
good on them for persevering, though, instead of just delaying it or something like that.
So let's see how they approached it here, if they talk about that or not. Is this you or me?
This is you.
Obviously, the reason why I wanted actors of Japanese descent was for authenticity as well. Aside from scenario considerations, I definitely didn't want to make anyone put on an accent they didn't feel comfortable doing, and I didn't want to use some stereotypical fake accent either. I also felt that whoever we cast would know what was best for their characters, so I trusted them to give the characters the appropriate accents for their backgrounds, something I'd only feel comfortable with if the actors were of that culture and or life experience. For example, in the case of Ryunosuke and Asogi, they're both studying English at university, so through exposure and practice, their pronunciation would be much closer to a British national's, I imagined. Meanwhile, Susato mainly studied English at home by herself through essays and books, and the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, of course, so perhaps she didn't have a chance to refine her accent to the same level as Ryunosuke. On that front, both Mark Takeshi Ota, who played Ryunosuke, and Rina Takasaki, who played Susato, thinking aligned with mine, and I thank them for bringing that bit of themselves into their roles so beautifully. And they don't really talk about it here, but I thought it was really interesting because if you really, really do listen, Mark's Ryunosuke really does have, you know, like a very clean British accent, whereas if you really listen to Rina's Susato very clearly, Rina is a native from Japan who moved to England, and you could still hear little bits and pieces of her standard Japanese accent peek out when she's reading as Susato. And I just thought that it's literally the most perfect casting for that character.
Yeah, I think so too, and it's really good. And again, you know, something you might not pick up on unless you listen closely. And like they put so much thought into all this casting and stuff, which again, for scenes that, you know, there aren't that many voice acted scenes in the game, right? But they put so much love and care into making sure these are so authentic and all this thought into picking the right people with the right backgrounds. It's really commendable.
It's really, that's why I really, really love the cast for the English version of this game, just because, you know, this is a really good case of authentic casting, and it really comes through when, you know, if you understand the context and just really pay attention. It's perfect. I really, really, really love the cast for this game. Yeah.
I know for some people it might have seemed strange for the characters to have different accents, or to even hear Japanese characters speak with British accents, but I actually really like the fact that everyone is just a little different. As in real life, everyone has different talents and skills, and some people are better than others at speaking another language with little or no accent. So it's nice to have that kind of diversity being represented, I feel.
Oh, this is great. I love talking about this section. Okay, cool. So, yes, this is what happens behind the scenes whenever casting happens for not just this specific case, but this happens a lot for a lot of games. So going back to the casting process, we received 4 to 5 demo reels per character from the casting directors. So before that, what happens is, and you know, this isn't the case for every single game, but this happens quite a lot. The studio will send an audition for, let's use this as an example. They'll send the auditions for Ryunosuke to like, maybe it could be 4 to 5 people, it could be 10 to 15 people, it could be 50 people, right? But obviously the people at Capcom don't have time to go through 50 different auditions at most, right? So what the studio will do is out of those 50 auditions they'll go ahead and listen to all of them themselves, and they will narrow it down to the 4 or 5 that they think fit best. And then ultimately, they'll send those 4 to 5 to the client like Capcom, and then Capcom makes the final decision. So it's kind of like, at the first part of it, the studio is the middleman that goes through and I don't want to say weeds out, because I don't think that's a really kind way to go about it, but
It narrows it down.
yeah, they narrow down to what they think will fit the vision of the client, so that the client doesn't have to waste time on that. But this is how a lot of games are done. So, yeah. We received around 4 or 5 demo reels per character for the casting directors, conducted a blind audition in which we didn't know who the voice actors were. That's also like that too. A few of us on the team listened to each and every reel, trying to figure out who we thought sounded the most like Ryunosuke or Iris for juror number 3. Then we compared notes and came up with our final list of top 2 picks per character like this. So obviously for, transparent purposes, they censored a lot of this stuff. But yeah, like one of these, it'd be like this. They'd be like, okay, this one probably was Mark's. They'd have their notes and stuff, and they'd be like, this is the file that we liked. But yeah.
And then the first day of recording came. It really was a miracle that we were able to record in studio during that brief window when the UK's countrywide lockdown had been lifted. Unfortunately, the sound director and I couldn't go to the studio ourselves as we normally would, which wasn't ideal. It's tough to make out small details and inflections in an actor's read and listen for things like pops over the internet sometimes due to internet lag or network traffic. But with the studio's help, we were able to at least attend the recording sessions remotely, which is a lot more than nothing. And thanks to the time difference, we start recording at 5 p.m. Japan time and wrap up at mostly reasonable hour, if you count the occasional 2 a.m. wrap up reasonable, lol. It would have been a lot worse had it been LA, that's for sure.
Yeah, so that's the thing now as well, is that because of remote recording and whatnot, now the client doesn't have to be in studio. So, I don't know if Janet's in Japan, but I'm assuming she is. So
Sounded like that from this.
Yeah, so
at least at the time.
Yeah, so at least for this case, and I'm sure it's like this for a lot of new games, but the clients are based where they're at. So when I did Fire Emblem Heroes, Nintendo's based in Seattle, so they didn't have to come down to LA. Like they were just in Seattle and they got to be on Zoom. And so yeah, pretty much nowadays I would say it's gonna be inside studio, the actor obviously. Sometimes the director, sometimes directors are even remote too at their homes. But sometimes the director will be in the studio. The audio engineer obviously has to be there in person. And then a lot of the times the client is just, wherever they're at on Zoom.
I know the pandemic was awful for a lot of things, but one good thing that came out of it was that it really did push the need for people to learn more about remote meetings, recordings, audio, just for even everyday folk, everyday folk who would use computers their whole lives but never really had to do a video call before. It kind of, pushed everyone to learn that as a basic skill, because even school children were going to school classes remotely through Zoom or whatever, right? So
especially considering when this game was localized, it was very early in the process, but now it's so ingrained and streamlined that it's a lot more accessible, and there's a lot more opportunities for remote actors. But when this was going on, this must have been so difficult and so.
I could imagine, yeah.
There's been cases, where when it's remote, there's gonna be an issue. Someone's internet's messing up, or the connectivity. Source Connect is the sort of system that a lot of us use to record remotely, and there's a lot of hee ha-has that can go with that. It's a lot, but I'm sure obviously the game came out the way it did, but man, just imagining what it was like at the start of the pandemic when all this was going on must have been crazy. But yeah, I figured it'd be awesome it'd be cool to offer my insight of what it was like to do something like this too. So
yeah, it's cool to see what's behind the curtain,
During the recording, the sound director, one of our sound managers, and I were in Capcom's mixing studios. There, the 3 of us sat like a team of ninjas with our black-colored face masks stuck firmly to our faces, while another of our sound managers were forced to sit all alone at his desk. Everyone else had already gone home for the day, and joined us virtually a few floors above in the interest of social distancing. Sorry, Kanaya-san. Okay, so then it sounds like what happened in the case of this game. So, in Britain, the actor and the director and the UK-based team came in studio, but rather than the studio themselves here handling all the processing for the audio, they probably were patched up. I think, is this just a Skype call? This might just be a Skype call. So they were probably on a Skype call with Capcom, and then the team at Capcom, both the studio and Capcom were probably linked through a service like Source Connect, which basically takes like the raw recording from the studio, sends it directly to the computers down in Capcom, and then the Capcom's team was the ones that handled all the mixing and the engineering for all the lines. It's a very like complicated process, but you know, like I love talking about this stuff. Oh, okay, so this is what happened. So yeah, they're showing the tracks of the two audios. So the top audio is the English dub of the track, and the bottom is the Japanese. So I don't know if they talk about doing it to picture or not, but it looks like you could at least see the waveforms of the Japanese audio, so you can see when the characters talk and when they don't talk. They probably had to time a lot of, you know, the dubbing to
Like
it.
the syncing of the lips.
Mm-hmm. Here you go.
To make the best use of our studio time, the translators, the dev team, and I prepared a number of things in advance. The first of these was the recording script. The translators really outdid themselves by taking such care when writing it that most of the lines matched the Japanese length perfectly, and I barely had to do any on-the-spot rewrites. This helped a lot in the mouth flaps department, and with the real-time cutscenes, where the length of each cut was predetermined for the English dub, and kept the recording session rolling smoothly. The other thing we prepared were detailed background profiles for each character and other reference materials. Having all that information in advance helped the actors and the voice director to become familiar with the game and the characters they were to play, so we could hit the ground running the day of the recording. And with our voice director's incredibly sharp and empathetic directions, our actors were able to give some incredible performances, despite the great time constraints that came with dubbing to another language track's length. As you can see from the waveform shown, the two line up so insanely well that I shed a tear every time I look at it. But then again, I expected nothing less from such talented professionals.
All right, so I can give a little bit more context here too. Oh, I love talking about my job. What actually can happen is that, you know, because games are recorded, you know, games are dubbed with clients from, you know, people from the company's end. If a line just doesn't sound right when said, like sometimes like the written out line might be, it sound good writing it out, but it doesn't sound right being spoken. So, you know, sometimes there'll be a representative there that will be like, okay, let's rewrite this line and change it so that it flows better in spoken dialogue. So that can happen. Or, you know, like sometimes the English version of the line is just too longer than the Japanese. And, you know, the line would have to be rewritten so that it fits within the syncing, because if the English is too long, then the character would be talking, but the let flap isn't moving. So that would have to be done too. But it looks like they were able to dub everything you know, perfectly well without any issue. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was, yes, in general, 99% of the time, actors will go into the session and not know much about the project or the character, obviously to preserve, you know, secrecy for the project and whatnot. But you know, we don't really get our scripts ahead of time. We don't really know what we're going to be working on, or sometimes if we're doing like a project with a lot of characters that we have to read for, we don't know the characters at all. So yeah, when you go in, you'll be given the script, and kind of, it looks like they did it for this game too. They had it on an Excel sheet, so that way all the lines can be seen, but then if you want to filter it so that only your character's lines are seen, they can do that. So if you can look really closely, it'll have like the Japanese version of the line, the English version of the line, the context of what the scene is, and whatnot, and then if the line was done or not, or which version of the line they wanted to do. And so, yeah, if it's like you're doing multiple characters, then, you know, before you go in to record for like, let's say juror number 4 or whatever, the client or Capcom would prepare like a little document that says like, oh, this is juror number 4. They are a stocky man that has this sort of background or whatever. So that way you can go in knowing what kind of character you're reading for.
Yeah, and I mean, this brings to mind like another game that I was thinking about is Dynasty Warriors 9, which I remember when it came out, I was excited for it because I liked the Dynasty Warrior games, and it wasn't a very good game, and a lot of people dunked on the voice acting, especially because aside from the game having technical issues, the voice acting sounded kind of goofy. So one of the voice actors actually tweeted out, so this is public information, but they were talking about how it was such a rush job doing the dubbing for that game, and they would go in, they would just like, here's the character, read the lines. They only did like 1 or 2 takes for each one. He didn't have context to what the character was doing in the situation, or what emotion they should be feeling, or what the cutscene was. And what actually happened was, in the end, there were actually cutscenes where the actor was actually talking to themselves, because both characters in the scene were done by the same actor. So it sounded goofy, and because he didn't know what the context was or what emotions to use. I think they actually had to go back and repatch some of those parts where they recast some of those characters just so that it wouldn't be the same person talking to themselves in the same scene, not knowing it was 2 different characters or 2 characters in the same scene as well. So it makes such a big difference, right? All that preparation and stuff ahead of time, just like a live action voice actor would, having all that background about how their character acts and how they talk and where their history is, makes such a big difference.
Yeah, thankfully that's not a common occurrence. Typically, a lot of projects, what they'll do is, in the whole script system, they'll actually have like a front page where it shows the cast of characters and who's playing them. So that way they can reference like, oh, these characters are in a scene together. We can't have the actor play both characters. So thankfully that is something that a lot of companies will also think ahead of as well. But 99% of the time, you're probably not going to know, you're not going to have the script in advance. You're not going to know anything about what's going on, to preserve the secrecy and whatnot.
Exactly.
But yeah, once again, I just wanted to offer my perspective, and so that you guys can understand a little bit more about what's going on here.
Yeah. So I guess the point I was trying to make was like, sometimes, fans are often so quick to sometimes just dunk on the voice actor specifically, when sometimes there are things that are outside their control as well too.
Yeah, for sure.
Depends on a lot of background things that you may not be privy to, all the stuff going on back there. So
yeah, I love this vlog. Ugh, I love this vlog because I can finally talk about like the process of what I do. All right, and then this is a little sample of one of the scenes from the game. They're using everything from game 2.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Sherilyn Shortcakes, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. And that, as they say, is that. Right? Well, not quite. As you can hear from this clip, even after we'd finished recording, there was still a lot of work to be done. Because I'd only heard the acting through the internet, I first went through all the recordings and double-checked that all the okay takes and selected... Oh, so another context is, typically, you'll have the line, they'll want you to read it 3 times or so, right? And then within those 3 times, they'll be like, okay, A, B, or C. Which one did we like most? And if you need to re-record it, they'll be like, okay, re-record it like this. And then, it'd be like D, E, F or whatever, right? So yeah, they'd have to go through the take that they wanted and make sure that it was like fine. There wasn't any issues like with popping P's or anything like that. But yeah, select new ones if I liked another read better. After finalizing my choices, the sound director adjusted the volume of each line and added in effects like reverb or other sound effects to complete the scenes. He then had to implement these files into the game like any other game asset. Lastly, my scripting buddy Chester and I had to adjust the timing of the subtitles so they'd display when they should. Looking back, it really makes you appreciate just how much work and how many people it takes to produce one new language track for a game. To everyone from our partners at Side UK and the voice actors, to my fellow dev team members, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything.
And now we've come to the end of this miraculous tale. I'm really glad I had the chance to share just a sliver of what went into the localization of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'll be back for one more blog in the future, but for now, the main composer, Mr. Kitagawa, will be here next time to talk about how he composed the wonderful music of the Great Ace Attorney. It's sure to be full of fascinating insights, so you won't want to miss it. Until then.
What a great vlog!
I know, these are so good, like, not just specifically for Great Ace Attorney, but just like video game development in general. These are very informative.
I hope you guys are enjoying these because I'm having a blast getting to read these. Okay. So now number 4, the adventures and resolve of music creation. Hi everyone, my name is Yasamusa Kitagawa, and I'm the music director and lead composer of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm thrilled to be here today to celebrate this game's release on the Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and Steam. Also interesting, the world of voice acting is so mysterious to me. I didn't know a whole lot about it before this. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot that goes on that some people might not understand, but please trust me when I say that we work really hard. People work really, really, really hard. and that, sometimes if things don't turn out the way that you would like it, there's a lot of forces that, just may be unforeseen.
Working closely with the game's director, Mr. Shu Takumi, and my fellow composers, Mr. Maeba and Mr. Terayama, we gave birth to the soundtrack's distinct sound through a lot of trial and error. In deciding the musical direction of this title, I first researched the Meiji era itself to get a sense of the background that would serve as a setting of the story. Unlike the mainline Ace Attorney games, I refrained from creating anything that would sound too digital or synthesized, and when I did employ such sounds, I made sure to use them in a way that would pair well with the surrounding analog instruments. I used mostly period instruments in the instrumentation. I then add the final touches by making sure the pieces conform to Ace Attorney music standards, which is to say, more than their musicality, I worked to fine-tune each track's game music elements in order to make sure the song would work properly as gameplay background music.
Ooh, here's some shots of him working on it.
Yeah, I really, I really like these blog entries from him in particular because I think this game has one of my favorite soundtracks.
Me too. I agree.
Just in general, like it's really good. And as someone who's not like very well versed in music theory and stuff like that too, it's sometimes hard for me to figure out like why do I like this or like what is it about this that makes it so distinct. And then reading his blogs about this stuff, he highlights quite a few things that go like, oh, that's why it clicks in my brain that I like this and that, and that's why this goes with that. Like it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting for me because as much as I like music, I'm not really someone that latches onto or really remembers game OSTs. And Great Ace Attorney's OST is definitely one that I actually do remember to heart. So I definitely like hearing the thought process behind these.
Yeah, and on the flip side, I'm a person that almost all the music I listen to is just game OSTs from games I've played, so it's like a real treat for me to hear about the background, and I wish more games would have some of this kind of like behind-the-scenes thought and process going into them.
Yeah, I know that Capcom has been doing this for a lot of their games, so at least with Ace Attorney,
yeah.
so... Beyond each track's value as a song, the music of Ace Attorney must first and foremost serve the overall function of game music. In other words, they must fit with the feel of the game's world and draw the player further into it. After clearing that benchmark, I would then focus on ensuring that pieces would perfectly portray the key aspects of each moment or situation they are used in. For example, the Dance of Deduction piece must give the impression of two people making a series of deductions, and the Pursuit piece must instill the thrill of the chase within the player. Without this solid foundation, the pieces would fail to pass muster as the Great Ace Attorney music. In fact, Mr. Takumi was especially uncompromising on this particular point. My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tusples. This is my museum of waxwork.
As for character themes, they required a different approach when composing them. Gameplay segments such as Trials or Dance of Deduction require that the background music prioritizes the overall mood of the piece. But for character themes, the real challenge is in how well I can capture the full breadth and depth of each character's zany personality, something I can't do through the overall mood of the pieces alone. So to accomplish what I must, I highlighted the many facets of each character's personality by distilling them into their own signature sounds. The tap 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 of Shom's shoe, the drip 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 of Iris's experimental solutions, and for Madame Tuspels, I gave her the scritch 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 of a stick rumbling over a washboard.
Abs.
It may seem like a no-brainer that a listener should be able to instantly envision which character's theme they're listening to, but it's something I had to pay great attention to and become very disciplined about as I wrote.
Welcome in, Relix. We're doing good. Following these methods, I was able to create a rich musical soundscape for the Great Ace Attorney. I'm very happy to have received so many positive comments from players who've already played the game. I'm truly grateful for all of your feedback.
This time, I've composed a few new pieces for Chronicles, including an arrangement of Partners, The Game is Afoot,
Ooh?
which is only available through the early purchase bonus DLC. Featuring Mr. Akihisa Tsuboi on the violin and Miss Yuka Fujino on the accordion, who also performs the Great Ace Attorney pieces at every Ace Attorney orchestra concert. Oh, that's the lady I was telling you about. The accordion
she goes hard?
lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, she goes, like, in some of the people have posted, like, clips of these orchestras, and for some people who actually, like, get clips of the actual live orchestra, whether through DVD or whatever, there's, like, one lady on the accordion, and they keep zooming in on her every once in a while, and she is, like, so into it. People, like, start calling her the accordion lady. This is her.
That's cool.
Yeah. The hot fire of their passionate playing really brought the whole exciting arrangement together. Nothing would make me happier than for you to enjoy it as much as the rest of the music from the game itself.
And with that, I hope from the bottom of my heart that you'll look forward to the release of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles with great anticipation and an ear out for the music. We will be looking at the music later on. All right, you're halfway through. Vlog number 6, The Little Backstage Tales.
Number 5.
Oh, 5, my bad. From game director and planner Masakazu Kogo. Such a shame that the 2 pieces Kitagawa were commissioned to make for the localized release aren't on Spotify or streaming service. Oh, but the rest of the OST is on Spotify?
I believe so. I don't really use Spotify.
I gotta add.
But I think it is.
I gotta add Ryutaro's theme to my. I have to make a video game OST playlist then.
Yeah.
Okay. But you can start off.
Hello everyone, I'm Masakazu Kogo, the director and game planner of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So far we've heard about this game's English translation, voice recording, and music recording sessions from each section's leader, so I think I'll start today off by talking about how the new story mode feature came to be.
Let's go! This looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun. Originally, we had only planned to implement the staple of modern visual novel genre, autoplay mode, into the game, but that doesn't mean we didn't have anything like story mode at all. Rather, we had a debug function that basically did the same thing.
Note, to debug something is a process by which we look for errors in the game and fix them, and debug functions are helpful tools that assist in the debugging process.
You can read for Ryunosuke when it comes up. One day, a request came down to me from one of the producers.
I want you to add a new feature that can be used as a selling point.
Now, at this juncture, let me check the project schedule. By the way, how much additional time do we get to implement it?
0.
Huh? Then do we get more people?
No extra shmoney means no extra staff. That will be all. I look forward to the results.
This is insanity.
The producer really wasn't as intimidating as Lord Strongheart, I swear!
I suppose anyone who's worked in games, or in any other field for that matter, has come across this kind of situation before. But the producer wasn't doing it out of spite, of course. He only brought this topic up to us, the dev team, after discussing it with a bunch of other divisions, and determined it was truly a necessary feature.
Still, I was suddenly tasked with this mission to find something worthy of being a selling point. But without extra time, shmoney, or staff, the range of things I could suggest was severely limited, and anything we'd want to do would be difficult to implement under such circumstances.
That's when the producer approached me and asked about formally implementing that debug function.
As I recall, there's a debug function that goes through the game all by itself, correct?
Yes, we're not done making it yet, but it's in the works.
I want you to put that into the main game.
What? But, I mean, it's just a tool. It's not that simple to turn into something usable for actual players.
In that case, I suggest you get going and talk with your team.
But putting an auto-clear mode into a game like this is...
We have neither the time nor the shmoney, so we will use whatever we have on hand.
Mr. Producer, sir!
It's time for my next appointment. Confirm what you must. I expect a report next time we meet.
Understood.
The producer was really not as intimidating as Lord Strongheart, I swear, again! Yes, we did have a debug auto-progression tool, but the steps required to turn it into a proper game feature were many. First, we had to check with our QA division to see if the implement such a feature into the main game would cause any problems, and confirm what sorts of adjustments we would need to make. From there, we had to adjust our development schedule and talk amongst ourselves to iron out the logistics. Finally, after many more discussions with the QA division, we were finally able to implement this feature into the game.
Thus, the new story mode came to see the light of day. I have nothing but deep gratitude for the dev members who worked so hard to make it possible.
Thank you, really. If only we could have just had a little more shmoney or time or even personnel, we could have implemented any of the numerous other features I'd thought up, including a hint system instead of a straight-up auto-clear mode, but that's life, I suppose.
It's a terrible tragedy. As a side note, before story mode got its name, we used to call it auto clear mode, but our overseas branch officers offices informed us that the name may not go over so well in the West, so we were asked to change it. Here are just a few of the other ideas we had.
Great Ace Attorney mode.
Attorney
Oh,
mode.
Yeah, go.
Great Ace Attorney mode, in which Ryunosuke would never make a mistake in solving the case. Assist mode, in which the game would help players along. Guiding Sword mode, in which the game would help players and have a name more in line with the story's setting.
Guiding Sword mode? It's cute. I really like that one a lot. I sent these and a few other names along, and after many talks between the producers and our overseas branches, we settled on one that we know and love today. Personally, I'm also very fond of the Great Ace Attorney mode.
Now, I'd like to talk a little about the special content section of the game.
Some of you may have noticed this already, but the Japanese name of this section, Tokubetsu Furoku, literally special supplement, comes from the original name of the new Nintendo 3DS XL's version's add-on content section, Denshin Furoku, literally the telegraphic supplement. In this special content section, we've included a section of items from the original 3DS version's Rant Magazine DLC, along with the special costumes from the second game. To this, we've added other goodies like accolades, achievements, and moving pictures, along with the credits for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
This screenshot was also in the first blog article, but...
You can read the section.
Accolades. Like PS4 trophies and Steam achievements, we've created a similar feature for this title dubbed Accolades. We did this because we couldn't stand the thought of Switch players being left out of the fun after we worked so hard to create them for the other platforms.
Aww.
So we created a special screen within the game from which you can check them out.
That's really cool. I like that they did that because that is true when it's a cross-platform release. Switch doesn't have achievements, and I'm not really an achievement person, but I know a lot of people can be, so...
Yeah, I used to be, but not anymore.
Even if you've played the Great Ace Attorney before, I really hope you'll consider replaying this and trying your hand at getting every accolade. So yeah, there's a bunch of fun ones, like the one about like ladders, because that's like a huge recurring gag in the series.
Yeah.
Oh, and it gives you like it tells you what you need to do to get it. That's cool. A progress checker. Higeyari! Portraits. For the Chronicles, we've taken all the main characters' illustrations from the original issues of the Rant magazine and organized them by character. For the side characters and other standalone illustrations, we've brought them all together in the miscellany section under their own separate headings. In addition, we've redone the layout of each illustration so that they're bigger and easier to look at than before. We've accomplished this by moving Mr. Nuri's comments into text windows that you can show or hide at the press of a button. They're hiding the grippers. Oh, there they are. Oh, I see, because it was like it would be like an art book piece where they would have the text on.
The first screenshot is from Chronicles, while the latter is from the 3DS version.
See for reference.
The reason the 3DS version looks yellower overall is because the 3DS screen is bluer in tone than a regular PC monitor, so to compensate, the original dev team placed a yellow filter over their illustrations and textures to create the actual color they intended on screen.
Oh, wow! That's so interesting! Gallery, moving pictures. This is another section that wasn't in the initial plans, and this too was another producer request that came sometime before story mode. The conversation?
I wish to include some videos in this title as a selling point.
Huh? Well, let me check the project schedule.
Oh, please do.
And what if we need to extend the schedule?
No extensions and no extra stuff. I look forward to the... Oh, wait, no, that's Van Zieks. Wait!
Was it Van Zieks all this time?
No, they just changed it for this
Oh,
one.
okay.
No extensions and no extra stuff. I look forward to the fruits of your struggle.
I'll certainly give it my all.
The producer wasn't really not as intimidating as Lord Van Zieks, I swear!
And that's how you end up with more and more work to do. But compared to story mode's implementation, this feature wasn't as big of a deal. However, there was the problem of deciding just how much memory could these videos take up. We had to calculate the total size of the game itself, but because we were still in the process of making it, we could only come up with a rough estimate, and then figure out how much of the remaining space we could devote to the videos. We strove to use every last byte available, because if we were going to include these videos, we want them to look nice at the very least. So we played around with the resolution, and with the help of the video production team, even adjusted the frame rate to keep the quality as high as possible.
The visuals in this video may differ from that in the actual game. Oh, okay. The little animated caricatures are seated in a few different arrangements. See if you do discover them all cute. Instrumentals. There are 3 tabs in the instrumental section: Music, Miscellany, and From the Vaults DLC. The Music and From the Vaults tabs are filled with background music, while the Miscellany tabs house sound effects and some special voice tracks. Background music tracks are set to automatically loop as they normally do in-game. Initially, each tab... Oh, that's you.
Initially, each tab was quite the mess, with some tracks looping automatically while others would stop after one playthrough. In trying to bring some order to the madness, we decided to make background music tracks loop and sound effects play only once.
From the Vault Taylor's version? But honestly, aside from trying to make things more consistent, there were a few people on the team who really wanted to listen to the new tracks in the From the Vaults tab over and over. So that's the other reason why we ended up with looping background music tracks. Both Baker Street Ball, Waltz for Chronicles, and Partners Arrangement are fantastic pieces, so if you'd like to hear them on loop forever and ever as well, I hope you'll consider pre-ordering or purchasing this game as soon as possible, or also get it while it's still on sale for $19.99 on Steam and the Nintendo Switch eShops.
Have you heard of the critically acclaimed lawyer simulator game?
The critically acclaimed Gay Man Simulator game? You too can simulate.
Art and music from the... Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was making a stupid joke.
Oh. Art and music from the Vault's bonus DLC. Actually, this is yet another feature we hadn't planned on implementing at the beginning of the project. This was around the end of the game's development cycle after the whole back and forth regarding story mode. Game development very rarely goes as initially planned, does it?
I wish... Oh, you don't need it for him.
I wish to include an early purchase bonus for this title. Don't you?
At this point in the project, we never had any plans for a DLC, so I'm afraid I'll have to check the schedule and...
And you'd best get started on your inquiry, wouldn't you say? Oh, and of course you won't be getting any additional staff or shmoney or time.
Right. Let me look into it, sir.
The producer wasn't really as intimidating as Lord Van Zieks, I swear, again.
I love these little
That's so cute.
conversations.
That also just sounds entirely realistic. That probably is what happened. If it happens once, it'll happen again and again and again. I honestly couldn't believe he'd come to visit to us at such a late stage with such a request, but the dev side seemed capable of handling it, and Mr. Nuri and the sound team were also able to provide us with the assets and commentary we required, so we started down the road to implementing this bonus DLC. Oh, my bad.
It was a very last-minute request, but thanks to the dev team's hard work and Mr. Nuri, the sound team's cooperation, we were able to pull it off somehow and bring it into the world. Especially with Mr. Nuri and his comments, he had so much to share that he consistently went over the page limit we'd set, so we had to quickly figure out how to add more text window pages to each illustration. All Janet, who had to translate that huge volume of text, and I could do, was laugh wryly as we failed to contain his enthusiasm. So there's one thing you can look forward to, and it's pages upon pages of art commentary from Mr. Nuri.
They were really good commentary, and I can't wait to see the new ones, because I don't think there's that many new ones from 2.
I think there's less than the first, but there's still, like, a fair amount.
Oh, okay, cool. Each comment contains previously published information and some new tidbits as well. Okay, cool. Auditorium voice recitals, Taylor, and Excavates. These 3 sections are also taken from either the Rants magazine or the second game, Resolve. We wanted to make it so that you could use the special costumes in the first game as well, but the character models are just a little different between the 2 games. Sadly, the cost of adapting the models to work for the entire first game was so prohibitively high that no amount of tears could make it happen.
We even considered making new costumes or letting people play as Inspector Sholmes or Ryotaro, but as with the other costumes, these ideas fell by the wayside due to a lack of time and money.
Man, imagine if you could swap in with, like, Ryutaro's model.
Man.
It would be a completely different game, but it'd be so cool. These 2 would make for some fun visuals, though, wouldn't? Yeah. Credits. You can see the names of all the people involved in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles here in the credits. The background music is a new piece of commissioned specifically for this game called Baker Street Ball Waltz for Chronicles. You can't help but listen to it even when you're not looking at the screen. The little shrew... They localized it as Shrew Nosuke? The little Shrew Nosuke and friends that appear during the credits also take part in some memorable moments from Adventures in Resolve. I hope you'll give it a look. I think this might be a case where I'll say Chunosuke. Chunosuke is cute, but Chunosuke is just cuter. Is it just me, or does something seem different about this courtroom?
The main credits at the end of each game are basically the same as the original versions, but the English version is actually a little different in the way it presents people's names, so please check those out too.
What does that mean? Oh my god. Even though I only talked about story mode in the special content section, it looks like I somehow wound up writing quite a bit. There are a lot more of these little backstage stories to share, but I'll have to save them for another day.
Thus ends my short run here, but there are still a lot more dev blogs to come. Especially noteworthy are the ones from our localization director Janet. Her blogs are chock full of information, so if you're interested in seeing what goes into localization, definitely give them a read.
Thanks for sticking around until the very end. Man, I really like how transparent the team is willing to be. Obviously, they're not going to reveal everything, but they're talking about a lot of things that not a lot of companies feel comfortable sharing.
Yeah, right down to the little like mock conversations with Strongheart and Ben Zieks.
I know. I really respect that for this team. That's really cool. Are we going to watch the Chronicles exclusive credits? We can if you guys want. I'm just a little worried about time constraints because this is actually a lot longer than I thought it would be. But we'll vibe check and see if we're down for that. Okay, so blog number 6, The Resolve of a Producer by main producer Yasuyuki Makino. You can go ahead.
You want me to start? Hi everyone, nice to meet you. I'm the main producer of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Yasuyuki Makino. I can't believe the game is really finally almost here. What a long road it's been, truly.
As we approach the launch of my first title as a producer, I thought I'd share a few of my personal thoughts and fond memories of the Ace Attorney and the Great Ace Attorney series, along with a history of my work on the series. I hope you'll join me on this trip down memory lane.
Before I joined Capcom, I'd worked in the promotional business for about 10 years. In my last year in the field, I had the good fortune to work on the promotional campaign of a famous anime, one that I'd wanted to be involved with since my university days, so I really gave it my all. It was then I felt I'd done everything I wanted to do in promotions, and after the end of the campaign, I started to look towards the next thing I wanted to try in life, making a game. When I began to consider where I'd want to go, the first name that came to mind was Capcom.
Why Capcom, you ask? It's because I'm originally from Osaka, although that really only accounted for 5% of the reason why. The real reason is because, more than anything, I'd always thought of Capcom as this remarkable company that consistently develops and releases game after crazy game. I 200% mean this as a compliment. Ghosts and Goblins, Mega Man, Final Fight, Street Fighter, Resident Evil, Onimusha, Devil May Cry, Monster Hunter, a list...
Sengoku Basara?
oh my god, what's another? Galaga? Oh, wait, no, that's Namco. I was thinking of the Namco High, the thing.
Oh, yeah.
The list of hit series goes on, but the one that stood out to me the most is Ace Attorney.
I played my first Ace Attorney game as an adult, and though I started with the 4th entry in the series, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, me too! It managed to really surprise me in many ways. I couldn't imagine what sort of game it would be at first from the words like courtroom trials and lawyers, but I had far more fun than I thought I would, and the game design and characters blew me away. It never occurred to me until then I could become a lawyer and experience a legal battle through a video game, and I bitterly regretted not picking the series up sooner. Like you. The day after I finished Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, I rushed out to buy all 3 of the Phoenix Wright games that came before it. Courtrooms and trials sound very stuffy and unrelatable on the surface, but as I played those games, I came to strongly feel and think, it's mind-blowing how Capcom's taken such a boring-sounding concept and turned it into something so fun and appealing. It's so fresh and groundbreaking. What a super creative company.
He probably did not expect how homosexual this series was going to be, too. The Japanese jacket art for the Nintendo DS version of Apollo Justice. And then, obviously, I don't think it's not really, the numbers don't really show in the English releases, but yeah, in Japan, it was just called Gyakuten Saiban 4. So yeah, this was literally just Ace Attorney 4.
Apollo Justice Trilogy.
I'm never not gonna clown on them for that. I haven't even played those games, and I know that it's not about Apollo in the front and center of it all. And so, with thoughts and wanting to make and release an incredible series like Ace Attorney in mind, I decided to knock on Capcom's door. Even with virtually no knowledge on how to make a game, I strongly stated during my job interview, I love the Ace Attorney series and hope to have the change to produce an entry in it someday. Thanks to my passionate plea, or not, I don't honestly know, I was hired, and from that day onwards, I was always on the lookout for a chance to work on the series.
Oh my gosh.
This person is just like me.
I love that for him.
This person is just like me.
My first chance came with the first game, The Great Ace Attorney Adventures for the Nintendo 3DS. My job back then was to assist in the promotion of the game, so everything I did was behind the scenes. I picked and adapted 100 difficult brain teasers and created the web assets for the Great Ace Attorney 100 quiz questions challenge by myself.
Oh my god.
Worked hard to make hands-on demo events happen, came up with ideas for the Ryunosuke Naruhodo 7 Days of Sin videos and various other promotional activities. I even had the chance to play up to the climax of the story, and only up to the climax, which is connected to the tragedy that's to follow. I thought the characters in the game's world were the most charming of the entire Ace Attorney franchise, and the mysteries themselves. They were incredibly intriguing as well. The dance of deduction and summation examination systems were also really well made, I thought, as I waited with great anticipation for the day when players would get the chance to enjoy it for themselves.
Wow. These are just 2 of the 100 brain teasers that were part of the promotional campaign in Japan for the original 3DS version of Adventures. The answers are at the end for those who are curious. Question number 1. The table below refers to things that exist in Japan, but there is one mistake. The answer is 3 digits long. Hint, the symbols on the right-hand side represent the numbers on the left-hand side. Oh, nope.
One above it.
I don't want to.
This one.
Yep, I don't want to think. 2. The word you arrive at when you solve the following riddle in 9 katakana letters. Where, if you pressed where the red dots are. Oh god, I don't want to think.
This page was my proposal for evening of day 3 of the Ryunosuke Naruhodo 7 Days of Sin videos. It's about how Ryunosuke made his Japanese voice actor yell "objection" too many times during the voice recording.
That's right! That was so funny!
Yeah, we did this in a previous video, so
Yeah.
if you want to check it out in Kieran's YouTube channel in the VOD.
Please, that was a really fun one to do, even if we had to like speed through all of it.
Was that our first collab?
That actually was. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. Look at us now. Wow, even that feels so long ago now, too.
Right?
And then it was launch day. Ooh, looks like everyone's really loving it. This is great, I thought over that first weekend, and by Monday there was a sea of online store reviews. Players brought up all sorts of things, but the one that kept coming up was, this game is the worst of the worst because it's incomplete. Even though I wasn't directly involved in the game's development, the storm of terrible reviews is heartbreaking. My boss at the time told me to document all the reviews I could. So with tears in my eyes for a game that I loved and a dev team I respected, I read each review one by one and collected them into a report. It was so hard and it was so miserable that it really brought me down. After that, I began my work on a different title, so I wasn't able to help with the 3DS version of the second game, which came out 2 years later.
Even though I wasn't directly involved with Resolve itself, stories of how the dev team was burning the candle at both ends to complete a ghastly amount of work reached my ears. After the game's release, I had the chance to better know some of the dev team members and work with them a little. It was then I learned even more of their tale. To a dev team member, I'm kind of like an outsider looking in, but I think I just might be the most knowledgeable outsider there is about what the dev team was going through at the time. Happily, Resolve was tremendously well received by the fans, and I think perhaps players could even sense through their game screens the incredible pains and hardships the dev team went through behind the scenes. But the team had stayed strong through it all. To be able to feel the creators' immense dedication and strength simply by playing their game is really a rare thing, I think. As for me, I'm pretty sure that the only Capcom game I've ever shed a tear over as the credits rolled was Resolve. I don't mean to brag for the team, but it really is an amazing game.
Sylvan Rosen, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, gamers. Hiya, hey. Thank you guys so much. If you guys are new here, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Kieran. I'm a magical idol VTuber, as well as a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys like Fire Emblem, I provide the English voices for Sane and Rickard in Fire Emblem Heroes. If you guys like Genshin, I play Kazuha's great-grandfather, Kaedehara Yoshinori. And if you guys like Yaoi or Boys Love, I play Koichi Mizuki in The Titan's Bride. We are currently joined by my best friend Kiro Style here. We're reading the localization blogs for The Great Ace Attorney since we just finished the game. We're kind of just looking back at how the game was made, and we're going to talk about our thoughts about the series and whatnot. So right now, it's not spoilery, but later on it will be. But if you guys would like to join us, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I hope you had a great stream. Let's go ahead and see what you were up to. What were you playing?
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Oh, you were playing the Phoenix trilogy. Okay, so hello, fellow Ace Attorney fan. Welcome in. Looks like the little clip isn't working right now, but regardless, thank you so much for choosing to join us. Yeah, if you want to stick around, I'd love to have you. If you need to head out, it's no problem whatsoever. Make sure that you go ahead and drink some water, give yourself a nice stretch, and don't forget to take your medications if you need to before you go to bed, because that is extremely important. But otherwise, sit back and relax. We're in case 2 of the second game. Ooh, awesome. You can't talk about that here because I am starting game 2, the second game myself for the first time on Sunday. So I look forward to it. I'm very blind to the series, so it's gonna be a lot of fun.
It'll be a good time.
Yeah, but thank you so much for choosing to share your community with me. I hope you have a wonderful time. If you want to introduce yourself, since it looks like this is your first time here, feel free to introduce yourself as well. Let me give you a proper shout out as well to Sylvan Rosen. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to continue reading on the blog. So this is the key art for the Japanese 3DS version of Resolve. Fantastic artwork. I love Kazuya Nuri's art so much. Was this you or me, Kiro? Okay. As all you fans have said so many times, I really do think that Adventures and Resolve together forms one complete god tier game. True. In fact, I'd go so far as to call it one of the best pieces of mystery entertainment in the world. I agree, because I don't really read a lot, so yes. Which is why I was so sad that we couldn't bring it out to the rest of the world, and so sad for the people who didn't pick up the second game, and really, really sad for those who didn't even pick up the first game. I guess it's unusual for someone who wasn't even a part of the original dev team to feel this incredibly sad over something, but that's how I felt. And also,
I felt the same, bro.
And let me just read this really fast. Sylvan Rosen, a ghost VTuber who loves anything mystery. Oh, okay, so horror, RPG, puzzles, a lot of good. Ah, cool. Well, thank you so much for choosing to share your community with me. But yeah, if you need to go, it's no problem whatsoever. Otherwise, we're reading the blogs.
As I said, I had chosen to come to Capcom because of my love for Ace Attorney, and after a great many talks with the original dev members, I began to believe that perhaps it was my calling to try to reintroduce the great Ace Attorney to Japanese players, and finally introduce it to the rest of the world. I'd worked on a few games by that point, and gained some experience as a producer, so one day, at a meeting with my boss, the one who told me to write up all those reviews into a report, I boldly proposed, "Let me start a project to bring the two games together and port them to current-gen platforms. I believe it will absolutely sell, so please give me the chance to show you." And to my surprise, he simply answered, "I see. Well, I won't say no just yet, so why don't you try and come up with a plan first, and we can go from there." In that moment, I could hear the doors to the great Ace Attorney Chronicles project creak open.
So we need to give our thanks to this person.
Man.
Holy crap. This is literally like one of those cases where it's like literally one person made a difference.
I love this guy that he just came to Capcom and was like, "Let me direct a game," and they were like, "Okay," and then he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna localize it now," and I'm like, "Sure." Like,
that's awesome. Man. He really did fulfill Ace Attorney fan dreams. It's true. Oh, it looks like I guess the Japanese version came with the English as well. That's cool.
Oh, interesting.
This is the cover of the very first draft. Okay, so that sounds about right. Yeah, it looks like they had to do like a little like draft proposal, so like maybe like some sort of like presentation to like convince the company on why they should do it. Working with our localization director, Janet, we put the finishing touches on it in version 1.7. That's really cool that it looks like Janet and the local, like at least the head of the localization, like directly works with in Japan, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that a lot of the like localization teams here for JRPGs and other Japanese produced games, they're usually based here in the US rather than like being directly in Japan. Like obviously stuff like Grand Blue, like they're in Japan, but yeah. Looks like at least with Janet, like she's directly like with the main Capcom in Japan. Was this you or me? I'm sorry.
Your turn.
Okay. The original dev team was unbelievably uncompromising when they created the 3DS version, to the point where the quality of things like the character models were far beyond what was necessary for that platform, lol, making me want to be equally as uncompromising on Chronicles. So, I made all sorts of unreasonable requests of this game's team, and had a lot of new features developed and implemented. I really can't blame our game director, Mr. Kogel, for grumbling about it all in his blog entry, but I joined Capcom for the chance to work on this series, so he was going to just have to put up with me.
Oh, so he's the strong heart in Benzi. Adding features like the special content section and the story mode, I felt that we had to do whatever it took to bring this game out to the world, no matter what, so that's what we did. I believe the dev team this time has made the game even more beautiful and even easier to play than before, and carefully packaged it all into one highly polished collection. I just want to say, great work everyone, and thank you.
It is truly my greatest wish for as many people as possible to play the great Ace Attorney Chronicles, a game that was made with such love and care by so many dev team members, and you could play it too for 50% off on Steam and or the Nintendo eShop.
I think I'll stop here for today. Next time, I'll be talking about the creation of the game's logo in Japanese and English. I hope you'll join me again for that. See you then.
Okay, and then these were the answers to the riddles, but I'm skipping that because that's a lot of brain power.
You know, all these extra features they put in, and even like the thought of putting in like the story mode and the hint mode they weren't able to add, and other costumes and models, like it's far beyond what they've done for any of the other Ace Attorney games thus far.
I really hope that, you know, A, I hope that they make a new Ace Attorney game, and B, that I hope that at least with how much they put into making this a special release, that like, you know, they at least have built themselves a sort of like base system so that if they do make a future Ace Attorney game, like they have these already on hand and that it won't be an issue, you know, to try and implement this or even new features.
Yeah.
Heading to bed, enjoy the rest. No problem, Ginger. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Take care. Have a good one.
Thanks for coming.
All right. Devlog is 7, yeah?
I keep reading this as the case of the Froggy logo.
I'm sure that's exactly what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Devlog is 7, the case of the Froggy logo creation, from the main producer, Yasuyuki Makino.
Hi everyone, it's Yasuyuki Makino, the main producer of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's been about a week since the game's release. How have you been enjoying it so far?
So last time, I shared a few of my thoughts and memories of the Ace Attorney and the Great Ace Attorney series with you. This time, I thought I'd talk a little about the creation of the brand new Chronicles logo in both Japanese and English. I hope you'll indulge me in a little reminiscing. This is so specific and I love it. I love it so much. And I read this blog and I took a lot of inspiration when I made my version, if you look down on the bottom of our screen here.
Designing the Japanese logo. As some of you may already know, in conjunction with the release of the Nintendo 3DS version of Resolve, we released a special limited edition double pack containing both Adventures and Resolve. We packaged them together into one thick box. So when it came time to think about what to do for the package and logo of this multi-platform collection, I initially thought I could reuse the old logo design since the title was going to be the same, but I quickly realized we absolutely had to use a different design if we were to avoid any player confusion. Oh yeah, like this was the first one that was also ported to like multiple consoles at the same time too. Mm-hmm. Like usually it's just Nintendo stuff. They even put it on PlayStation and then on Steam on the same day too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is from the 3DS version of the original like 3DS version of the pack releasing both 1 and 2. Because in Japan, Chronicles isn't called Chronicles, it's just called Daigakuten Saiban 1 and 2. Knowing that we were definitely going to up-res everything and definitely add some in-game bonuses and definitely make some quality of life adjustments to the game, the scope of this project was going to be far greater than simply bundling the two games into one and calling it a day. As I mentioned last time, this was to be a chance to reintroduce the Great Ace Attorney to the whole world. So as a producer, I approached this as a totally new title, complete with a new marketing campaign. With that intent in mind, I asked our graphics design team to come up with a few different color and design variations for the logo. Broadly speaking, I asked for designs that were reminiscent of the original, and designs that presented the game in a new light, basically ones that went in a different direction. These are a few of their suggestions. So here are a bunch of different things they had for the logo. I really like it because the style of this logo for the Japanese logo, it's kind of like almost like tokusatsu shows, you know? Reminds me of that.
Yeah.
It just looks so cool. Like it looks like, wow, this is a big adventure. It looks very shonen-esque, especially with like the little defense attorney badge accent. These are so cool.
And then, after listening to feedback from the game's director, localization director, and other dev team and promo team members, we struggled through a few iterations to arrive at this. It's a pretty bold design, really, if I do say so myself.
Oh, so this had this had like an element of the blue and red, like the British flag.
I think that also helps differentiate it from some of the other ones could easily be mistaken as the number 12.
Oh yeah.
If you look at them from like far at a glance.
Great Ace Attorney 12, yeah.
Yeah.
I chose to go with this divergent design because I thought it was more important for the logo to be eye-catching than to stick with the original design. So we proceeded to use this logo until one day I received a simple, "We need to talk, from the original art director and character designer, Mr. Kazuya Nuri. I'd asked him to create a new illustration for the package art of this title, and so I quickly set up a meeting for us. Wondering what could be up, I entered the room where I was immediately blown back by an intense, "What the heck is with this logo?" In all the time I've worked with Mr. Nuri on various projects since the release of the 3DS version of Resolve, and even now after we've finished making Chronicles, I'd never been told off quite so soundly by him. But this time, I'd apparently really gone way too far, as he put it. After I explained my rationale to him about how I wanted to make sure the logo didn't look too much like the old one, and how I wanted to approach the marketing of this game as a new title, he said, "All right." Anti-Pink Purplish, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. Great Ace Attorney 12, where we finally get to see a Larry Butts ancestor. He said, "All right, let me see if I can't strike a better balance and look up the job of redesigning the logo himself. The final logo is the product of his hard work, and before long, Mr. Nuri also turned in his key visual for this game's box art. In a way, I suppose you could say that I got everything I wanted as a producer out of him. After all, I'm sure you were as dumbstruck as me when you first laid eyes on that illustration, weren't you? This is an example of how one quack producer's rational thinking can be defeated by a super talented creator's sensibilities through his art." Hiya, hey, Purplish. Hope you're doing good today. I love this artwork so much. Absolutely
so good.
Beautiful. I really need to own this game physically. Oh my god. Art is crazy indeed, that's true. And good morning, Ryu. Hope you're doing
Hey,
good.
Welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the stream. Good to see you here.
Nuri does such good like group compositions.
I know, that's what the character designs are great, but specifically the splash arts he's done are so good. And he's so good at adding the symbolism and the meaning behind them too. Like if you know, you know.
Yeah, like once you finish the game and you look back at this art, there's so much more you can glean from it.
Gonna lurk while we work out, or while you do work. But you're wrapping up. No, we're not. We're doing a lot of talking. We're reading through the dev blogs, and then we're gonna be talking about our feelings and stuff with the game. But yeah,
We still have to go over the art gallery.
my God, this might be a long stream. Do you think we'll be fine, or do you think we should add one more?
Let's play it by ear as we get closer.
Cool. Okay, so designing the English logos.
Because of the importance of the English version to this project, we obviously had to create some English logos as well. Early on in the development, the localization director and I discussed the English title, and we quickly settled on including the word "great" in it. As for the subtitles, our overseas offices advised us that the name Naruhodo itself is unfamiliar to most players, so it seemed natural we should simply go with Adventures and Resolve. With the title squared away, we asked the graphics design team to send us a few ideas based around these three concepts.
Yeah, for context, the Japanese version of the game, the title, like the reason why we have Adventures and Resolve is because in Japanese it would say like Daigakuten Saiban, the Adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, and the Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And then for here, they just shortened it to Adventures and Resolve.
Yeah, because those were long titles.
Yes.
1. Must convey that this is an Ace Attorney game. Similar looking designs to the existing logos were acceptable. 2. Must convey the Victorian setting. 3. Should feature a stylish steampunk aesthetic as an extension of concept number 2.
I love these base designs. Oh, this one would be so cool.
Now it looks like a train station type of thing, you know,
I
like
love
an old
this
newspaper.
one. Oh, I really wish we got this one. I like the one we got, but this one is so cool. This one also is very similar to the Japanese one too. The way the logo's cut off below, it looks like the gay Kieran Young. And that's me.
That's you.
What do you which one's your favorite out of these drafts?
Oh man, I do like the first one.
But the real one, the final one.
I think the advantage of the final one over the first one is the first ones are a little bit more tall. Like they would be a bit more square-ish shaped, while the ones on the bottom are a bit more long.
Yeah.
So they're like more vertical, and that's an advantage. I was thinking about that when I was making my logo for VTuber. If people go back to like my debut video, I actually have like all the different logos that I went through with my artists, and there was a lot of really good ones, but I really wanted one that was longer because then it works better inserting into text or at the top of a screen or at the bottom of the screen as opposed to something that's a little bit more square-ish. So I do like the first ones a lot, but I think for placement, I think the last ones do fit pretty well.
I actually really agree with your sentiment because that's exactly what I had to go through with my logo. So I have, if you guys know my logo, like there's the actual version that shows up on, let me show you the Zatsudan screen really fast. Or even here on the transition, that logo, it's a lot more like square-ish. And then if you see the actual, the logo that I used for the overlay, I made a little bit of an edit to the base logo design, and then I made it a bit more rectangular and easier to fit into the overlay and stuff. But yeah, I agree with your sentiment on that. That's something you really have to think about.
Hey Kiefer, welcome to the stream.
Hi, welcome in. Good to see you. But man, I love these logo designs so much. Even this one's so cool. I don't like the banner here, but I love the like tokusatsu-ness of this one.
It is, yes.
Oh my God, I'm sorry for distracting again. Is this you or me?
I think this is your turn.
Ideas in hand, it was a relatively short journey to our final designs for Adventures and Resolve. But the road to the Chronicles logo was also very long and winding. You almost have to see it to believe it, but these are the initial design ideas we had received. I think you can just imagine how bumpy the past must have been from this starting point. So, looks like they decided on the final one already, and then they have different banners they wanted to use for Chronicles.
Yeah, because they were actually designing 3 logos.
Yes.
For this game. Along with the graphics design team, we poured over reference materials of all sorts. Fonts and typography, Victorian signage, steampunk images, and even previous Japanese promotional materials for the series. The main dev staff, the localization director, and I would send detailed feedback to the design team, and they'd send a few more suggestions our way. Back and forth we went before finally settling on the final version you see today. You might think that in the course of creating something, it's only natural to iterate on a concept over and over, but the process this time was so painfully long. Still, all the pieces fell together into place eventually, so let's just say all's well that ends well.
I do like the final design. I love how clean and just nice this banner looks, and with the text and stuff. I really do like it. It's a very, very beautiful, clean logo.
Yep.
And that's where I think I'll end this story. Thank you for sticking with me over the 2 blog entries. Next time, it'll be our localization director, Janet's turn again. I can feel this strong aura of incredible enthusiasm radiating from her desk behind me, like she's just raring to talk about Souseki Natsume and the Meiji era for those who want to know more about this historical and cultural context behind the Great Ace Attorney's setting. I hope you'll join her then. All right, we got our last blog.
Yeah, these are so good.
Yeah. We didn't read these before, did we? I think it'd be so silly if I looked back and we actually did read these the last time we read them.
We definitely did not. I can say for a fact we did not.
Okay, I was gonna be like, wow, I'm gonna get clowned on for doing this again. All right, blog number 8, When East Meets West, by localization director Janet Su.
Hi everyone, it's Janet Su, localization director of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, back again for one last blog about the history and literary culture of the Meiji and Victorian eras.
It's been 3 weeks now since the release of the game. How are you all finding it so far? As some of you are wrapping up your first playthrough, of many I hope, I thought I'd share a little bit about the background and era and point a few literary references you might have missed. There might be a few small spoilers in here, but I did my utmost to avoid the big ones, Also, I'll be using the Japanese order of surname, first name for any real-life Japanese historical figures I discuss. Okay, yeah, so this is a little bit of a fair spoiler warning, just in case. If anyone here is currently playing through the series yourself and you don't want to be spoiled, no problem whatsoever. Go ahead and turn tail if you need to. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and continue. Go ahead.
Finally, please remember that while the Great Ace Attorney draws on historical events and situations, it is by no means a historical game. Many of the portrayals are only very loosely based on history, and even things like the names of certain treaties are different in the game to reflect the fictitious nature of our in-game world. Also, this blog article is all based on my own research, and as much as I try to be accurate, I may not hit every point exactly on the head. So, no angry tweets from history majors, please.
Now then, I guess for a lot of players, the first question is, what is the Meiji era? And what does it represent to most modern Japanese people? Oh, there you go! There you go!
Yes, there he is! The Meiji era was kicked off by the external forced opening of Japan to the Western powers by U.S. Commodore Matthew Perry in 1853, and the internal political struggle that resulted in the Meiji Restoration, or the Meiji Revolution, which culminated in 1868. One of the reasons why these events were so big is due to the technological gap that had developed between Japan and Western powers during the long period of self-isolation known as Sakoku, literally closed country, and the sense of danger to Japan itself that the Japanese felt as a result of that display of power.
That's my man's!
Whenever they talk about like closed country, I just think of that History of Japan video.
Oh my god. You're still a piece of garbage. No, it's not this Ieyasu's fault, I swear! Tokugawa Ieyasu from the Sengoku Basara series, which Kiro really loves, and it's the first series that Kiro's ever streamed, because I totally got that right on the Kiro friendship quiz.
It was the first game I ever streamed.
Man, now I kind of want to, I really want to get it and play it and just bring you on, A, so I have an excuse to bring you on, and B, so that I can experience it and you can laugh at me while I flop around.
Oh my god, I would have so much to say about it.
I guess you have to gift me the game. Don't do it.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Aww. I'm pretty sure it's probably cheap now because it hasn't been a new one in quite a while.
Yeah, it's actually not that bad, and you just have to import it, but it's region free as well, which is kind of nice.
Oh, is it like Asian English localization?
No, it's like, I mean, like you don't have to like hack your console or anything to play it. You could just.
But I mean, wait, so the last one didn't get localized?
No, it did not.
Oh, okay.
If you're interested, like the third game did get localized officially. You could probably find a copy of it.
Okay, yeah.
For PS3.
What's up? Oh, God.
There's also a Wii copy, but it obviously is a much lower resolution than the PS3 one.
I do have my PS3. I think it's going to be a little bit of a struggle to... Well, we can talk about that different day.
The newest two games are PS4. They're just not in English, but there's a lot of good fan-translated menus and things that will show you how to play it.
Vine Noctowl, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. Hello,
hey,
hello.
welcome.
And hi, hey to you. Oh, I've seen your character around. He's very handsome.
Very handsome.
I was like, I think I know that name. Not to put you on blast, but yeah, no, you have a very handsome OC. Welcome in. All right, go ahead. Wait, is this you or me?
This is your turn.
During the Edo period from 1603 to 1867, which started after Tokugawa Ieyasu unified all of Japan, the country, once again, Tokugawa Ieyasu is this very handsome anime man.
Definitely very accurate right there.
The country closed all of its ports with the lone exception of Nagasaki and a few other designated ports in Kyushu to outside traders with the lone exceptions of the Dutch, Chinese, Koreans, and the Ainu. This closure led to internal political stability and peace, but it severely limited the free trade of ideas and technology. In addition to goods and people, Japanese people were not allowed to leave to learn from other countries, and foreign nationals were generally not allowed to come into Japan to set up trade or share knowledge. So, when Commodore Perry and his black ships arrived in modern-day Tokyo Bay, it was a huge catalyst for change.
I'm just thinking again of the History of Japan video, but I can't like remember line for line.
Wait. Still a piece of garbage.
Like I remember what they say, but I don't remember like line for line what some of them are, so I can't meme it as well as I wish.
I haven't watched it in so long. We gotta watch that together.
So long. That's a good one. Most modern Japanese people look back on the Meiji era as a time of great social change and modernization. New ways of thinking in all areas of life were being discussed and codified. This included not only political things like their system of government, but also the legal system, which was updated to be more Western-like and less reliant on the whims of your local daimyo, feudal samurai lord, and his interpretation of the law. Let's just say that Ryunosuke's joke about a samurai cutting a person down to test his blade's sharpness is a version of something that was officially outlawed, yet was still somehow allowed if a commoner was being rude.
Oh, there's a Wikipedia link to Kiriste Gomen. Ugh. Is this an example of Western tsujigiri? Part of the reason the ruling class of Japan were so motivated to modernize was the hope that by doing so, they could raise their standing enough to nullify the unfair treaties that had been forced to sign initially. In the Great Ace Attorney, our Japan has just signed a treaty that has been in the works for a long time, though whether it was one of the renegotiated treaties is left with your imagination. And as Kazuma and Aochi's verbal sparring shows, not everyone was in agreement on how Japan should proceed in these sorts of political negotiations with the West. This was one of the great internal struggles of the era. Oh my god, I want to hear your Aochi so bad.
These are very sensitive political times, just so you know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain.
Is that what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
You or me?
Of course, many other areas of society were undergoing modernization as well for a variety of reasons. One of these was in women's education. Until the Meiji period, compulsory education for boys and girls was not a thing, so one of the ways in which Japan revolutionized was to provide primary and secondary education for all children. Despite good intentions, women were unfortunately not always afforded the same chances as men, and this was especially true in higher education. The first women's institutions for higher learning wasn't established until 50 years after their male counterparts in 1900 to 1901, and women weren't admitted into men's colleges until much later. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what Susato and her best friend's situation was, since this series takes huge liberties with history, but this backdrop shows just how special these two young ladies would have had. They lived in our real world during that time. Certainly, to attain such high levels of education, they might have had private tutors, or in Susato's case, we know she learned alongside her father and Kazuma.
I guess that also makes sense why she's aged younger then, because like, if she was older, she kind of wouldn't have the excuse of still being in school.
Yeah, probably.
Lesbians! Let's go, lesbians! One figure who's especially famous and well known in the field of women's education is Tsuda Umeko, who spent her youth in the US as part of the Iwakura mission, who worked tirelessly upon her return to Japan to bring women's education up to standards with the American school she'd attended. One of her greatest achievements was the establishment of one of Japan's oldest institutes for higher learning for women, Joshi Eigaku Juku, modern-day Tsuda University in 1900. Her story is truly a fascinating one, and if you have the time, I highly recommend at least giving her Wikipedia page a read. Starting in 2024, you can find her gracing the front of every 5,000 yen bill, which is around $50 US. Coming to an international bank near you. Oh, that's so cool. That's next year.
Yeah. Another area of change was in clothing. While many men of the upper classes in certain occupations quickly adopted Western clothing, traditional Japanese clothing was still worn by women of all classes and the average citizen. Many people also mixed and matched their styles like Sosaki in episode 1 of Resolve, and as Ryunosuke and Susato's designs show. The Western boots Susato wears stand out in contrast against the traditional hakama pants and pink kimono she wears underneath, while Ryunosuke's arm guard is evocative of kendo, Japanese sword fighting, and other Japanese sports against a Western-style suit.
Oh, there's the grippers! I love Susato's outfit so much. I love it, I love it, I love it. I especially really love, because that's why I love Yuna's outfit too. She has like the furisode, and then she has the boots. It's a look.
Yeah.
It's a look. And obviously, Cutie, I want to just give him a cute little kiss. Oh god.
Hey, look, it's your other favorite character.
In the field of science, the Victorians were still making new discoveries, but one of the things that Resolve touched on was the introduction of germ theory in Europe. I didn't know how relevant some of these scientific issues would become when we were making the second game originally in 2017, but it apparently became especially eerie when the translators and I came across lines about masks and soap, just as the current pandemic was hitting its stride. The characters treating these concepts as new ideas really makes you think how immutable the laws of nature are and how far our understanding of them has come. Ugh.
Oh, your other favorite character. Finally, no overview of the era is complete without acknowledging how the language and literature of the time was greatly affected by all these social changes. With gender terms like she and he existing in the languages of Europe came a need to create a new word, kanojo, for her, and the reassignment of the word kare to the realm of the exclusively male he for translation purposes, which has since become the norm as we see in modern Japanese today. Any and all Japanese clothing, which was just kimono, literally things to wear, gained a new term, wafuku, literally Japanese clothing, to go along with the equally new word, yufuku, literally Western clothing. If you think learning new tech words is hard now, imagine having words about anything and everything in your life constantly changing.
Oh my god, that's so true. But the new influx of European texts also brought interesting and new ideas in technology. One of the greatest cultural influences was the more broadly introduced to Japan. That was more broadly reintroduced to Japan at this time was Shakespeare and his plays. I said Shakespeare, not Shamsphere. Oh, if you guys don't know, I really don't like Shakespeare.
But you love Shamsphere.
Oh, even worse.
Shakespeare was so beloved by the people of Meiji Japan that he even gained an affectionate nickname, Sao, literally old man, elder Sa, though many may not have even heard of this name in modern times, until now.
Oh, and then there's the side case about this. Indeed, the reason a Shakespeare-inspired character appears in Soulseki's episodes is because even he was inspired by and was in direct competition with Shakespeare himself, as part of his studies into English literature, and not the English language as our game pokes fun at. He studied under one of the preeminent Shakespearean scholars of the time, William James Craig, who did indeed live just off of Baker Street. To this day, Shakespeare's works continue to inspire countless stories in anime, even inspired the mighty filmmaker Kurosawa Akira.
Speaking of Soseki, he really is the literary juggernaut he seems to be in Resolve by the end of his career. He was even on the 1,000 yen bill between 1984 and 2004. In addition to his groundbreaking novels, his paper Theory on Literature is still as insightful today as it ever was on the nature of literature and why people read it. It digs onto these issues through the lens of the then cutting-edge sociology and psychology. But, also as shown in The Great Ace Attorney, Soseki had a pretty miserable time in London, which he describes in the foreword of his paper, and he also apparently really did send a blank piece of paper to the Ministry of Education as his annual progress report.
Oh, Lamau, mood. In naming the episodes of the first game back in 2014, Mr. Takumi had wanted me to come up with their English titles as well. Wow! So they were working on this game's localization even back when the game didn't have a localization.
Well, I think it's because those titles had English names because they were in London too, so they still had because they were all references to Shakespeare, or to Sherlock.
Yeah.
So they still wanted English versions of the titles.
But that's still so interesting that they thought ahead about this, even then, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, but welcome in, Ruby. Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Welcome.
In naming the episodes of the first game back in 2014, Mr. Takumi had wanted me to come up with their English titles as well. The Japanese title of the Soulseki-centric episode 4 made reference to his novel, I Am a Cat. Wagahai wa neko de aru. With the word wagahai, wanting to keep some sort of Soulseki reference in the title, I suggested Clouded Kokoro, a reference to his novel Kokoro, which heartbreakingly explores the themes of cultural shifts and traditional and modern Japan in the Meiji era. Initially, Mr. Takumi thought the Kokoro reference might bring a melancholy mood to the episode title, lest it drew attention to the real-life Soulseki's depression. But our Soulseki was so different, and the concept of a clouded mind or heart also fit well with the other themes in his episode, so that's what we went with.
But did you know, The Great Ace Attorney is actually not the first crossover between The Great Detective and Soulseki. In fact, there are a number of Holmes pastiches, including the arguably most famous one available in English, a Japanese story from 1953 called The Yellow Lodger by Yamana Futaro, where Holmes solves a case, I was going to say Sholmes, solves a case thanks to Soseki's help. Another famous Japanese story is Shimada Soji's 1984 novel, Soseki to Random Mira
London.
Satsujin Jiken.
Yeah.
Literally, Soseki in the case of the London mummy murder, which doesn't seem to have an English translation yet, and is currently running as a serial manga. Sees the two solving a mystery like no other. The story is written from both Soseki and Watson's perspectives, and you cannot read more disparate depictions of the same detective in one story. It's funny to think that perhaps the reason people are so easily able to imagine Soseki as a fictional character is thanks to Soseki himself. He'd actually written a series of short stories about his adventures in London, where he is the star character in them. Soseki's writings and Mr. Yamada's The Yellow Lodger pastiche are available in English in The Tower of London, Tales of Victorian London, translated by Damien Flanagan. That's fascinating.
Wow, oh my god, there's so much that went into this. This is also just so like her getting to show her love for all the stuff that makes this game. It's like not even like directly about the game itself. In a way it is, yeah, but like this is so fun. This is so cute. Of course, Soseki and Sholmes aren't the only literary references in The Great Ace Attorney. The Victorian era is known for bringing the mystery genre to the fore. People have long thought, and conducted research into this, that as police departments and detective work became more established as an institution during the Victorian era, so did the public's fascination with the grisly tales of crime and murder grow. People wanted to read fantastical stories about the police and detectives who solved these crimes, similar to the ones they saw in headlines in the newspaper. In a sense, these fictional detectives were the superheroes of their time. As a reflection of his great love of the genre, Mr. Takumi included references and pays homage to quite a number of mysteries and their famous detectives from the Victorian era and the golden age of detective fiction in the 1920s and 1930s. These homages include, but are not limited to... You can read them.
The Hands of Mr. Ottermole, Monsieur Lecoq and his creator, Emile Gaboreau, Dr. John Evelyn Thorndike, Solar Ponds, The Black Widowers and the club waiter Henry Jackson, Baroness Emma Ortsky, who wrote what was considered at the time to be the rival of Holmes, The Old Man in the Corner.
And my favorite reference of them all, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective by Shu Takumi, now available with a demo on the Nintendo Switch eShop and coming soon at the end of this month.
Basically, anything that seems awfully specific and not a pun, well, that just might be a reference to something.
In Escapade 6, we also talked about a contemporary of Soseki's named Mori Ogai, who is a real-life contemporary and rival, but only in the sense that their approaches to life and their writing were due to their circumstances at birth. But he's not the only literary figure to make an appearance. In fact, there's a little hidden appearance featuring Mark Twain and his adventures in bicycling that Iris and Susato refer to. Get a bicycle, you will not regret it if you live, Mark Twain from Taming the Bicycle.
The Meiji and Victorian eras were a time of great change and societal introspection, for no segment of life was untouched by the great internal struggle. In Japan, it was keenly felt in that push and pull that tugged at each person's heart over the questions of how Western was too Western, and what traditions were worth keeping or were integral to the core of Japanese identity. And in London, a similar struggle was taking place due to the Industrial Revolution and everything it brought to the lives of the average citizen, from moving into cities from the countryside to overcrowded working conditions indoors and in mines. Regardless the period, these themes of changes are always relevant, though it is felt stronger some eras by some people than others. Still, it seems especially relevant in today's world to me, where technology has taken over a good portion of our lives, and some people wonder if we've advanced too quickly, or if the speed of technology's advance has been allowed to dictate the rate at which society changes, for example. That's what makes the literature of the era timeless and endlessly relatable in my opinion, as life is never quite as static or as stable as we like to think it is.
And that brings me to the end of these dev blogs. I hope you've enjoyed reading them as much as I've enjoyed writing them. I hope you'll join me in one last thank you to the wonderful people who made this game possible, from the producers and the director, to the translators at Plus Alpha Translations, to our recording partners at Side UK, and the rest of the dev team, and of course, thank you, the fans, for all your love and support of the series.
Take care of yourselves and each other. Until we meet again.
Woo-wee! Wow! I don't mind that these were long at all, because
No, they were so informative.
they were so in-depth, too.
And on topics that you wouldn't really think about, right? Down to the details of, how did they make the logo, right? An entire entry on that.
It's so like minute and specific, and I love it so much.
It's such a reflection going through all these about all that care and love that they put into the game and the localization.
It's really, really, really awesome. I truly, truly, truly loved reading this. I've read it before, but getting to share it with you guys, like, I just really, really enjoy it.
I'm so glad that one of my favorite games has this to go along with it.
Yeah, I'm really glad too, and I really hope that more games give this sort of like retrospective, because it's like there's always like the PR standpoint of like, oh yeah, like we'll reveal small things, or like we won't really want to talk about it just because we want to preserve the secrecy of our stuff, and that's totally valid. But I just think little vignettes into the process of what makes the game, because the thing that I really like about these blogs is that it just shows how passionate the team was for this game, even if the odds were against them, like in the blog that talks about the bad reviews and stuff,
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and switch into, let me pull up the game, so that way we can at least try to get started on the stuff for the game. I think what we'll do then is we'll look at the gallery stuff and then talk about, maybe instead of going through the whole music stuff, we'll go ahead and look at our favorite tracks and stuff, and so that way we can at least get to process their thoughts and stuff, and maybe that sounds like a good send off. Does that sound good to you, Kiro?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Perfect, but before we do that, Lux redeemed the care package, so let's all go ahead, because we did a lot of reading today. Let's stand up from our seats. Let's give ourselves a nice group stretch. We are gonna go ahead and twist our bodies to the left.
To the left.
Twist our bodies to the right.
To the right.
We're gonna stretch our arms straight up to the sky.
The sky.
Let's go ahead and roll out that right shoulder.
Right.
Roll out that left shoulder.
Left.
Very slowly, very gently, roll out your neck.
Gently now.
Take a deep breath in. And a deep breath out. Go ahead and have a sip of your water. Thank you for the care package, Lux, and welcome back, Emmy. We just finished reading the blogs. We're gonna go ahead and go into the game. Let me just make sure that our collab screen is ready to go. Let's go to the game. Oh, our models are completely cut off. Here, there we go. Here we are. We're back.
We're back.
Cool. So yeah, I think what we'll do then, just so that we don't have to, as much as I would love to do another stream, I think this is the perfect time to just put a cap on it and close it. So what we'll do is we'll look at the new materials that show up in the gallery section of this game, and then just because there's a lot of tracks for the music and stuff, we'll go ahead and maybe pull up our favorite tracks and talk about those, and while we're doing all this, talk about our thoughts about the characters and the series and stuff. But yeah, so this is going to be my warning to you guys. We are now going to be talking about very spoilery territory stuff, so warning. Let me write this out so that it's pinned. Hero and I will now be reviewing the new special contents that appear after finishing game 2. So there will be spoiler discussions. So please take care of that. Make sure that you guys are aware, and if you guys need to head out and hide because you guys are playing through the games yourselves, it is no problem whatsoever. All right, so let's go ahead and check out the gallery then.
Yeah. And maybe because we've already talked at great length about designs for characters like Ryunosuke and Susato, maybe we'll spend a bit less time on them.
Yeah.
We'll still read the notes, but maybe we'll focus on the new characters.
So they won't be here, right? They'll be on the... Okay, so we can start with this one then. All right. Brothers...
There's our beautiful ending of the game. Right?
I love this artwork. So Kazuya Nuri is just so good at these sorts of compositions. His CGs are really good, but stuff like this where it's a collage almost, where it's the characters and then there's some sort of elements of background weaved into it. Amazing.
You'll also need to share your game screen with me so I can see the stuff.
Oh my god, I'm
models.
so sorry. Hold on, let me go ahead and switch windows that I'm sharing with you. Is this the one? Yes. Can you see really closely his butt?
Yep, there we go. Oh, there's his butt.
Welcome in, Shy Guy, and yeah, brothers.
They were roommates.
Brothers of the Dawn. This is from Kazuyanuri. I turned the iconic final scene at daybreak between Ryunosuke and Kazuma for inspiration in this symbolic illustration of their parting of ways.
Oh, you want me to take each?
Yeah, we'll switch off.
You want to do it by box? Okay. The image of the sun rising between their crossed swords was something I desperately wanted to include in the game, and it turned out to be a very emotionally powerful scene.
It hints at their futures while showing the metaphorical dawning of a new age of the law.
Rushing off down their respective paths with conviction in their hearts, Ryunosuke and Kazuma dash away in opposite directions from the rising sun until the day their fates would cross once more.
Whereas the two of them were facing in the same direction in Brothers of Ambitious Dreams, Brothers of the Dawn represents a visual and thematic counterpart to complete the set. So once again, this is the ending for the first game where they're both together, off into the sunset. Mind you, this is very gay because Kazuma is presumed dead at this point of the game, so... but yeah, this makes sense because, you know, in the context of this, Ryunosuke is heading towards Japan and leaving, while Kazuma's, you know, heading towards Britain and in their own, like, opposite directions.
I love how both the ending illustrations are Ryunosuke and Kazuma centric.
Oh, they knew that they were
know.
gay! Also, I never noticed this, but Kazuma has a holster for his sword in his outfit.
Yes, he does.
He has a harness. Also, in the art, the buttons are gripping for dear life!
It's an important character trait.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, okay, so here's the new ones. Okay, but yeah, these are still... Yeah, these are the DLC outfits. Okay.
Yeah, so these are all exclusive to the
Yeah,
second
this
game.
was immediately like such a huge spoiler!
Yeah, and again, these pieces of artwork are not locked when you get the game. The only one that's locked is that ending illustration. So you could easily stroll in here by accident.
Yeah, and I think we almost did when we were previewing this for the last time that we did the wrap-up.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Hi, I'm Kazuya Nuri, the art director. Oh, I guess while we're doing this, we can talk about our thoughts about the characters, I guess. Art director and character designer for the Great Ace Attorney. This is where I'll be sharing some of the designs and references for Resolve.
Before I begin, please be aware that there will be a large number of big spoilers, both in my comments and in the illustrations themselves. Oh. Sorry, Discord was being weird. So I very strongly recommend finishing the two main games before going any further.
Oh my god, wait, what? Takayama Kieran, another Kieran, welcome in. Thank you so much for following and joining the Constellations.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you from one Kieran to another. I'm sure you're just as awesome, if anything more awesome than me.
Nah, you're probably both awesome.
Can we please give them a warm welcome for being new here in the chat? Hi to you.
Welcome,
How'd you find your way
welcome.
here? Oh, please be warned, major spoilers, just in case.
The major spoilers for this game.
Yeah, art time, that's right, baby. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This character illustration was used in a promotional material for the original release of Resolve. In it, Ryunosuke strikes a resolute, let's do this pose, with his chest out and his collar not straight because he's not straight.
Along with his armband, katana, and university collar pin and arm guard, I strove to capture everything unique to Ryunosuke in a roughly triangular shape with a stance.
You have a lovely design. I was recommended by Twitch a couple of times, actually. Aw, wanted to check out a fellow Kieran. Well, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and... Aw, your emotes look so cute.
I think I've seen your character before.
I've
It's really
definitely,
cool.
to be honest, I have seen you on my recommendeds as well. So if you're going to be honest about it, I will be too. But you're probably a handsome VTuber as well, because all of my recommended algorithms now just give me handsome guy VTubers. But you know what? Since you're a fellow Kieran, I'll drop you a follow as well. So I'll definitely check you out sometime. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. Oh, you drew your own emotes? Did you also do your own? Hold on. Wait. I'll give you a shout out. Let's see what you look like. I'm interested because we share the same name.
But is the clip thing broken down still?
Oh, let me hide us.
Breastfeed me.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that one's fucking hilarious. I literally spat on my water when I saw it.
Ooh.
Can you lactate?
would
I don't
suckle.
lactate.
I would suckle.
You okay? Chat, clip that.
Oh no. Thirst? Interesting concept. Oh. This is so out of context. Good. As it should be. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping by.
Welcome.
Is this me?
I just finished reading this.
Okay, cool. Iris's homemade suit. I often like to create costumes that speak to a character's backstory or personality over how visually striking they are. That can lead to the design feeling rather uninteresting after the first time you see it.
To avoid that pitfall, I remember wanting to make this outfit feel connected to the story somehow, whilst expanding on the world of the great Ace Attorney.
So I added a few things here and there to spark the imagination and give you something new to find each time you play through the game with it on.
One of these elements is a little Shrunosuke standing on Ryunosuke's shoulder that Iris made. If you look very carefully, its head actually moves in tandem with Ryunosuke's, but perhaps it's a bit too subtle.
Shrunosuke!
I love that. I love that.
The line and cut of the suit were also designed to complement Prosecutor Asagi's, making them a fine pair in court. Gay. Obviously, I really love him. Great character. Fantastic protagonist. I really enjoyed him. He's the perfect amount of like naive and innocent while still like when he finally gets his resolve and learns how to stand on his own 2 feet and take the path that he wanted to on his own. Like, he's just super charming. I really enjoyed him.
Yeah, me too, for sure.
He's
Like, not to rag on Phoenix, but like I just really like Ryunosuke's character arc. It's so well contained between these 2 games.
Plus, you've also said that you identify with him, right?
Yeah, I think I see like a lot of personality traits in him that I think I also might have.
Sorry, I cut you off again. What were you going to say before that?
That is what I was gonna say, I think.
Okay, perfect. Oh, well then, actually, I know your thoughts because we have the same wavelength.
Good.
Look, also, that his glove has like a little... I know it's supposed to connect his glove to his hand, but that's the ring that I gave him on his middle finger.
Yeah, that's Kieran's ring right there.
Okay, but yeah, now we're going to move on to... Yeah, I think that's all my thoughts about Ryunosuke. I really enjoyed him. Fantastic
Yeah, we won't
protagonist.
spend too long since we already talked at
Yeah.
length about him before.
Mhm.
And because we have lots to go through left.
Yes.
Oh, do they have like a cute English nickname for her little rabbit?
Oh, let's find out.
Yeah, because her Japanese one's Usato, because Usa, like rabbit. So, Susato Mikotoba. In her previous outing, her character illustration portrayed her as the ideal refined lady, as Yamato Nadeshiko. So this time I thought to show Susato's sweet and spirited side instead for resolve.
This also allowed me to strike a better balance between Susato and Ryunosuke visually when they were to be featured together side by side. I wonder what Phoenix thinks of Ryunosuke. He literally exposes insane crimes of the Lord Chief Justice. I don't know, but you know what? They're both holding my hand.
Oh, you mean my peepaw?
Kiro sent me this like meme. Yeah, Kiro sent me. It's in our DM, so I think I can link it to you guys. Before I go through all of our other DMs.
It's like a cute hypothetical comic about Apollo reacting to knowing that Ryunosuke is Phoenix's ancestor.
Yeah, so you guys can check out this little comic.
Iris's homemade dress. Susato and Ryunosuke's outfits were both created by Iris. As such, they share a number of design elements with Iris's new outdoors attire and Shom's regular clothes.
I suppose you could say they're Susato and Ryunosuke's uniforms for the Shom's Consulting Detective Agency.
In keeping with the period setting, Susato's usual look is a very modest female student's attire, but I felt that it kept me from bringing out her full feminine charm, so I employed Iris's help to unlock it in this costume.
Oh, they didn't give a name for Usato. I think this outfit's really cute. It's fine. It's just that when you compete with the original outfit, the original's just so good.
Yeah. Like, the Iris one is nice for being matchy with Ryunosuke, but I do like the original one a lot.
I will say though, I do like that it shows a new perspective from her character because at the end of the day,
Yeah.
like she is a young girl, you know, and this was totally how she probably would love to dress while in England. So I think it's in line with her character, but yeah, you know, obviously I've said it before, but Susato's probably my favorite character in the entire series. Even as much as I love Ryunosuke and Kazuma, I really, really enjoyed Susato. I really love that, you know, she also has a bit of coming into her own at the end where it's like, Ryunosuke's like, I really want to ask her to come with me, but I can't. And Susato's like, I've come up with my own decision. I really want to come with you on her own.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I love her a lot. Do you have any additional things you want to say about her, or are you good?
I think we covered everything there.
All right. Herlock Sholmes.
Herlock
Oh, yeah,
Sholmes.
you.
I thought to draw Sholmes facing forwards this time, in contrast to his publicity illustration for the first game. But as I drew, it struck me that the pose I'd chosen wasn't very Sholmes-like at all.
Oh my god, the Thitty window. The Thitty window, but also just this meme illustration, so funny. As I struggled to come up with something more befitting, I was tasked to create a teaser illustration in which Sholmes and Ryunosuke would stand shoulder to shoulder, at which point it became vital and I balanced their look visually. Tenniel Bayard, thank you so much for following and joining the Constellations. Welcome in.
Welcome. It led to what I feel is Sholmes' most natural stance, the three-quarter pose. Whilst he wound up standing at almost the exact same angle, and I experienced a ton of deja vu as I drew, I swear it's a totally different picture. LOL.
The insert illustration, the enlightened Sholmes on the left, captures the moment in which Sholmes hits upon his latest transcendental idea that transcends both time and space. Probably right as Iris was about to get some shut-eye, too. Hi, you can call me Tenny. Awesome, welcome in, Tenny. Hope you're doing good.
Sholmes' Japanese Jumble Mix. I'd want an excuse to dress Sholmes up in Japanese clothing since production of the first game. But after the second game came and went with no opportunity either, I started to give up hope.
That's when the talk of alternate costumes arrived. I swiftly jumped at the chance to turn my idea into reality. Of the three new outfits, Sholmes' is the one that I had the clearest idea from the get-go, and so his was the first to be completed.
I originally imagined it would be something he could wear in Japan, so it was even more Japanese in design at first, as it was meant to be a costume for Great Britain. I pulled back on it a bit to bring it in line with the other two.
I also came up with Japanese-style outfits for Iris and Van Zieks, actually, but all that was needed were these three, so unfortunately the other two designs never saw the light of day. Also, it would be completely weird for Van Zieks to be wearing Japanese clothing and be like, I hate the Nipponese.
Unlike Ryunosuke and Susato's outfits, which were made by Iris, Sholmes made his by himself. Also, the mask he wears is not a typical kitsune fox mask, but a wagahai cat mask.
But the fact that he made this on his own, he's a better seamstress than I am.
I anticipate that, or I'm guessing that the fox mask is supposed to be, he pulls it over his eyes when he pulls down the goggles.
Yeah. I love your design. Aw, thank you. That's super kind of you. I hope you like Kiro's as well. Iris Wilson. I keep on forgetting. I'm sorry. Go.
Well, that's okay. I think it's because some of them are odd and some of them are even.
Yeah.
Iris Wilson. I strove to bring out the cuteness befitting of a child of her age, more than in the previous game's illustration. I also want to show off her knapsack and the charms hanging off from it, which have both been hidden behind her.
I played with Sholmes' costume on, can confirm Wagahai mask is... Oh, okay, cool. Also of importance was how she would look when paired with Sholmes in previous, various promotional materials. Outdoors attire. I'd actually designed this during the production of the first game, so I was thrilled to be able to bring it out again and after I'd put it away for various reasons.
The jacket she wears over her indoor clothes is based on steampunk aviators, to which I added elements that made her more resemble the little bear-shaped Lucky Charm she's made of herself.
Did I skip you again? I'm so sorry!
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
Read last one.
Incorporating flowers and hearts into the design, I landed on a mildly Eastern motif for the decorations on her hat, and when she lowers her goggles, she looks just like her Lucky Charm.
That's true if you look at the little Mickey Mouse ears. There's a little bit of Phil agree. Beric Van Zieks. I'd drawn 2 versions of Van Zieks, one with and one without his cloak, so that they might be used during the early and final days of the first game's promotion, respectively, to show him in 2 different lights. Also, before we go on, I just want to say about Iris. I was very surprised at how much of a back seat she took during the second game. I thought we would see, at least with the final 2 cases, we would see more of her, but I guess because Susato wasn't missing in the end in the second game, like...
Yeah, because she's more of a supporting character, so...
Yeah. But, I mean, I think it's great, you know. Once again, I thought that, you know, she was going to be annoying, but I ended up really liking her, so...
Yeah, I was on the same note, too. I was on the same note. Unfortunately, only the cloaked one, where most of him was shrouded to show his Reaper the Bailey facade, was ever used, so I made sure his Resolve illustration would show both his dark demigod and aristocratic prosecutor sides.
I'd also hoped we could create a new in-game character model based on this open cape look in the second game, but sadly, it was not to be.
There were a number of mysteries surrounding Van Zieks related to his past and the Reaper moniker at the end of the first game, so it was a great relief to finally resolve them all in the second.
Being able to draw him as he really is and show a different side of him from the Reaper was the greatest catharsis for me. Alright, so I know a lot of you want to know my thoughts on this guy. I said it last stream, but yeah, I get it. Like, it makes sense that I couldn't, you know, form an opinion until the very end of the game. Because I was just surprised that, like, he, you know, his thing was the very end game, because, like, with Edgeworth, it's like, I guess in the context of Edgeworth, yeah, 4 was the last case originally in Phoenix Wright, so it makes sense. But, I get it. I think, you know, now knowing the full context of what he went through and stuff, he's very baby girl. I think maybe it's just because I'm not really that into tsunderes and stuff, that I like him now, but he's not my favorite character. So I get why people really like him, and I do like him now. I do appreciate him, but yeah, you know, like, ultimately I still prefer other characters above him. Hero has absolutely no words.
Oh, were you done?
Yeah.
I think I understand. Like, I had a lot of friends that liked this type, even just straight from appearance. They loved him right away, regardless of what his personality was at the beginning. And of course, we know he's gonna change and resolve things by the end, because that's what character development is, and prosecutors usually get that in most of these games. But, like, it's not my type of aesthetic, but I can definitely see it fitting into a lot of people's aesthetic.
Yeah, I think design-wise, when I first saw the game, I thought he was handsome, but I think I just fell in love with Ryunosuke and Kazuma so hard that, like, he's fine, but I already have the 2 that I'm in love with.
We just need to see more Van Zieks with, like, hairbrain, and then that would make us see more of that, right?
Oh, that's true. You know, maybe that, or maybe just open up his jacket a little bit. Let's see a little bit of what he's hiding under the suit, you know?
Give him some gripping buttons.
Yeah. Silver Fox? He's not even that old. Daigakuten Saiban investigations? Ooh, what do you think of an investigations with him? Well, no, but
I think that'd be interesting.
But he also, well, it would be Kazuma then, because he stepped down from being a prosecutor.
Yeah, I could definitely see it more with, I mean, like, Beric doesn't have as many connections to other characters as Edgeworth did. So, like, Edgeworth had all these connections to, like, Gumshoe and, like, the new character and, like, a lot of other characters. Well, Beric, I mean, he has connections to all the main characters, but, like, I don't think he could hold a game on his own.
Oh, okay.
But Kazuma could. I think Kazuma could.
A Kazuma game. But yeah, I think those are all my thoughts about Van Zieks.
Speaking of which.
Yeah. Is this you or me?
I don't remember now.
Masked Apprentice. I'd suggested the idea of giving Van Zieks a young male judicial assistant during the development of the first game, and whilst it was well received, he couldn't be included due to time restraints.
I made the suggestion anew during the second game's development, and was told, it'll be hard to add a new character now, but let me see what I can do. I certainly didn't expect things to turn out the way they did.
Originally, I'd proposed that this younger judicial assistant could act as a rival to Susato, and that he and Van Zieks would enjoy a close and heated dynamic. Instead, their cooler, more distant relationship worked. Yeah, because immediately after I ended that stream, I got ship out of them afterwards.
Visually, he was to serve as a backdrop to his mentor, coupled with the need to create the biggest impact possible when its true identity is finally revealed. Very little besides his mask is visible in order to create an aura of mystery.
Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. From a narrative perspective, Kazuma represents the theme of confluence and contrast between East and West. As such, his prosecutor's outfit is based on Western clothing with Eastern flourishes.
Another major task for me was how to change his appearance whilst keeping to the core elements of his design and overall form. For example, the swapping of Kazuma's university's student uniform for a military-style dress uniform.
I love it. Ace Attorney investigations with Barrick and his battalion of weird girls? Other examples include the replacement of his his Eastern Hachimaki headband for a Western ascot tie and his Japanese katana for a European saber, and his eventual use of both swords at the same time. Yeah, I talked about this before, but the switch from the headband to the ascot just shows like the change in his character.
Yeah. His main colors take inspiration from the Japanese flag and white snakes, which hold spiritual significance in Japanese folklore. His family crest, which is based on a real Genome snake eye crystals and mask, are both snake-themed too.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, the Japanese flag. Of course. Oh my god.
Isn't it great?
That's so smart. He's also predominantly in white to stand in contrast with Ryunosuke's black uniform. Yep. I was completely sure this was the way to go when I envisioned how his dramatic return would play out when he regained his memories.
A bright form emerging from under a dark cloak like a beam of light, chasing the haze and darkness away, and also as though he was shedding the dark varsity jacket of his past like a layer of old skin.
Like Van Zieks, the details in Kazuma's design serve to convey the affluence of the prosecution, whilst in contrast, the relative simplicity and modernity of his outfit conveys a sense of progress. I have a lot of thoughts about this, man.
Go ahead.
I get it. I truly just get it now. I get why people like it, but also give me a second because it looks like the bitrate is my feelings right now. The bitrate is relating to how I feel inside right now.
I mean, to put it in context, when I met Kieran and we were talking about this game, and Kieran was telling me like, oh, Ryunosuke is my favorite, and I love Susato, and who's your favorite? And I said, well, Kazuma's my favorite. And Kieran was like, oh, I can see that, but also like, Ryunosuke is definitely like, I like him way more than Kazuma. And then as we saw more of Kazuma in Resolve, I think Kieran realized what I was getting at, because I didn't want to tell him at the time about everything going on and all the character development and stuff.
I truly enjoy it. I think Kazuma is the execution of like, I don't think he's really like a tsundere now in Resolve or anything like that, but like he has, and I don't even think it's a personality shift. It's very much just like this is who he's always actually been hidden deep inside. And it's executed in a way because even if he's your antagonist character, it's definitely more of like a rival that's trying to bring out the best in Ryunosuke versus like, oh, like you wronged me and I hate you for it or whatever. And
yes,
because of that dynamic and that relationship, I was able to like, have a softer spot for him and appreciate him and what he's going through versus like with Van Zieks, he's very antagonistic from the get-go. And I'm like, well, you can't, right. I'm in love with Ryunosuke, so you can't act like that towards him. But like Kazuma, I like to think, I call it like that flavor of character that like fangirls really love, where it's like they're just brooding and they become like this like, taciturn, sort of character that like is like he's your friend, but also he's like your opposition, but then he becomes your friend again, and like fangirls love that sort of stuff, and I would know because I'm fangirls.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll talk about this maybe with the music section too, but like the first time you hear his prosecutor music theme, it sounds very intimidating. You hear it in court, right? He's facing you, you hear it playing, and then you hear the familiar melody of his original theme. And like that really evokes the whole like, what happened to him all this time? How has he changed? Or is it that he's never changed and we just are seeing the true him now being put to the forefront? Like that's what his musical theme, his new musical theme as a prosecutor really conveys. And I love that storytelling through the use of the music.
I just also really love that, like, he wasn't planned to come in like this, and yet they weaved it in so well. And like, I really get it. I get it. I really, 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 really love him. I really do. I get it. And it's not just because, you know, they gave him a little set of milkers or anything like that. But this character is so dynamic, and there's just so much going on, and I truly love it. Yeah, he's great. He's great. Any parting thoughts before? I guess maybe the music section then.
I think yeah. Let's move on.
Cool.
Here, I'll start. Clint Van Zieks. Clint only appears in illustrations throughout the game, but as he is a key figure in the story, I approach the design as though he were a main character.
Getting afflicted with Kazuma Asogi disease is a requirement for completing the Great Ace Attorney. I set about creating his design by retaining certain elements to create similarities between the brothers, whilst inserting new elements to contrast the differences between Barrick's yin and Clint's yang.
As with Barrick's navy blue, Clint's red jacket is a reference to the traditional colors of the uniforms of the Queen's Guard, and was just a thing to convey his positivity and brilliance.
First introduced in Adventures, the crossed swords in the Van Zieks family crest are actually a representation of the two brothers, though as the emblem was used over many generations, I can't very well say it's only all about them. Yeah, look, baby Barrick! Cute.
I love the picture of them above, both stretching their legs.
That's us when we do our stretches.
I think, like, on the cover of the art book for the second game, it's like a big montage of all the characters, and in the side you can see
them doing this.
Van Zieks and Clint both doing the leg stretch at the same time next to each other.
That's so cute. Oh, no, I don't really collect art books, but I would love to collect the art book for the series.
I can't remember if I have the art book for this one or if I only have the first one. I'll have to double check. I really love this game, so... using a pair of cross swords as a belt buckle also hints at how they've become bound by honor and glory, which is holding them back in various ways.
And their pants. The badge on Clint's chest was always meant to serve as a memento of him for his little brother, which we're finally able to show and resolve.
Narratively, I was able to make one very influential contribution in relation to Clint. One day, I very boldly proposed to the director, Mr. Takumi, how about making Clint's hunting dog the Baskerville Hound?
God! Ooh, I can't wait. At the time, Mr. Takumi himself hadn't quite hit upon how to solve the Baskerville problem yet, so he wasn't even sure of how he was going to include it in the story. Therefore, I figured I had nothing to lose by suggesting it.
Aristocrats often went hunting with their dogs back then, so it seemed like a period-appropriate way to show Clint's social status and charismatic personality, and connect him to the specifics of the case.
I also suggested placing a certain vital piece of evidence in a very specific location. Oh my god. Also, Dill, welcome in.
Welcome.
A Dilf.
I kind of wish that, I mean, obviously this is a little bit more of a, I guess, closely guarded secret or something, but it would have been cool to have a development blog talking about which, I mean, it would have been spoilers, so I guess that also would be another thing. Talking about at which stage of development each kind of part linking between the two games was decided. Because whenever they make a sequel to a game with a story that has so many ties to it, part of you kind of wonders, like how much of this was, like, obviously a lot of it was planted in advance, but how much of it changed throughout, or how much was not still figured out by the time the first game came out. It's kind of very much like I'm playing through Umineko again on my channel, and each episode was released episodically over like the course of a couple years. And the writer was very well known for including input from his fans, like fan theories and ideas from his staff, and crafting the story as he went. So he definitely had an idea of where the story would go, but then there were definitely parts where he molded them based on people's reception and response. And it would be so interesting to see which parts those were and what was not originally intended, or what was added later, or what he didn't figure out yet and figured out later. That would have been so interesting.
Man, oh my god. I was gonna say, I kind of wish that they had like another developer blog, like maybe a year or so after the game came out, like a spoiler cast almost. Or it's like they can like talk even more about their thoughts with like the later stuff, because a lot of the stuff that was touched upon on the developer blogs are like, it's pre-release promotional material. So it's like, of course they're only going to talk about the beginning stuff, but I definitely want to hear their thoughts about this sort of stuff. But you know, I guess we can get that from these comments.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think my thoughts about him are just like, you know, the twist at the very, very end was absolutely wild, and I did not see it coming from left field. And yeah, it's great. Absolutely great. Also, Dill, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. Ooh.
Oh.
You can start off.
Genshin Impact Asogi. My goal with this design was to convey Genshin's standing as the head of the Asogi clan, a family of samurai warriors going back generations, and as Kazuma's father, he also shares a number of traits with his son.
The first is a thin white strip of cloth he uses to tie his hair back, which flutters in the winds of change that blow around him. The second is the western suit and boots he dons.
By virtue of his willingness to travel to Great Britain, I felt that he too must have been a progressive thinker, so I made his clothing resemble those of Kazuma, and of course, he wears the great sword Karuma by his side as well.
In addition to these shared traits, I gave Genshin Impact a slim yet athletic build to give the impression that he's very fit and light on his feet.
Family crest. Swords and snake eyes was a theme that was established for the Asogi family crest during the development of the first game, but seeing as how they descended from samurai, and that was something I could use to hint at.
The darkness lurking in the depths of Kazuma's personality. I simply fell into this design as the most obvious choice.
The fact that I could use it in a meaningful way in Resolve, and I could tie it into the apprentice's design is something I'll raise a toast to my past self for.
Also, yeah, these are just major spoilers, but man, remember when I thought that he was Iris's dad for like 2 seconds?
But like 2 seconds, and he immediately says like, "Are you stupid?" No.
Man, I feel bad for this man because, you know, like, he obviously thought that he was gonna be able to like live, and, you know, he acted in that way, but also like it feels great to get that vindication from, you know, finally proving that he wasn't the professor.
Yeah.
This game is so good. Yeah. Oh my god, I love him. I love him. You can go off.
Yuji Mikotoba. Mikotoba's surprising past is finally revealed in Resolve. Of course, all his backstory had been set during the first game's development.
Sorry.
So everything I'm about to finally share, I drew during my time on Adventures.
Oh my god, I would have absolutely lost it if we had that Mikotoba. Whoa!
That jock. Look at the little iris.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Knowing the context, that's so cute. M3P, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. Mikotoba's western suit that appears in Resolve was actually designed in conjunction with his Japanese kimono. In fact, the color of his suit is more or less what was the decided color of his hakama trousers for me.
Therefore, the real focus of his design was not on his relation to Susato as her father, but rather on his relation to Sholmes as the great detective's legendary partner, Dr. Wilson.
Wait. Emmy just said, Mikotoba asking if the child is all his almost implies that Genshin slept around!
No, I don't think that's true. I think it was more just surprise on Mikotoba's part because he couldn't think of where else the child could have come from and why Genshin would come into possession of such a thing.
Okay, I'm so glad
Because
that
he
you're
was
the
all
rational
about, you
thinker.
know, like he was all about like discipline and like loyalty and stuff. So I find that hard to believe.
But his one weakness, NTR. On the surface, he's a serious-looking man with a soft, amiable charm. Young Mikotoba was designed to pair well with Sholmes and seem more full of vim and vigor than his older self, wrapped in an aura of style and genuine, gentle kindness. See, the thing is, if we read these before I did the second game, I would have instantly been spoiled about who he was. Because at the time, I was still like...
you would have instantly seen Prosecutor Kazuma and also, all that.
I mean, I
other stuff.
already did, but you know.
Yeah, I wish they actually just like completely just locked these ones off.
They
until
should
you
have.
beat it.
They really should have.
Or at least giving you like a soft lock. Like, are you sure you want to unlock these kind of thing?
Yeah.
Young Mikotoba is one of my favorite designs, and whilst I couldn't show him off visually in the game itself, I'm glad I was able to share him with you here.
Oh, share more, please. I want a case where he plays Mikotoba and Sholmes. The great Ace Attorney. The legendary pair. Here we have Sholmes and his boyfriend and their youth. In my mind, young Sholmes was much rougher around the edges than he is now, though I suppose everyone goes through that at some point in their life, right?
And I like to think it's thanks to living with Iris that his rough edges have been sanded down quite a bit now, because it's the people and life experiences we hold dearest that change us the most.
The Mikotoba Step. The splashiest secret of resolve dubbed the Mikotoba Step by the development team.
I propose this as a way to give Mikotoba a unique yet complementary animation to Sholmes' grand flourishes and gestures during their dance introduction, without completely deviating from his usual gentlemanly ways.
After all, a true boyfriend is one with the confidence to bring their own unique talents to the fight. He is so fun. I love that even like they make him a lot more fun, and like, you know, like the dancing is so much like I would not expect that from him, but still I think gentlemanly is the perfect way to describe him. The way that his actions are and the way that he approaches things and the way that he doesn't want to, you know, reveal information about Iris, but like when Iris asks about it, he's like, you know, if you really want, I'll share it with you. But he's the character that I was so surprised to have a change of opinion on, because with Kazuma, it's like, of course I was gonna like him, you know, because he's just meant to be likable. But with Eugene, it's just like, wow, I actually place him within the top 5 of my favorite characters, I would say.
Yeah, he's a great sleeper of a surprise.
Fantastic. Oh my god!
Ryutaro Naruhodo. Since women aren't allowed in the Japanese courtrooms of our game, it quickly became a question of how to present Susato as a man.
Design-wise, there were 2 options. A look so unique that neither the player nor the other characters would know who she was, or one where the player would soon figure it out but the in-game characters would remain oblivious.
The first idea would have made things very difficult, and since there were no qualms about using the second, I was able to finalize a masculine look for Susato without any fuss.
On top of technical limitations, not being able to cut her hair consider what was happened in the story after the first episode left design options very limited anyways, so the second choice was the only realistic one we ever really had.
I worked in a number of things, such as making the jacket just a little too big and the sleeves just a little too long to keep her design soft and cement the girl disguised as a boy look without overselling it.
Rei Membami. Rei didn't actually exist at all in the first draft of the story. The only new character slated to appear in episode 1 was Many Memo, and the defendant was Mikotoba, whose defense was to be handled by Susato.
A series of thoughts struck me when I read that draft. First, I wasn't sure it was such a good idea to have Mikotoba be the defendant, and also have him standing next to his own daughter, giving her advice on how to best represent his case.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, Ace Attorney trilogy has no problems doing that a few times.
Second, a whole episode featuring nothing but a bunch of old men would make for a very dull... I beg to differ, but okay. Sure, Susato was there, but she's dressed as a man too. Compared to the vibrancy of adventures, it just felt lacking, I thought.
So along with that feedback, I sent in my wish for a female student character to be added, which could either be Susato's best friend or a youngest schoolmate who absolutely adores her.
He literally manifested lesbians! This wasn't just for the sake of the visuals, but also to create a parallel structure between Susato and Ryunosuke, and the legal situation they find themselves in with their respective best friends.
I believe this would serve to build anticipation in players as they came to see the similarities with the first episode of Adventures and show yet another side of Susato, adding depth to her character.
I've said a lot about Susato. I love her. I think having the game, I've said this before as well about the first trial, is just, it's the perfect way to tutorialize a sequel for this arc, especially.
Very clever.
Yeah. But my only thing about this is just, I was surprised that I didn't see more of Rei. I really thought that she was going to be more relevant just because in the promotional art and stuff, like, you know, she's
very prominent in the art.
Yeah, next to Susato. So I thought like she was going to come back in some sort of way. And I was surprised that, like, you know, she didn't come with the Japanese team when they came to the end of the game and whatnot. So
I mean, I guess now reading again that she was added in at a later stage,
yeah, that
kind of makes a bit more sense.
It makes sense. But it's nice. It's nice. You know, she also contrasts with Susato in a way that, like, they're both very soft-spoken, but, like, Rei's also very much, like, Susato's very level-headed and Rei's very much not.
Yeah, I think they're great.
They're great, and they love each other.
Seishiro Jigoku. Knowing from the outset that Jigoku would play a different role in Resolve, I folded elements of the Buddhist god of hell in Judgment, Great King Enma, into his design. I also designed his suit at around the same time.
The shape of his hat is reminiscent to the judge's hat he wears at the Supreme Court in Japan, and his unusually hulking build for a Japanese man is thanks to his love of martial arts such as judo and karate.
The buttons on his suit also reflected Japanese and Buddhist imagery, such as family crests in the shape of Dharma wheels, Rinpoche, and other 8-spoken crests in general, whilst his beard is shaped like licks of flames.
Oh my god. Chi Chai T, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in. And Angel Gabriel, hello. Hola. Hola. ¿Cómo está usted? Hello. I don't speak Spanish, just so you know. And thank you so much for following as well. The lines of his suit are meant to invoke the look of a clergyman, similar to a strong heart. In the world of the Great Ace Attorney, a judge's ruling is not unlike the word of a god after all.
Satoru Hosonaga. When Mr. Takumi was looking for ideas on where to set the Japanese episode at the start of the second game's development, I suggested the seaside or a safe dating area.
It was clearly not a setting we were going to be able to use in the British episodes, and considering when the game was supposed to be released, the original release was in the summer, it seemed like a great match.
I also thought it would be easier to generate excitement at a glance if we could show some favorites returning in bathing attire from that era.
I mean, it doesn't do anything for me, but, you know, just seeing him makes me happy, so. The first swimming costume that I was completed for was Hosonaga. Mr. Takumi asked that I place something on the inspector's head so that he might have something sticking out above the water during a submarine stakeout.
After some brainstorming, I hit upon the idea of a turtle figurine with a cute little head that would wobble to and fro that I especially enjoy.
Wait, does this mean that he designed swimsuits for Ryunosuke and Kazuma as well?
It sounded like it was just talking about, like, characters from Case 1
No.
of the second game. So,
don't,
like, I
don't
mean,
dash my dreams like that.
I mean, Giselle Brett also kind of got a sort of beachy attire, although it wasn't like a bikini.
Oh, hold on. It says that your audio is strangely static, so let's see if I can. Well, let's end the call and come back again then.
Okay.
Okay, is he sounding better, guys? Say something.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is he sounding better, guys? Let us know.
Yeah, let us know. We'll try to fix it.
Yeah, I'll read the next line while we do that.
Thank you for...
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks to all that sun during his seaside stakeout, Hosonaga also now looks a little healthier with his new tan. I love it. I love his skin tone here. Sounds better? Okay, good.
There are, however, a few spots where his tan line is visible on closer inspection. Like the area around the straps of his Zori straw sandals and the hems of his swimming costume.
I guess the shading doesn't really help, but whatever.
around his neck and arms.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. For comparison, I provided an illustration of his usual pale self on the bottom right. Oh, I also was really disappointed that Hosonaga didn't show up again, but I guess it makes sense that not all the Japanese characters could come back.
Yeah, I mean, at least they mentioned him again at the end.
Yeah. But yeah, and then Jigoku. Oh, I see, with the ponytail.
Yeah, like, Jigoku had such interesting aspects to his design. Like, upon first glance, you might think it's pretty, like, uneventful, but there's actually so much going on there.
What a fun twist, though. I just really wish we saw a new game, so that A, new game, and B, so that we can see who replaces him, because, like, the state of judicial affairs in Japan must be in shambles right now. But yeah. Oh. Here we go.
Taketsuchi Aochi. After his precious Topknot was given the chop in the first game, the Aochi of the second is a man who's finally begun his own cultural revolution, so I was given the task of revolutionizing his hairline design.
Also, before we go on, it's really interesting that Souseki was done in 2015 and December, but then, as you see here, Aochi was done in 2016. And
that is interesting.
Really, really interesting, but okay. I settled on the look of a fallen samurai or Buddhist monk with only the small tuft he clearly nurtured during being the new addition.
Soseki Natsume. Soseki was in a suit for his appearance in the first game, but now he was not only back in Japan, but a literary sensation. So as befits an author of that era, I traded his suit jacket for a Haori jacket.
I drew him once in a full kimono as well, but it was simply too Japanese and visually uninteresting. Plus, it took away from the sharp, frantic gesticulations our Soseki is known for, so I left the clothes under the Haori Western.
The other reason is that Soseki still has much to achieve as a writer, so this was a way for me to show his transition towards greatness.
He's covered in kittens in this illustration because you can't help but think cats when you hear Soseki, but actually this is also related to one way I thought we might make Soseki's animations more amusing and cheery.
I thought it would enhance even the previous game's animations to have these three clingy kittens cling on even harder as they're swung about by Soseki's wild gesticulations, whilst they cry, meow, meow, meow.
But due to time constraints, we were only able to bring a little of that to life in the credits. Speaking of which, when we'd settled on the seaside setting, I did consider putting Soseki in just a fundoshi loincloth, but that didn't go anywhere. No!
Well, we could have had it all.
Damn it! Oh.
Raiten Many Memo. As a young journalist, I imagined he'd be out in the sun a lot chasing after leads, so I started by giving him a tan and lean, fit figure, and the look of someone who's ready to do anything to get the story.
Everything Nuri does is for the gays, it's true! Also, oh my god, this is gonna be so revealing about myself, but Soseki and Many Memo have a bodily quality about them that I think is really attractive. As in they have body hair. The newspaper he works for was originally going to be called the Teito Shimbun, the Imperial Capital Times, but it didn't seem right to have such a respectable sounding publication print gossip and hearsay.
So from his very grain-themed name, Mamemomi in Japanese, which means unhusked bean, I suggested he worked for a small agency called Daikoku.
My bad, I think I lost it.
Daikoku Shimbun, 5 grains news from Daikokuten, which is the god of 5 grains.
The bales of rice and rice stalks on his armband are a reflection of that. Oh, I hate that I'm so attracted to him. I am attracted to him, but he also kind of looks like a Lupin the Third character.
You're right. Now that you mention it, you're right.
But yeah, I've never seen that series, but I know what it looks like, and he kind of just looks like he'd
me
fit
too.
in.
You're right. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, well, I really like the first case of this game quite a lot.
It is a good one.
Oh god, we can skip.
No! It's your turn.
I think you can read it.
Okay, fine. William Shatenspeare, the jumping off point in Shatenspeare design, was one simple word: Shakespeare. He looks glamorous at first, but the closer you look, the more pretentious his strange stage costume seems.
It certainly feels like a period costume, but soon it becomes apparent just how out of place it is, even in Victorian times. I like that actually, because he really does stand out, but not in like a... Yeah. The thinner veneer of his flashy clothes seem to suggest wealth, but actually he's as poor as they come.
Like, I said this a couple times, but like, Shakespeare was the first character in Ace Attorney history to be motion captured for his emotions because of how complex and dancey they were, which is really interesting. I knew from the beginning that I wanted those gaudy, oversized gems to come flying off during his final breakdown, so I literally applied them all over his costume.
And you're someone that loves the breakdowns.
I do love the breakdowns.
Along the bottom of his jacket, I attached a number of bells so that he'd make a jingling sound whenever he moved.
My intention was to make him seem annoying and shallow, but when we actually added the sound effects to bring my vision to life, we found it was simply too much, so we ultimately left them out.
Even they were annoyed too much by him. Oh, oh yeah, these guys were designed in 2013 and 2014 for the first game.
Yes, you're right, because he does appear briefly in the first game.
I don't think these two appear in the first game though, do they?
Meterman does. He's arguing with Shakespeare.
Oh, yes. You're right. Adron B. Meterman and Lady Quinby Altamont. From the description of his job going door to door collecting the gas company's shmoney, I imagine Meterman as a worker bee.
And in the original game, Quinby didn't even have a first name. Like in the Japanese version, she was just Mrs. Altamont. So it's kind of nice they gave her a first name.
Perfect name that fits.
And a worker bee's job is to bring money he collects back to the queen. So that's how the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas, Lady Altamont, came to be modeled after a queen bee.
I also chose to design them as a pair so that I could set them apart from the other boldly colored and uniquely dressed characters in this game, and to create a sort of bee-themed uniform for the gas company.
Altamont's umbrella is obviously her stinger. Other elements include her waist sash and Meterman's scarf, which were drawn to look like wings. His head in profile also somewhat resembles the shape of a bee in flight.
I love that.
I love these designs. I love that.
Pretty cool. I think I want to keep the thoughts about these characters shorter unless we really care, just because we want to also have time for the music as well.
Yes. But yeah, we love these designs.
Yeah. Wow, they have a lot of thoughts, because even in the base ones, they weren't that long. These ones are really, really long. Gina Lestrade. When I first drew up her design, she was set to be a detective, yet she appeared in adventures as a pickpocket. Oh, so yeah, because she was supposed to be Greg in the beginning, so. Really, Gina returning in this way was like her rising up to what she was always meant to be.
For Resolve, I brought back a portion of my original Inspector Lestrade design, while adding in bits of Gina's personality based on what happened to her in the story so far.
My main goal was to bring out more of her feminine side by giving her a cleaner and more stylish appearance.
I also gave her a trench coat to make her more detective-like, and bring her closer visually to her mentor Gregson.
Gina's horseback riding boots are a holdover from when I imagined her like a member of London's mounted police. I thought that perhaps she and Van Zieks could make an entrance together on horseback.
The distinctive buttons on her hat are from the hat she used to wear as a pickpocket. Competitive as always, Gina's fashioned them into something resembling the goggles Sholmes and Iris wear, if in form only, on her new hat.
My one complaint about Great Ace Attorney 2 is that Gina got left out of the I know! That's true, because she was included in the first game, at least, for some parts. And then, it's just and Gina's here in 2.
Yeah, at least she joins them at the end for the supper, I guess, but...
Yeah, but even then she was kind of chefed.
I think it's probably just another case of, too many chefs in the kitchen at the point.
That makes sense.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah, you can go.
Toby. Now to the Hellhound, Chief Inspector Toby. Gina was always supposed to have a faithful canine companion, so when she was to return in Resolve, I pushed extra hard for her to finally have a dog this time around.
And since there's already a detecting dog named Toby in the original canon, it was quickly approved.
When I looked into Toby of the stories, I found he wasn't as cute as I'd hoped, so I searched for an English breed that would pair well visually with Gina and made him a small, sweet puppy instead.
Aww. Still, he's a proper police dog, so I gave him a tiny set of sharp eyebrows. For the color of his fur, I wanted to give him the look and feel of a soft toy bear.
Regarding the scarf around his neck, Gina's coat lining and scarf feature a traditional British plaid design, so I thought to link the two of them together with it, as though they were cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, Gina's cute. I said this before to Kiro, actually after the stream last time, but I was surprised that she wasn't also implemented that much either. But yeah, I guess it makes sense because in retrospect of it all, two feels pretty like the course of two, like it feels less than one because one feels like it's over the course of a long period of time, whereas with two, it's kind of just like it's like a really long 1 week. Besides like the prologue and stuff.
Yeah, and I guess because Gina's character arc kind of closes out at the end of the first game, for the most part.
Yeah. I just really wish I would have wanted, her to be happy with Gregson.
Yeah, right? Hearing his words during that credit sequence roll was like, oh gosh.
But I'm happy that they brought her back and they implemented her in this way. I really liked how, she found that new sort of resolve. Resolve again. She found her resolve with wanting to become a detective and follow in Gregson's footsteps.
And a very unlikely mentor in him too, right? Because in the first game they were at odds with each other, right?
Yeah. So it was just really sweet, and it's extra heartbreaking to see it happen. Go ahead.
Albert Harebrain. When I first set out to design him during the first game's development, he was to be a brilliant teen scientist, so I gave him wild and unruly hair like Einstein's and glasses to make it easy to identify his personality.
But Harebrain's backstory was expanded upon in Resolve, and with him now being Van Zieks' boyfriend of a similar age, I had to rebalance his more outlandish animations and expressions to better fit the tone of their relationship.
From the beginning, Harebrain was a bright and sunny character, and his huge range of expressions and boundless energy were crucial aspects of his personality, so I would jot down various faces and animations as I designed him.
Odie Assman. On the surface, he's meant to look like just another nice rich man, yet there's something clearly sussy about him as well.
It's almost like he's an odious man.
Oh my god.
He doesn't appear in the game for long, but as he was to be in a few real-time cutscenes because he's the machine's financer, we had to make a full-body 3D model of him.
So I made sure to design him completely from head to toe, even though he mostly only shows up in illustrations. My favorite bit about him is that he's slightly annoyed and bored expression.
As you could tell, I made Osman look as affluent as possible since his name in Japanese at the time was Richinande, a pun on why is he rich? But it was changed at the last second to Ireda Menigan, a pun on a great useless man.
Oh my gosh. Emo Yasmin, thank you so much for following and joining the constellations. Welcome in.
Welcome.
Had he always been Ireda Meningen, I think his design would have turned out a very different character indeed, which made me realize yet again just how important a character's name is to their design.
Okay, looking at those emotes of Harebrain in the middle down the page,
they so
look like
cute.
some of your stickers.
I was gonna say he's very Kieran coded. I love your outfit. Thank you so much, Yasmin. That's super sweet of you to say. And sleep time, no problem. Relix, thank you. Take care. Have a good night.
Relix. Good night.
How far are we in these? Okay, we're about halfway. Oh my god. Okay.
Enoch Drebber. Story-wise, I was told he's an engineer with a black monocle whose hair color changes from black to white.
So to make the transformation extra obvious, I turned the clear lens of his monocle black too, and loosened his neatly tied black hair into a messy sheet of white to clearly delineate his past self from his present.
Him being an engineer gave me a chance to include some steampunk elements, and I wasn't about to miss it. The result is the mechanical gauntlet that doubles as a tool set on his left hand.
The belts and plus the minus buttons on his jacket are evocative of electrical cables and electrodes. I posited that we made Drebber's animation stiff and robotic, as if he became this way as a result of that traumatic night.
After all, you have to wonder just how frightened he must have been for even his hair to turn completely white. It gives him something of a dark yet somehow likable feel, I think.
Really? Oh my god, my freaking L2 button. Esmeralda Tusples. Originally, Tusples' name was simply Madame, and she was simply an elderly lady who was exceptional at her craft.
But given the ratio of male to female characters, along with their ages and order of appearance throughout the game, I asked she was aged down to a young lady instead.
For story purposes, Tusples needed to wear a cape or something similar around her shoulders so that she could hide an arm underneath. She also needed to carry a bag or satchel.
And because she was going to be featured in close detail during a dance introduction, I really wanted to make her design as striking and memorable as possible.
Sexy lady, not mommy, but mommy milkers. As the proprietress of an eerie waxworks museum, Tusples operates under the outrageous idea that she should create molds of her subjects from their very real bodies in order to make her soulless wax figures look alive.
This conjured up images of black magic and alchemy, which led me to making her a witch. It might seem a little anachronistic, but I felt that the peculiar and mild disconnect would work well within a waxworks museum.
Plus, only in the world of the Great Ace Attorney could I get away with expanding on the visual palette in this way, so I decided to go for it and give her a completely witch-like appearance. Trevor is actually quite well liked, with like everyone in the third case. Good for them. Good for them.
I really like the third case.
I like the third case, I just thought, yeah.
I think what really makes it for me is that nearly all the characters in the third case get their own unique musical themes, and that really adds to them.
Okay.
Like, if Trevor didn't have his own musical theme, I'm not sure if I would have remembered or liked him as much.
I see,
But for Courtney Scythe, as a key figure in the story due to her standing as Scotland Yard's chief coroner, I treated her design as equal to that of a main character.
I took extra care to balance her design with those of Strongheart, Van Zieks, and other prosecutorial figures, given their relationships to one another and the mood during each of their encounters.
I approached her design from the angle of men's attire, as I thought she would have been the exception to the rule back in the Victorian era, working in a very male-dominated field.
To that base, I layered on a snake's motif, since snakes were a symbol of medicine at the time. Her syringes are her fangs, and they lend her this cool and intimidating aura like that of a venomous snake.
The long, tightly curled pieces of hair and the movable metal rods they're coiled around are also fashioned after snake fangs. Structurally, the rods are attached to the piece at the top of her head.
The badge on her chest has a hearts and cross motif, and was designed around the word Chief Coroner.
As she is also the head of the forensics investigation team, I gave her a lot of straight, sharp lines evocative of Art Deco design to make her feel more modern.
Maria Gori. Gori is Scythe's daughter and a coroner in her own right.
From the initial draft of the story, I'd gathered that Gori was to be an eccentric young lady who loves to dissect things, so I tried to make her design unlike anything else in the game.
The key is the imbalance between her cute girly side and her dark side.
While she shares a few common traits with her mother, she expresses her regular young girl side with her butterfly-themed custom white coat and fancy ribbons.
I also didn't realize that she's actually wearing pants. I thought she was wearing a skirt the entire time.
Oh.
Her mask is a steampunk version of the Plague Mask, which I used to convey a sense of the past and the unique look of this game's world. I did like how she shows up and, is like, well, I need to expose the truth because, like when she comes in. It's not like she's it's not like she was introduced to be antagonistic, but the way that she comes in clutch is just really cool too.
Yeah, I like both of these character designs a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And their musical theme is just really good too.
Really, really cool. I like them. Oh gosh.
Balthazar Lin. Because he's the impresario of sightseeing balloons at the Great Exhibition, I gave him a festive look that would fit right in with the carnival-like atmosphere and incorporate his balloons into his clothing.
I knew that he would appear alongside Gots in the game, so I added this to his design toy balloons in the colors of his flying balloons, and give him and Gots a combined animation where he would hand one over to the boy.
Bohemian Boy Gots. Gots is the child of a Bohemian royal family who came incognito to London to see the Great Exhibition.
Mr. Takumi told me that there'd be a masked king of Bohemia who appeared in the original canon, and he wanted Gots to be a homage to that character.
For reference, he showed me an illustration from the short story of a dubious-looking man with a large thick mask on his face and asked I also incorporate that mask into my design.
Since Gots is of the royal family of Bohemia, my first priority was to make it easy to tell that he's a member of nobility from a single glance. To that, I added elements from the man in the illustration to complete the homage.
Finally, depending on how you looked at him, I wanted there to be a sense that he had been dressed in an outfit like the privileged and entitled little boy he is.
When creating his character model, we paid particular attention to the nuances of his facial structure and the translucent quality of his skin and cheeks that are typical of European children.
It was also important to make the lines of his facial profile and the shirt cuffs feel elegant and refined.
Fabian de Rousseau de Pepino de Rossi. Oh, and Pepino de Rossi. These two are the ringleaders of the Red-Headed League, so first and foremost was making their red hair as conspicuous as possible.
From there, I created their color schemes based on the flags of their respective countries of origin, France and Italy. Being from aristocratic families, I gave them beautifully matching outfits with slight variations to show their differences.
Oh, and then you see that the flags are reflective in the color palettes. I especially like Peppino and his assorted expressions and animations. The pasta he slurps was inspired by Italy and his red hair, but the Shoryuken is there simply because we can. Wait, he has a Shoryuken?
Yeah, like his little jumping animation.
Oh.
He, uppercuts the air.
Okay, got it. Because yeah,
I'm surprised on this page how many of the notes were dedicated to Gots, because he's a little bit more. I mean, he and Balloon Man are, I would say, one of the more forgettable
yeah, and I hate
witnesses because they don't appear in the credits either when they talk, and you kind of forget about them, honestly.
Oh my god.
Gossip. Hugh Boone. According to Mr. Takumi, there's a story called The Man with a Twisted Lip in the canon. As Gossip's design was to pay homage to it, I sensed great potential in the idea of the man who twisted his lip, as it were.
Gossip acts as the part of the balloon in the story, so I made his overall design reminiscent of a circus clown.
Venus. I was told she was a match seller, so I created a no-frills design for her.
Oh, that's it! That's just it for her!
That's it.
Sandwich. He was originally going to be a completely new character, but due to circumstances, I suggested that we merge him with Beppo from Adventures.
I think that turned out so well. I figured this could be his new job after he lost his old one over the omnibus incident, and so mixing elements of what was to be a new character with his old self, Beppo was reborn, sort of.
I love that the kid had 6 pages of dialogue about him, and then Venus is like, I made her.
No frills.
Daily and Evie Vigil. Oh, Evening Vigil!
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like her Japanese name was Anna.
Yeah.
Anna miteru. Oh. When I first read the first draft of the story, I felt a strange sense of realism and charm in their marriage and the distance between them. So I was a bit more restrained in how I expressed their personalities visually. Evie's purple love for her husband. Oh, that's you.
Evie's pure love for her husband is evident in the way she genuinely worries about his disappearance and the actions she takes to find him.
And knowing how much his wife loves him, Daly strives to keep her happy by hiding the ugly truth from her, whilst leading a double life until the very facts of his life themselves go into hiding within him.
Daly looks tired all the time, but his eyes are full of warmth when he looks at Evie. That's the sense of sadness and sorrow I want to convey in his facial expressions.
On the other hand, Evie's design shows how completely open she is and radiates a perpetually bright and happy aura like the sun.
Barry Caden. From just the sound of his job title of prison governor, a tall, stocky figure came to mind.
From there, I built a few elements of dandyism into his design, taking him far away from the austere tastes of the stereotypical British gentleman.
Other aspects of his look are based upon a prison motif. The vertical stripes reminiscent of jail cell bars on both Caden and Vigil's waistcoats may be a point of pride for those in the prison service, I suppose.
Caden also likes
Oh, sorry. Now I'm doing your thing.
Caden also likes to talk with his back to the people, so I really narrowed his waistline for his tight, sharp silhouette from behind and gave him rock-hard thighs and calves. Yeah!
There's a bit of backstory to Caden that we didn't get to explore in the game, but as the prisoner's governor, he isn't well liked by the inmate population. One day, Caden was attacked at his office by a few escapees.
Oh my god. That's when he got that scar on his back of his head. And ever since then, he's had that axe and rifle and a ton of handcuffs at the ready in his office for self-defense. He also carries a smaller axe in his holster by his side for that reason.
You know, after finishing the game with you the other day, I was thinking about how, like, the last time we see Caden is he's on the stand and he reveals that he had that third page of the document Asogi wrote.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just don't hear from him again. He just disappears from the stand and he doesn't even say anything during the credits. He just disappears.
He served
We
his
want to
purpose.
give him an animation using that smaller axe, but the fact that he has it on him at all is a quiet testament to the life he's lived.
It's a vivid reminder that even when it's not depicted in game, these characters have had lived entire lives of their own.
Chicken Stroganoff. Chicken is Biff's little twin brother, so I hope you'll have fun looking for the similarities and differences in their designs.
And that's it. To bring out a sense of individuality, I used a little lick of hair in front to suggest that maybe he just might slightly be more naive than his older twin.
I also made Chicken's colors different from Biff's, and at the same time changed the coloring of a certain sister ship to match, making it a bit more chic for its role as the stage of a more spectacular show.
Oh boy. How many more we have? Oh, a few more left. Okay, not bad.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Male Strongheart. Taking his rightful place in the story, the Lord Chief Justice's return and resolve meant that I could finally draw him fully as I envisioned in my very first designs. Yeah, this would have easily given away that he was the final boss.
Pulling those in his circle of influence under one by one, he is the embodiment of his name, the heart of the maelstrom.
His role in the story is also the reason why his other motif is the unicorn, a highly intelligent creature that shares the royal coat of arms in the United Kingdom with a lion, whilst possessing a deadly strength of his own. I was wondering. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I love that. Strongheart's usual cane is replaced and resolved with a new unicorn hammer that makes a loud and unique clanging sound when used in court.
It symbolizes the Lord Chief Justice himself in the final chapter of the story and adds a certain color to the last trial of the Great Ace Attorney. Ooh, here you go.
Descent and breakdown. As the story unfolds, a tiny vortex in Strongheart's hair starts to spiral out of control until the little unicorn horn in it moves so out of place, the overall shape of his hair transforms into a raging inferno.
As a reflection of his anger, his usually cool and intellectual demeanor also morphs into one of terrifying ferocity. Then during and after— oh my god, no! Then, during and after his breakdown, I wanted to capture him going out in an enormous blaze with nothing left to burn.
It's a rather flashy breakdown, but one well suited to the end of his story, I think. I hope you'll take a look at this sequence again with my remarks in mind.
Come to think of it, the backlit Strongheart with his arms stretched out towards the heavens in this key visual for Resolve is meant to make him look like he's been crowned with glory, but it's actually a reference to his Oh, with the explosion!
Yep. I always think of that explosion like that. I think it's like an Iron Man meme where it's like one of the first scenes in Iron Man where he's walking away with the explosion behind him, and then an artist drew the fact that like the entire backside of his suit is gone. And he's just like butt naked in the back.
Oh my god! Wow, you said? Did you say that or did I say that? Yeah, no, I mean, it was very obvious he was gonna be the big bad, but the way that whole thing happened was just fun. It was fun.
It was fun.
Oh, so that's where these designs come from, the little dolls of these.
Yeah. Iris's Lucky Charms. From the popular pairing of rabbit and bear characters in Japan, I designed a set of handmade charms called Hairly and Barris for Iris to carry around her knapsack.
Oh. And then in Japanese, it's Usaroku. Hejina!
Yeah.
It's cute! Oh my goodness gracious! Okay, this isn't spoilers, so this is fine. Peachy Burb, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in.
Welcome.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi. If you guys are new here, it's nice to meet you. Hiya, hey. My name is Kieran. I am a magical idol VTuber, as well as a queer Filipino-American voice actor for animation, anime, and video games. If you guys like Fire Emblem, I provide the English voices from Sane and Rickard in Fire Emblem Heroes. If you guys like Genshin, I play Kazuha's great-grandfather, Kaedehara Yoshinori. And if you guys like Yaoi or Boys Love, I play Koichi Mizuki in The Titan's Bride. And I'm here joined by my best friend, Kiro Style. We finished the Great Ace Attorney on yesterday? 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
2 days ago. And now this is our final stream. We're just kind of wrapping up. We're going through the gallery here and talking about all the different, experiences that we had with the game. And then we're almost done with the gallery, and then we're just gonna look at like our favorite tracks from the game. And then we're gonna call it a night. But either way, thank you guys so much for coming in. I hope you guys had a wonderful stream. Let me go ahead and give you a quick little shout out to Peachy Burb. I hope you've been well. I hope your stream went well and you're doing Street Fighter 6. All right.
Ooh.
Mess me up.
Nice.
You're doing really. I'm glad to hear. Thank you so much for choosing to share your community
I
with
already
me.
know about Joey's feet, okay? I'm talking about a man's feet, okay?
Oh. I see. They call me that. That's exactly how it should go. But thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Of course, just so you know, there might be some major spoilers discussed in the comments here for the art stuff, because we're at the very end. So if you guys need to be wary of that, no problem whatsoever. But thank you guys so much for stopping by. If you're gonna head out, make sure that you give yourself a nice stretch, drink some water, and don't forget to take your medications before bed, because that is extremely important that you take care of yourself. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, so we were looking at the names really fast. Nyasogi for Kazuma, Kumarisu or Barris, Chunosuke or Shrewnosuke. Nyam. Oh, Nyamen, like Kamen.
Yeah.
Nyam. Oh my god, that's so cute. I didn't know they gave one too for his masked version. Last time I was here, I was watching you play, I forgot, it was a romance novel. Oh, probably Touch Starved, right? Also, Gaspit's Trace, welcome in too. And then Usato. And then Nyanjiksu, okay. And then we have
They're so proud.
Naruhodo, Yurunosuke, Asogi Yuruma, and Sharoku Yuruzu, Baroku Yurujiksu. They called you? Are they like Yuru dolls? And they hung during all of adventures, waiting for their chance to shine until finally, in Resolve, their day had come. Their inclusion in the story was just one of the requests I'd made of Mr. Takumi before we started work on Resolve. They said we need the charms.
Besides Choms and Iris, I also create figures for the other main characters. I approach the designs from Iris's point of view, and it seems as though she rather thinks of Ryunosuke as just a bit mousy.
Oh my god. Hats by! Thank you so much for following and joining the Constellations. Welcome in.
Welcome.
As for herself, it appears that whilst she's all pink and oh so cute on the outside, she fancies herself as a real bear on the inside. Nox Raynor, thank you so much as well. I greatly appreciate it.
In a bonus episode, I offered up the idea of including a Van Zieks version, which produced Meow Zieks, and the latest addition to the cast is Hegina, who was used on some merchandise.
That's so cute. I like Hegina's. Hegina's is really cute too.
Yeah.
I feel blessed that I was able to create a lucky charm design for each of the main characters. Hairly, Barris, Shrewnosuke, Lopsado. I don't know about that one. I think Usato's fine. Clawzuma! Clawzuma, that's so cute! The Masked Apprentice! Meow Zeeks and Hegina! I think I like Kazuma more than Nyasogi.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Yurikara. Okay.
Yurikara mascots. I initially doodled Yurinosuke as a bit of fun during a break from work, so here instead are my proper drawings from when we officially turned them into little piggy banks and giant stuffed toys.
The retro chubby baby look is a throwback to a popular style of Japanese piggy banks from the late 20th century. He's so cute! Welcome to Clover!
Cute. So far, there have been piggy banks of Yurinosuke, Yurima, Yums, and Zieks. But what are the ladies, you may ask? I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Wait and see! He never gave it to us! God damn it. How'd you get that mouse on your shoulder? It's a VTube studio secret. Wink. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures key visual. I worked to capture the themes, atmosphere, and general sense of the world itself in one illustration that embodies the whole of the first game with this piece.
It's split roughly into two sections, with images of Britain dominating the upper half, whilst Japan takes the lead in the lower. From the fully drawn blade, a great wave arises, lifting sakura petals up into the English roses above.
Oh, well, first of all, Kazuma looks great there, but I really like Rinosuke's expression here. It just looks so, like... He still looks very naive and gentle, but looks strong here, too.
Mm-hmm.
And then... Why does male Strongheart just look like Jesus here? Interesting to see where they put Sholmes into this position here, because yeah, that just, it's perfect.
And again, the fact that Ray's in this picture again implies that she's more important than she
I
is.
thought she would be.
And you almost missed the fact that Jigoku's in there too.
Oh my god, I didn't even. Is he?
He's right inside Strongheart.
Oh, that's such good imagery. That's such good. Oh, but freaking. Oh, my little man's. My Mikotoba's he kind of looks like just phoned in there.
I don't know. I think that's Wilson.
Oh,
Mikotoba's over there.
Oh, oh my god.
So it's kind of like all the conspirators are there together.
Yeah, and then I also just love that Tsusato, they gave her little pashmina. That's so cute too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the fact that Gregson's turned away.
Oh god, so good. About to hit the hay. No problem, Peachy Verb. Thank you so much for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. Please
Thanks
take
for
care.
Coming.
Have a good one.
Sleep well.
Hello. I found you on my recommendations. I thought you looked cool, so I decided to check you out, and I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the kind words, Chess Bear, Panda Bear. I greatly appreciate it. That's super sweet. Thank you. In this way, I've created a natural line for the eyes to follow that also conveys the trajectory of the story as it starts in Japan and shifts to Great Britain.
Rinosuke's face hints at his iron will hidden deep within, while Susato shows a slight unease. Their expression suggests how the story of their adventures overseas ultimately comes to a close.
Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve key visual. Adventures was the first title in the Ace Attorney series to diverge so greatly from the mainline games in its setting that the key visual for it focused heavily on conveying the period, locales,
and the general atmosphere of the world itself. However, with Resolve, it was time to move away from that setting, so the composition of the visual works to emphasize the dramatic tale that binds these characters to one another.
Ryunosuke stands at the center with a look of strong resolve in his eyes, whilst Susato stands next to him with a wrap draped around her shoulders. It's as though, even after they were forced apart, fate has brought them back together.
Top center represents a different time and shimmers with the golden light of a bygone era.
Oh.
From there, the light quickly fades into the dark shades of twilight, and mood shifts along with the colors to reflect the relationships
between and destinies of each character present. Cherry blossoms, which are often used as a symbol of Japan, swirl around them like an embrace or a strong gust of wind.
The ephemeral nature of Sakura is layered atop a metaphor that the petals that have fallen to the ground in adventures will be swept up again to the air by Resolve, by this gust of wind, or perhaps the headwind in Ryunosuke's case.
All in all, I've painted a lot of meaning into this illustration, from each character's placement to the overall composition and colors, for you to discover once you finish the game. So who knows? Perhaps you might even find something new.
I also meant for this to be a companion piece to the key visual for adventures, so it'd make my day if you were to let your imagination run wild as you view the two pieces side by side.
It's perfect. I don't know. Obviously, these were not meant to be together at the time, but they're
so good.
Once again, Kazi and Nuri is just really good with this like collage style. Fantastic, but that should be it for all of the art stuff. So.
Oh, and then we still have that last tab, those two pieces.
We did these ones already.
Did we do those ones already last time?
Yeah, because this is the art that we had last time for.
I remember talking about that one. Did we read the other one too? I guess we must have. Because there's characters in this one that we didn't see yet at the time.
Okay, we can read it then.
The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles key visual. I aim to distill the essences of both adventures and resolve and blend them into a single piece that shows both the world and the story of the Great Ace Attorney with this.
Additionally, now that both halves of the tale have been told, and with the passage of time, I was able to draw characters as I truly see them in this moment.
As with my other key visuals, I put my heart into capturing a lot of different things in one composite picture, a single illustration that evokes the game's world and story whilst bringing out the charm of each character.
It's interesting to see which characters like they've made bigger, like Musunaga, or is that supposed to be Mikotoba next to him?
Yeah.
And then like Van Zieks is so small in this.
Well, no, that's
oh, that's Clint. Yeah, my bad.
And then there's Genshin in the corner.
I'm so blind.
And then there's Genshin in the back too.
Yeah,
and,
I see that now.
Jikoku.
Wait, where's?
Of course, Ray is still pretty prominent.
Yeah, they baited me.
They baited.
Because were I to draw each element separately, I should think I'd need something akin to a long picture scroll just to link them all together. And really, at the end of the day, I simply wanted to draw a beautiful piece.
I sincerely hope these key visuals can serve as your motivation to keep on playing, and maybe even as a key to unlocking some fond memories of the game once you're through.
Nothing would please me more than if my art could inspire you to lose yourself in the idyllic world of the Great Ace Attorney.
Man, what a perfect game.
I love this game so much. I think, thankfully, I've said everything that I wanted to say about the characters and whatnot. But you know, I do want to touch upon. I know we won't have full time to fully look at it, but I wanted to touch upon a little bit of the music and the auditorium stuff.
Yeah.
At least let's talk about like our favorite.
Samples and stuff.
Yeah, our favorite tracks from each, because I know that yours is Asugi's and mine is Ryutaro's. Oh, spoiler alert! There are story spoilers in this downloadable content. It's recommended that you finish both titles. Oh, these are the secret ones. The unused ones.
Yeah, the unused ones are interesting. Yeah, so again, if you want a reason to get this game for yourself and look through it,
yeah, we should use that.
There's a lot of bonus
then.
stuff here.
Perfect. So here, wait, they did say that there were some voice lines in the miscellany, so I definitely want to pull up those at the very least.
You were just on them on the other menu.
Oh, it's from here?
If you go back. No, if you go back. No, like back out the menu. Like press B on your controller, and then go to voice recitals. Yeah.
No, because okay, got it. Because
as you press them, the characters do the little animations.
Yeah, because I've done these for myself, but these aren't that long, so we can go over these really fast.
Objection! Hold it!
My favorite.
Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. Your testimony completely contradicts the facts. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here.
Oh, that one's so cute.
I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
My only thing is, these are obviously like from the first game. There's nothing from the second that I can like see the change in his character, but you know, they're cute.
Did they add in Master Apprentice for these voice recitals or no?
No, it's just Kazuma.
Oh, okay.
Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
See, like I said earlier, like you can really tell that the accent that Rina uses for Susato, it's very much like, you know, like Japanese native learning English on her own.
Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
And I think it's perfect.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time.
There's still like also elements of like
vital
British.
Evidence to substantiate the defense's claim. It really is a dream come true. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves, if we have to. Prepare for a Susato takedown!
Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close. Yes, my mind is quite made up now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Man, it would have been so great if they if they predicted the Sherlock Holmes license opening up. So then they just pre-recorded a version where they say Sherlock Holmes.
I've been playing this game for so long, it feels weird now to say Sherlock Holmes.
I know. Since most of these aren't used in game, were these from sessions where the voice actors practice getting a feel for the characters? I don't know a lot, so asking if you have some insight. I don't know about that because it's not like we are usually told the context of when these would be used. So I would imagine
I think some of these are used during the trailers for the game.
Yeah.
As well. But then they aren't actually used in the game because not everything's voiced.
Well, I think what also happened is because I think there's Japanese versions to these as well. So if a Japanese version existed, then they would just, they would want to
make a parallel.
Yeah, just in case.
Objection!
When did she say objection?
Objection!
I don't think she does. I know she probably says hold it during one of her cases, but
It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
I really wish they had his prosecutor version lines.
Objection!
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, as a lawyer and as a friend.
He also sounds like he'd be perfect in 14. I don't think he's in 14 yet.
I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cuts down anything that's in my way.
I realized I said that and then you play it in Japanese.
Leave this to me.
yeah.
All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
Ooh.
Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
I will. May, thank you so much for the care package. Let's go ahead and quickly stand up from our seats. Let's give ourselves a nice group stretch. So let's twist our bodies to the left.
To the left.
Twist our bodies to the right.
To the right.
Stretch your arms straight up to the sky.
To the sky.
Very, roll out our right shoulder.
Roll out your right shoulder.
Roll out our left shoulder.
Left.
Very slowly, very gently roll out our neck.
Gently.
Go ahead and take a deep breath in.
In.
Take a deep breath out.
Out.
And go ahead and drink some water.
Such hydration.
Clearly, we're both pretty tired. So yeah, we'll go ahead and finish these up, and then we'll go ahead and maybe look at one or so if you really want to share another one of the music stuff.
Objection!
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
That's literally just Justinian.
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
I know he's saying Nipponese, but it sounds like he's saying, like, nipple.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Could you listen to the 2 Resolve-only tracks that Kitagawa was commissioned for? Okay, well, I guess well, let's first hear what Kira wants to share first, then.
Well, I want to share that one too, like the...
Okay, perfect, yeah.
The ones that he made for the compilation.
Okay, I guess, well, we have, like, it's 10 minutes until midnight, so maybe we can just, like, rather than listen to the whole thing, like, listen to bits and pieces of the ones that we want to share.
Yeah, and people have posted these on YouTube, so once you figure out what it sounds like and what it's called, I'm sure you can go and search for the full version, but...
Cool. So which one's the one that you want to share first, then?
Well, if you go to the last tab, the 3rd tab, I think it's, where is it? Might be towards the bottom. Oh yeah, here, those 2. Baker Street Ball, Waltz for Chronicles, and Partners Arrangement.
Okay, let's hear these then. So then I guess we could read the thing too. So you could read this one, and then I'll read Partners.
A special arrangement just for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This new piece that exudes with the warmth of 221B Baker Street was commissioned for the credits of Chronicles. It's been a few years since my last outing on this series, and I wasn't confident I could produce a piece that didn't simply ruin everything that had come before, but I guess some things just stick with you forever. Kitagawa.
Wow, they really just put so much into all the extra stuff. That's perfect for people that love the series. I love the little accordion, that's cute.
Yeah, it's really cute.
So then the original version of this theme was used for...
Well, this only plays during if you click credits from the menu in Chronicles.
Oh.
So it wasn't in the original game because it's for the credits for the whole localization.
Got it.
Remastering.
Got it. Yeah, the one that we read earlier.
Yeah, the one with the pictures of like Shunosuke with like Kazuma and stuff.
So let's go ahead and check out this other one, Partners. Ooh, wait. A special arrangement of the Partners theme. There's something about a second tap dancer appearing in a piece called Partners. Oh, yeah, baby!
Yeah.
The game is afoot. Let me dance, my dear fellow. Surely the other person couldn't be. Could it? Well, you won't know until you try slotting each character you can think of into this situation. The accordion and violin solos are also not to be missed. That's a gay theme if I ever heard one. Is there anything from the vaults that you wanted to share as well?
Not particularly. I think those are the 2 best ones. But yeah, again, if you get the chance to get this game on your own, like going through these pieces, the unused ones, and reading like some of the commentary is very fascinating.
Oh, I think this is the jingle, right, for the... Wait. Yeah, I love this a lot. Oh, so there's a scrap version. This is nice, but the one that they went with... Yeah, I agree. I think it's really, really good. Do they also have the intermission theme that I really love? Where's intermission? Oh, there. I love their intermissions.
Me too.
Yeah, brief refrain to herald a break in the action. I was aiming for something that invoked the idea of a short breather. I borrowed elements from Yunosuke's theme, although I was scratching my head trying to decide which parts to borrow. Ooh. And you can read... Oh, wait, what's the... This sounds like a game over theme. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't use that one. Oh, where's the intermission for 2? Oh, see, look, unvoiced lines. Here we go.
Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes's great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. It's quite true. I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his art firsthand. It really is a dream come true.
You can hear these, right?
Very quietly, I can.
Oh, let me turn them up then. I'll go and turn them up for the next ones.
You know, times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be, Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Runo?
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you.
How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
That's cute!
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
He said, okay, boomer!
Those eyes of yours, young Nipponese, they shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before.
Love.
It's a sort of conviction to break down all the lies and deception. Oh, it's so intense. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Whoa! Whoa! Mark, holy shit!
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Mrs. Sato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
See, I knew there was these hidden ones because it said that. I'm glad we got to hear these because it looks like a lot of you guys didn't know either.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. Oof. All right, any other tracks you want to showcase, Kiro?
Not particularly. We've pretty much heard all the other ones in the game, other than the unused ones. They're all fantastic. They're fantastic.
Well, we can play the Kazuma Pursuit track for a bit. No, that's his. Oh, I guess it would be here, huh?
Must be somewhere.
Oh, this one's so good.
This one's really good.
Do they not have his theme?
I don't know. It should be in the first one because that's like the first game stuff.
We're just going through all of it.
They probably don't have every single track. These are the main ones, so.
Oh, Susato's themes, her leitmotif is just so good.
Right.
Oh, from the beginning of the game. Oh. Oh, Iris's theme. I do like Kazuma's theme. I really like Kazuma and Susato's themes.
They're both really good. And Ryunosuke's theme too. They're all three of them are really good. Yeah, I guess they don't have. Yeah, they don't.
No,
have
they don't
everything.
have everything. Okay, then. Well, I guess it works out. Well, all right. Is there anything else we wanted to show, or do you think that's pretty much it to wrap it in a pretty bow?
I think that's pretty much it.
Well, here we have the perfect screen. All right, guys. I think we can finally. I think I finally beat the dead horse for so long. This is it. This is the final finale, the final stream of the Great Ace Attorney. Once again, thank you guys so much. Oh, actually, before we even end off, hold on, don't leave just yet, because I have something that I want to share with you guys. I've been waiting to do this because I've wanted to implement these for a long time, but I want to make this a moment, which you guys don't know on Twitch. Moments are like a system that they're kind of like beta testing out with like partners and with affiliates, where, you know, it's kind of like a clip, but also just you guys can redeem a wonderful moments badge, so that way you guys can add that to your guys' profile and show that you guys have been collecting moments with me on this channel. So if you guys would like to, I'm gonna go ahead and click that moment right now. So let's make this a moment. And you guys will get a pop-up in the chat that's asking you to claim your moment badge. So make sure you do that, otherwise you guys will not get it. It's not automatically redeemed, so make sure you pick it up. Do you see it, Kira?
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, so go grab that, and then a badge will be added whenever you chat, showing that you guys have the moment.
Well, that's how it works. That's neat.
Yeah, it's an official I was here badge. And then it'll change design and grow based on how many times that you guys have collected moments. So I'm gonna start trying to implement these from here on out.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, so make sure you collect as many of these as you guys can, and make sure to you pin them to your chat identity, so that way I can see that you guys have been here for a lot of different things. But I figured the first time that we do this should be, you know, finishing off the Great Ace Attorney, because clearly this was such a very special game for me. But yes, thank you guys so much for coming out and experiencing this game with me. I truly am grateful for every single one of you, for everyone that's joined me from the beginning of the stream series back in January to this final stream series here at the end of June. To anyone that's watching here on Twitch, to anyone that's watching the VODs on YouTube, to anyone that's ever given me a kind comment, or anyone that's joined us in the chat, everyone that's rated, and especially to Kiro for being like the biggest reason why I love this game so much, because I love this game and I was gonna like it no matter what, but I really feel like it's thanks to Kiro specifically that this game is just so special to me, because we bonded over this game, and I you know me, I'm the kind of person that if I love something, I love it 1000%. And I feel like being able to share this with Kiro has ignited that and just made me love it even more. Yeah, you guys can see the badge in chat now. Q Bunny's rocking that moments badge. And I feel like, you know, this helped not only deepen my friendship with Kiro, but also just deepen my love for this series in turn. And I was able to make so many beautiful memories and have so many good times. I was able to explore all these fun different voices that I didn't think I could ever pull off. And I'm so honored and grateful to have you guys here for every step of the way. And I truly hope that if you guys are only here for the Great Ace Attorney and you guys never come back to another stream, thank you guys so much for giving me your time of day regardless. But if you guys would like to continue the journey with me, we will be starting Phoenix Wright Justice for All this weekend, but as well as some other streams. I'd love to have you guys for any of the other content that I do, because I try to put a lot of myself and a lot of what I love doing into everything that I do. And I hope that you guys can, you know, stick around and appreciate it and learn it. And if you guys want to share, you know, this playthrough or any of my content with your friends, I would greatly appreciate it. And of course, please, most of all, importantly, make sure that you guys follow Kiro. And like, yes, I'm shilling, but also please, truly, I mean it from the bottom of my heart that Kiro is just someone that I love so much, because he's helped me, you know, be the best me that I can be. I've been so comfortable making more friends and reaching out and being more willing to let people into my life from streaming and VTubing. And I truly think that he's just wonderful and that he's also a very fantastic content creator. So please make sure that you give him all your love and support as well, because it would really mean a lot to me if you guys want to support me.
Aw, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you for sticking it out till 12 a.m.
Thanks for having me. It's been a blast.
Wouldn't have it any other way. And of course, you know, if you said, hey, Kieran, let's collab at least once a week, I'd say no, say less. Let's do it.
Yep, you guys haven't seen the last of me yet.
Yes. Thank you guys so much for coming out. It's really, really late, so I think I'm not gonna raid just because I don't want to commit to, like, you know, you know how it is whenever I stream forever. But either way, thank you guys so much for coming out. If for some reason I'm able to wake up on time, I will try and stream the Nintendo Direct. I will not be energetic
you're planning
at
to do
all.
that.
Yeah, I will not be energetic at all. I will be dead, but I will be waking up with you guys. So if you guys would like to, in about 6 hours from now, I will try and stream the Nintendo Direct that's coming up because I gotta get up for work anyways. So if you'd like to join me, I would love to have you guys. Otherwise, I will see you guys on Thursday for Final Fantasy 16, which is gonna be so much fun. I debated whether or not I should try streaming when the game releases digitally at 9 p.m. tomorrow, but I figured no, because I'm gonna have the Thursday and Friday off anyways, so I'm just gonna make it long streams for the rest of this week. But so, Kira, are you streaming tomorrow or no?
Yep, we're doing Octopath Traveler 2.
Then yeah, if you guys don't, besides the besides the Nintendo Direct, if you guys want someone to watch tomorrow night, make sure that you watch Kiro, because I will be. So yeah, thank you guys. I hope you guys had fun.
Thanks everyone.
Take care and have a good night. Make sure that you treat yourselves right before bed, and of course give yourself love, and tomorrow spread some kindness and positivity to the world around you, because you guys are all amazing people. I love you guys so much. Any final words, Kira?
Thanks again, guys. I really appreciate being here, and I thank all of you for your support for Kieran, because he's amazing and he deserves all of it.
Oh, and of course, before I forget, if you guys are new here, make sure that you guys keep up with me. If you want to hear me talk about boys all the time on Twitter, go ahead and follow at Atelier Kieran there. If you guys want to watch the playthrough of the Great Ace Attorney series, you guys can watch it on YouTube at Atelier Kieran. And TikTok, I should be better about posting my clips there, but if I do ever do clips, they end up on TikTok and on YouTube Shorts as well. And if you guys are over 18, you guys are more than welcome and invited to join the Discord server. I just announced today that I felt like adding the next game night, which will be at the end of this month. Next Friday, the very final day of Pride Month, we are going to be ending it off with a bang and doing a community Discord game night, which means, of course, there's going to be Jackbox, there's going to be Drawful, Gartic Phone, and other fun stuff. So please, please, please feel free to join there if you guys are all adults. But other than that, thank you guys. I love you so much. Have a good one. Take care. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Otsu Kieran. Good night, guys. Bye-bye.